Welcome, everybody, to the opening round of the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. This year, the Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing 23 different car classes. Production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event. I'm Gregg Ginsberg. Joining me in the announce booth today is Brian Bielanski. And to kick this season off, we're touching down in what was once known as Hendricks Army Airfield, a training site for B-17 Flying Fortresses and the B-24 Liberator pilots. But for almost 50 years now, it's been known by a very different name, and it's had a very different purpose. Starting with its first road race on New Year's Eve of 1950, and then soon after the very first ever United States Formula One Grand Prix, the concrete that once withstood the pounding of giant airframes has been wreaking havoc and taking the pounding of much smaller sports cars, both in sprint and endurance racing, rattling every last nut loose on those cars, and possibly some teeth for longer than almost every other road course in North America. Brian, good morning and welcome to a very damp Sebring International Raceway.
Hey, good morning, Greg. Good morning, everyone out there in live stream land. It is a good morning here, wet there, and we saw a lot of this last year, Greg. It was
yes, we did.
We should know all about this wet weather. I'm sorry, I should put my microphone in front of my mouth. Our director's probably like, it sounded great 3 minutes ago. What the heck? I'm sorry. Yeah, it looks like a lot like it did last year on Saturday.
All right, well, let's do this, Brian. Let's take a quick look for those of you that are joining us here for the first time this weekend and maybe don't have a feel for the layout of this 17-turn, 3 3/4 mile racetrack that is Sebring International Raceway right in the central Florida. And it is, again, using the same concrete that made up so many runways here when it was Hendricks Army Airfield. And you can see here we had a nice shot as we came in as some of our Formula cars are heading out for qualifying, came down the front straight into turn number 1. We then have these very quick transitions. It turns 3 and 5 down to the hairpin. The Hawk Performance braking zone down at turn number 7. And always a very challenging portion of the track as they round through turns 8 and 9. I believe we'll have a camera over there today as well, through Cunningham, and then out onto the Flying Fortress Straight as you come through the tower turn. And we call it that because there's actually still a functioning airfield off to the right behind that big purple tile there on the screen. And then, of course, very challenging Jean de Bienne. And then through Le Mans through turns 15 and 16 onto that Ullman Straight. And Brian, I think we're going to see some pretty classic photos, or not photos, but video today of cars bouncing their way through turn 17 through the Sunset Bend to bring them on to the front straight here.
I gotta tell you, Greg, the graphic that you're looking at right now, my kid was so proud of me when I made this. Like, Dad, you're not as old as you look.
Oh, great.
So this is probably the only racetrack where the off the racetrack would have been something to see if I'd left the tile off a little bit longer.
That's right.
Where there's actually an airfield to look at. But yeah, no, this is classic. This is as good as it gets in American motorsports, North American motorsports. So much history at Sebring over the years with all of the races that have gone in. Oh, look at that. It's a very, very delicate dance when the weather is like this here, especially in these open wheel cars that even when you put the rain tires, Greg, it still sucks. It's just not really fun. Although some people really thrive in these wet conditions, and you'll know exactly who those people are because, oh, look at that. That is, I grew up in Wisconsin, and this looks like, driving to school on a February morning. So it's beautiful.
Indeed. All right. And so out on track right now, Brian, we have our open wheel class, Formula cars and prototype cars, of which only 4 drivers currently are out. This is the second of 2 qualifying sessions. We've got 3 Formula Enterprise 2 drivers. We've got a single Formula Continental driver Just quickly, though, let me give everybody a quick rundown of where we stood after the first day of qualifying when these drivers went out yesterday morning before we started our broadcast yesterday. In Formula Atlantic, Larry Howard was your fastest driver of all with a 2:02.206 as his last fast lap time. John McAleer was second fastest, 3600ths back at a 2:02.5. Then Brandon Schwartz and Bill Mulholland. Those are your top four in Formula Atlantic. In Formula Continental, Rob Aller was your fastest driver, turned in a 2:09.94. That was 2.5 seconds up on Robert Wright, with Chris Charno, who finished second to Aller in both races last weekend at Homestead. Your third fastest driver, almost 4 seconds off of that class pole. The only driver in Formula Continental that is on track right now is Peter Vida, and he was your fifth fastest driver in qualifying yesterday with about 11 seconds off the pole. He's out there. Obviously, I don't think he's going to be picking up any time in the damp conditions. It was, although very cool, very dry yesterday as well for qualifying. In the prototype class, Todd Vanacore was your fastest driver in his Elan DPO2 and was also the fastest driver for this entire group. He put in a 2:0.61. That was almost 9.5 seconds clear of Peter Shadowin, who was in a West WX10. And he turned in a 2:09.72 with Michael Moulton third fastest. We do have two drivers in the Prototype 2 class that set qualifying times yesterday. Bart Wolf, who joined us at Homestead last weekend in his Ligier JS51. The Elkhart, Wisconsin driver turned in a 2:11.5, just 64/1000th of a second clear of Sherman Chow. And then finally, in FE2, Eric Wisniewski was your fastest driver. The Mason, Michigan driver had a 2:07.235 as his fastest lap. Von Mishko, second fastest yesterday, 1900ths of a second back. And then Russ Turner was third fastest. He was about 4500ths of a second off the provisional pole. And as we mentioned, we've got three FE2 drivers on track currently in this session. One Continental driver. We talked about Peter Vajda. He was your only Continental driver on track. Von Mishko, currently the fastest driver in FE2 on track, turning in a time of 2:38.5. So, Brian, almost a half minute off of the times set in the dry yesterday. Steve Whitston, second fastest driver at 2:41.4, and Ross Wolf at a touch over 3 minutes on his first flying lap.
Yeah, a little surprised to not see Andrew Whitston out here this morning in this group. This is his second weekend ever in an FE2 car, and I don't believe we didn't get any rain to speak of last weekend at Miami.
No.
So this would be a good opportunity for him to get out here and keep, check out how these cars work. Obviously, Andrew has a boatload, no pun intended, of experience in the Formula V class.
Right.
But he's doing his first FE2 weekend in a Super Tour, and you'd think, I would think, that maybe he'd want to get out there and give it a shot with this car on these wider tires, a little bit of downforce, a heck of a lot more power in an FE2 car than you get in a Formula V. This would be a good opportunity for him to go out there and do that. But there's still 15 minutes left in the session, so there's time for that to happen. And Andrew's a national champion in FE, right?
Yes, he is.
So maybe I shouldn't question him.
Two-time national champion, I believe, in Formula V. Yeah, so yeah, maybe you do, maybe you don't. I don't know.
I should say, hey, this guy knows what he's doing. Shut up, Brian.
So to give everybody a little highlight on our schedule for today, we are wrapping up qualifying this morning. We have our open wheel drivers who are on track currently, and then we have two more 25-minute qualifying sessions this morning. We're going to have our Super Touring and Touring 3 and Touring 4 classes next. Actually, Super Touring under, also GT3U, as well as Touring 3 and Touring 4. And then we're going to wrap up our qualifying this morning with Super Touring Light, and then we go racing. Today is Sprint Race Day. We're going to have eight sprint races, 25 minutes in length. First one will be with our small bore production and B-Spec racers, scheduled to start right around 9:50 this morning. So definitely stick with us here today. My understanding, Brian, is that we should be rain-free for the rest of the day here. That's not just my idle wish, but that's what the weather prognosticators say, and the weather guessers, is to quote Chris Shaftsma, two-time H Production national champion, and. The rain stopped here, I'd say probably right around 7:15. We're there about this morning, but you can see there is so much on the track surface right now, and obviously with only about 4 cars separated and going over a 3 3/4 mile track, not a lot of opportunity to evacuate that water and get it off the race surface. And you can still see here as we follow 2 of our racers, and I believe that's Mishko and Witston. They're in pretty close proximity on track, so there's still a lot of standing water here on the surface.
13 minutes to go here, and I'm not seeing a whole lot of other cars joining the fray this morning.
No.
It sounds like they're like, well, if it's not going to be wet later, what am I going to gain out of this session? Certainly
Exactly.
Nobody's going faster today in this condition than they went, yesterday in the conditions yesterday. So that's obviously a consideration. The people who are out there this morning are the ones who want to learn a little. It's basically a wet weather test session.
Exactly.
And they're going out there. There's 2 things to learn in a situation like this, Greg. There's what does your car do blanket in the rain? And then the second thing is, what does Sebring do in the rain? Where are the puddles? Where are the places where I should go? What is the better line that I can find on this particular racetrack in the rain?
Yeah.
So that's the thought process. At least that's my thought process when I get to a racetrack that I've never raced at in the rain and making a decision like this as to whether to go out. If you have enough time in your car in the rain, you know how your car reacts. But you might not know where the different puddles are here at this particular racetrack. So.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, every single lap, Brian, is an experiment, and as the conditions change, and as the water dissipates in certain areas of the track, as certain puddles in certain places stay there, as you may find little rivers running across it. Of course, it's very challenging here with such a large amount of concrete. With different seams between blocks of concrete here, where you might have some standing water, and and you can see here in this shot coming through the Sunset Bend, all those different seams and different pieces of concrete placed together, and it looks like a lot of the water seems to obviously congregate right near those seams. So it's certainly a challenge for these racers. As we see here, and coming right into our view, that is hello. I believe that was
for breakfast. Car hit the wall. You know how I know? The camera shook.
The camera moved, and I believe that was Steve Witston in the number 18 machine.
And that is the risk you run into in a situation like this. Steve, who does have a ton of experience in these cars, going out to do his testing, runs the risk of having a moment like that. So if you want to know why there's 25 cars not on the racetrack this morning, we could rewind that and play it again, and that would be the answer. So you mentioned that every lap is an experiment? Yes. I have a few crew chiefs who would tell you that even in the dry, for me, every lap was an experiment. So it's
And I want to thank Brian Stasinski, who's in the chat, who just corrected me that Andrew Witston, not a 2-time national champion, 3-time national champion in Formula V. Thanks so much.
Sorry, Andrew.
And want to that's all on me. And thank you so much, Brian, for checking in, and everybody else who's joining us here in the chat. Brian, this race group, when they go out, as we were saying, a lot of we've got now 3 drivers that were using this as a test session where most of the other drivers decided to stay in the trailers or stay at the hotel room or something
Right.
this morning. This race group will have their race this afternoon scheduled for around 2:05, a little bit after 2 o'clock this afternoon. So if there is no more precipitation, there is a very good chance that this track will be mostly dry when they head back out for their 25-minute sprint race. And so, I mean, it is a toss of the dice, obviously, but I think the odds are with those drivers that did not take to the track in that the surface will be dry, that this probably wasn't going to provide them all that much for this afternoon. And Brian, we are going to a black flag condition here, going to bring all of our racers. There you go. You can see the black flag waving there coming out of turn 2, heading towards turn 3. So the racers are going to come around to the pit lane here, and we'll see if they get released. We are now a little bit past actually quite a bit past halfway, Brian. So let's do this. Let me make a call to the grid for our next group, and we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Race group number 7, Super Touring Under, GT3U, Touring 3 and Touring 4, please head to the grid. Race group 7, STU, GT3U, T3 and T4, please head to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments with more qualifying action here from Sebring International Raceway. It's a 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsored the Runoffs Polo Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Welcome back, everybody. It is the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live from Sebring International Raceway, and Brian just received word from race control that in about 3 minutes, our drivers will be sent back out on track, which should put it in
Which
about...
means none of them will go.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Because there'll be 2 minutes left on the clock, and the lap here has been running 2.5 minutes. So
Oh, man.
I think we got a little while to wait. Let me do this, and I'm going to do it a couple times here this morning, just so that I can check a little box. Let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group 7, STU, GT3U, Touring 3, and Touring 4. Please head to the grid. Race group 7 to the grid, please.
All right, this is a good opportunity to say some good mornings. Brian Bielanski, good morning, my friend. Good to see you. Down 465, been here a bunch with us. Purebred American Mutt. I am not in the chat. I'm just kidding. Very nice to see you here with us this morning.
Great.
Who else is
Checking in
here?
from North Florida, I think, if I remember correctly.
My race data is here. Yeah, Roger. Vector. Good morning to everybody in the chat.
And Brian, I think that your airplane, the movie references are kind of apropos, given where we are here this weekend. Unfortunately, because of the cloud cover, I don't think we're going to see anything other than maybe a couple low flying, Cessnas and what have you out of here. But yesterday we had some planes doing some aerobatics right outside our window here, and we even got to witness a SpaceX launch from Kennedy yesterday that we were able to see here.
So, Greg, I am not with you this morning in Sebring.
Yes.
I am here in Southern California. I was supposed to get on a plane Wednesday night to come join you, but we are dealing with some drama here in Southern California, and I'm not going to belabor it for much time here, but I stayed back because we had to evacuate our home, which is also my studio, and we're back in the house. Our particular neighborhood is in really good shape. Other folks, so very, very much not as fortunate. One of our racing brethren, our race announcing brethren, Townsend Bell,
saw that
has
yesterday.
lost 2 homes in this. I think it's his parents' home and his home in the Palisades. Lots of pain, lots of people hurting out here. I haven't heard much from our Cal Club members, so my hope is that everybody from Cal Club is in decent shape. But I just wanted to acknowledge that there's a lot of stuff going on in the world, and I'm happy to be here and be safe, and to be able to hopefully give some for folks who might want to get away and look at something else other than the pictures we've been seeing on the news. I think our broadcast does that. Our live stream does that for some people. So, and that's why I'm still here with us this morning. And my family's sick of me right now as well. Oh, we got a car coming out.
Yes, we do, Brian.
Good for them.
At least one car from the pit lane, as we have just a little bit under 2 minutes. So this is likely going to be the very last lap now, and I believe that's the 91 of Ross Wolf that is out on track now, and another one of our drivers, I believe that's Von Mishko in the 17 car, now out as well. And again, using every last opportunity to get a feel for what this track will do in the damp. But Brian, I think everyone will concur. Certainly Brendan and I are very happy to have you and your family safe, and the people in your neighborhood safe as well. It's been very difficult couple of days and a couple of weeks now for everybody in that area now.
Well, and it's going to be years before the recovery is done. So, all right, enough on that. Let's talk about the fun stuff. Also, just one last thing: the number of SCCA people who have reached out to me over the last 4 days. Now I'm going to try not to get emotional. With well wishes and kind thoughts has been just beyond anything I could have ever imagined. And I don't think I responded to everybody individually as much as I tried to. But thank you all for checking in on me. I really, really appreciate it. It gave me something to talk about, or to look at when I was trying to deal with all the other stuff. So, all right, enough on that. One car doing its thing. 2 cars. A red one and a yellow one.
A red one and a white one.
And a white one.
Yeah.
And a nice text now from Eric Prill, who is the head of SCCA Road Racing, thanking me for telling me he's happy to hear me he's only saying that because of my situation.
Oh, stop. That's
I'm
not
just
true.
kidding. Now, thank you, Eric, and all of the SCCA staff who checked in with me as well. That has been fantastic, the support. So, all right. Down 465 shuttle launches from his home in Valrico. If you never had a chance to see a shuttle launch, I'm sorry, folks. It's fantastic to be there and see them in person. And we saw a SpaceX launch leaving Sebring last 2 years ago, Greg.
2 years ago.
I was like, everybody, look out the window to the right, and there it was going up at that point in time. So
yeah, I think it was one of the Falcon Heavy. I don't know if it was a test session, but a lot more boosters and a lot more flames and smoke. So but we saw it right out our window here. Saw the contrails head up through the clouds. It was pretty cool. All right, so we've got Mishko on track. Mishko, fastest driver in FE2 at a 2:34.113. Again, these lap times are almost a half minute off of what the driver set during the dry. And we are getting word now that the next car to come out of the Sunset Bend is going to see the checkered flag. Steve Whitston, before his off at turn 1, had turned in his personal best lap at a 2:34.69. Ross Wolf at a 2:52.4, and Peter Vajda in his Formula Continental at 2:53.2. Last week, of course, this is, I'd say, part of like a set of bookends, Brian. We've got the kickoff to the 2025 U.S. Majors Tour was last week at Homestead Miami Speedway, and then all the snowbirds come down to run that event and then come here to Sebring. In this run group last weekend, we had James French take the win in Formula Atlantic. Both days, both Saturday and Sunday, French was our 5th fastest Atlantic driver yesterday during the first qualifying session. Of course, did not go out for qualifying today, with Brandon Schwartz 2nd and J.R. Smart 3rd. And that was the same podium on both days. In Continental, it was Rob Aller, Chris Charno, Mark Deffer finished 3rd on Saturday. Robert Wright finished 3rd on Sunday. And in FE2, Russ Turner took the win both days. Darrell Willis finished 2nd both days. Kelton Jago, who finished on the podium on Saturday, had a coming together with another car over by the hairpin. Did some mechanical damage to that car. Eric Wisniewski took the bronze on day number 2. And I don't believe Kelton was able to make it out for qualifying yesterday.
So I talked with Kelton. He's not going to be here this weekend. Wanted to make sure the car got together in really good shape and all of his I's were dotted and his T's were crossed. His plan is to be back for NOLA. So
wonderful.
Yeah. Front right corner, front nose taken off that car in his little incident there. And unfortunately, it's always unfortunate when that happens. He had a big wreck 2 years ago at the runoffs, and that was I think the first outing for that car after it was repaired from that wreck. So it's good to see him back out. This is nothing like the wreck that he had at the runoffs. So he'll put the corner back on and get the nose fixed and be back out there.
That's it. All right, so in the prototype class last week, Todd Vanacore took the win both days. Of course, he was fastest in qualifying yesterday morning. Or yesterday afternoon, pardon me, with Michael Moulton finishing 2nd, Wade Richardson 3rd. That was the podium on both days. And Bart Wolf was our sole P2 racer at Homestead. He is your, I guess we'll say pole sitter in P2, given that none of our P2 racers came out for the 2nd qualifying session. Last week, he was the only P2 racer. This weekend, he's joined by Sherman Chow. The Prototype 2 class, although racing with the Super Tour this season, will not be making an appearance at the National Championship runoffs this year. The plan is that P1 and P2 get combined into the P class, just a singular class, and I'm sure we'll see most of our P2 racers move into that P class over the course of the year. All right, so Brian, with the checkered flag out, let me make a final call to the grid for our next qualifying group, and then we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock, third call to the grid and final call for race group number 7, STU, GT3U, T3, and T4. Please head to the grid for qualifying. Race group number 7, this is your final call to the grid for qualifying. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments from Sebring. You're watching the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded the Hawk Performance Braking Advantage. Now you can experience that same advantage technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction, designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right, Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country. It's the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the 45th annual winter vacation. Central Florida Region SCCA is helping us out, putting this race on. They do a great job every year, Greg, and we are back here at Sebring International Raceway. I'm here with my friends, my family, and we got some cars on the racetrack, Greg.
Indeed. So on track right now, you can see it down there at the bottom of the screen. It's STU. It is GT3U, formerly known as GT3, Touring 3 and Touring 4. GT3U scheduled to be merged with STU next year. It is essentially what has been known for years as GT3, which is made up primarily of tube frame silhouette body cars. The big difference now this year in SCCA majors and super tour racing is that rather than running on a full slick non-DOT approved tire, now much like super touring under, they must run on DOT approved race rubber, and they also gain a little bit of weight over what they had been running in what was known originally, or known in prior years, as GT3. I believe they've had to add about 150 pounds or thereabouts. And putting them in the same group together obviously allows for the club racing board, the CRB, to get a better idea of maybe balance of performance that may be necessary as the year goes on, and getting ready when these two classes merge together for the 2026 calendar year.
Yeah, definitely. There's been a lot of transition this year. It has been the topic of tremendous conversation, argumentation, consternation.
Yes, all the nation. It's a multinational.
All of those, and a lot of people are invested in their cars and their classes, and when change happens, it's hard for some folks, which I completely understand, and so this is a year of transition, a year of learning, both for the drivers and for the SCCA, about how everything's going to start to work out. So you and I are going to learn along with them, Greg, and it'll be very interesting to see how this all plays out over the course of the next, and you gave me a hard time, 10 weekends, 20 rounds of the SCCA Super Tour this year. We're gonna have some fun looking at all this. So,
yes, indeed we are. Yeah, I think I made that comment yesterday.
You did,
Brendan.
You did. I heard it.
Well, I don't have 20 fingers and toes, so I
wait a second.
I have to stop at 10.
You don't have 20 fingers and toes?
Oh, yeah, maybe I do.
Well, actually, you have 8 fingers.
I lost count because two of my feet are in socks. Anyway.
And honestly, he doesn't have 20 fingers and toes because he only has 8 fingers. But we won't argue that part.
That's right. All right. So Brian, we have a much larger contingent of touring and super touring cars on track currently. We've got 6. And let's take a look at, let's do this. Let's take a look first at where we ended things yesterday in qualifying, yesterday morning when this group went out. We'll start off with Super Touring under, where Miles Hewitt, who is one of 2 STU drivers on course right now, was your 4th fastest driver in STU yesterday. Richard Estacio, though, your fastest STU racer, driver of the number 72 Lotus Exige, turned in a 2:21.9 with Jose Osiris Pena in his Honda CRX, a 2:22.1, so only about a quarter of a second off. And then we had Kip Van Steenberg. Brendan and I were talking yesterday that we were surprised yesterday when we saw Kip Van Steenberg out in, I believe it was E-Production, in a new Porsche 914-6. And we said, well, Kip's usually out running his Porsche 944 S2. Used to be an E-Production car, then ran it for a number of years in STU. Well, he is racing in STU in this Porsche 944 S2. He was your 3rd fastest driver in class yesterday. And again, Miles Hewitt, 4th fastest. And we've just had a few more drivers take to the track as well. We'll talk about them in just a few moments. In GT3U, Tony Ave, your fastest driver with a 2:19.6. Jeff Durnell in his Mazda RX-7 just about a full second back from there at a 2:20.5. Then we had Scott Sansone. We saw Scott last weekend at Homestead in the matte black Mazda RX-3, the 1974 Mazda RX-3. He had a 2:28.712, so about 9 seconds off of Paul. Armin McGregor out as well. In Touring 3, Juan Carlos LaRue in his Subaru BRZ in the Rue Helmets car turned in a 2:26.9 with Todd Clark, a 2:28.2 in his BMW 330. Then Andrea King and Brian Heitman. And then in Touring 4, Mark Cephalo in his Mazda MX-5, a 2:31.7. Scotty B. White about 2 seconds back with a 2:33.6 and in a Ford Mustang. And then Ethan Barker, your third fastest Touring 4 racer, also in a Mazda MX-5, a 2:33.87. So not that far back from Scotty B. White. Right now on track, we're now up to 9 drivers, Brian.
Wow.
And it is in GT3U. Scott Sansone, the only driver out. He is in his Mazda RX-3, and you know, I'm going to have to get a handle. I'm going to talk to somebody about this because I'm seeing both Sansone and Sansone Jr. both with different numbers. Different car numbers. One is in a 73. One is in a 73 Mazda RX-3. One is in a 74 Mazda RX-3. And I'll have to figure out which is which. But I think the senior is on track currently. Has a 3-minute 30-second in the book. In Touring 4, we've got Devin Anderson in the Subaru BRZ, Connor Thomas, Scotty B. White, John Ferguson. Right now, a 15-second spread between Devin Anderson in his Subaru BRZ and Connor Thomas in his Mazda MX-5. Scotty B. White, another 14 seconds back from there, and John Ferguson, another 12 seconds back. But again, they're just working lap 2 right now.
Yeah.
And in STU, it's Miles Hewitt, who was our first driver off the grid in his Toyota GR86 with a 2:50.4. He's your fastest driver on track currently, and he's got a 40-second advantage right now on Michael Reese. That we'll call it one eye there. Here he is coming into turn 3 with just the single headlight go, and that's Michael Reese. That's the 89 car. He's out of Brooklyn, New York.
Scotty B. White should feel really at home in these weather conditions. He from the Pacific Northwest and has done a lot of wet weather racing. So good to see him out there making the big tow. He brings a whole bunch of cars down from the Pacific Northwest for the winter races here. So good to see him there. I want to say hi to Stuart Tigner. He says good morning to the safety team. Good morning to the safety team.
Did he say good morning to the safety team?
No, he said
from good morning from the safety team.
He did.
Exactly.
So paying attention when he's not working on the racetrack to our little broadcast. Thank you, Stuart.
He wasn't stationed at turn 1 in that last group.
Yeah, Gina Katzmark says hi. Good day, Gina.
Yeah.
Who else do we have here? Richard
Hunt.
We've
got Andre Wedderburn, who is a driver in a couple of the Ricmotech racing series from Extreme Motorsports that Larry Lefty McLeod and I call every Monday evening. So good to see you, Andre.
Very cool. So, yeah, Tom Matson, thank you to the corner workers and the safety teams. Absolutely. You can see him right there on the right side of our screen. It must not be raining right now because they don't have their rain gear on, which is really good news.
And we saw Taylor Hyatt's in the chat as well. And she said she's checking in from a very cold Pennsylvania. I wanted to actually mention, Brian, and give out all of my love and care, not necessarily to Taylor, but to all the people that have just survived the great Charlotte blizzard of 2025. I think they had somewhere along the lines of 1/32 of an inch of snow yesterday.
Oh. And everything came to a grinding halt.
Yes, it absolutely did. I was looking at my doorbell camera this morning to see the small dusting on the corner of a windshield of my mother's car this morning. Anyway, all right. So we're now about 10 minutes into this qualifying session. Let me do this, Brian. Let me make a first call to the grid for our next qualifying and final qualifying session of the day. Attention the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 8, Super Touring Light. Please head to the grid. Super Touring Light racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next.
14 minutes to go in this session. And these are, let me look here, 25-minute qualifying sessions.
Correct.
And we are going to be pushing through to, I guess we're at the halfway point. Should we do our ads? Let's do our ads here. We'll take a break. When we come back, we will have more action for you. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Sebring International Raceway. Stay with us, everybody.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Experience Program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
All right, we're back here at the Sebring International Raceway. STU is our group out there right now, and some others. STU, T4. Actually, it's just STU and T4 right now.
They are, well, we do have Scott Sansone. Well, Scott
Randy
Sansone,
Johnson in T3.
But he only ran, Sansone only ran a single lap in the Mazda RX-3.
Right.
So, yeah, T4 with Devin Anderson, Connor Thomas, Ferguson, and John Ferguson, Scotty B. White. Miles Hewitt, who just now crossed the start-finish line. Brian, Miles in his STU GR86 just put in a 2:49 flat. That is the fastest of any driver out there today. Nice. And, yes, as you mentioned, we got Randy Johnson and also Dan Moen, who we saw last weekend at Homestead. Johnson with a 3-minute, well, not a 3-minute flat, 3 minutes and a half, with Daniel Moen now at a 3:41 and change.
Right. So for those of you who might not have joined us yesterday, this is the second qualifying for these cars. They all qualified in dry conditions yesterday. So this is merely a test session, a wet weather test session for these drivers. None of these times are going to affect their qualifying starting order for our afternoon races. This group number 7, will be racing this afternoon at approximately 2:45 Eastern time. And by then, if the rain stays away, it is not raining now. If the rain stays away, we'll have a dry racetrack by the time they get back out there. So 9 minutes to go here as we circulate with 9 cars who have taken at least one lap in this session. And that's there's some stuff to be learned. We talked about this in the last. So they're out there learning the track and learning their car in the wet. So maybe testing a new set of rain tires. But some interesting stuff going on when that goes. You can see standing water. This is one of those situations where if you choose to go 12 wide through turn 17 now, you're going to have widely different track conditions from the inside of turn 17 to the outside of turn 17. So I don't see, because we haven't had a lot of cars, Greg, I don't see a wet or a dry line forming yet.
No, not at all.
There were only, 6 or 7 cars in the last session. Now we've got 7 cars, 9 cars in this session. And there's just not enough cars out there to dissipate the water.
Right.
And I don't really even see a dry line forming, which now, if that's the case, we've got one more session after this one. So the first race of the day is going to be our E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec group. They're going to have to start thinking that strategery, Greg. Do I go out on dry tires? Do I go out on wet tires? I'm thinking by the time we get to there, it's probably going to be still damp, but it's going to be a dry tire decision, because by the end of that race, we're going to have a dry line.
Dry line, sure, absolutely.
Once you put 40 cars out there, it won't take very many laps for a dry line to start forming, and you might get to run away early in wet tires, but then your tires are going to start to overheat and go away. So that's what the teams in the first race are starting to wonder. Okay, make a decision: wet tires, rain tires,
right?
And that is going to be interesting.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's certainly going to be interesting, and you may see a dry line start to come up. I think the question will be, obviously, then, what happens offline here? And,
right.
Certainly, as you see most of the racers, like right now, coming out of turn 1, going down to turn 3, they're taking, I guess, for the most part, they're not necessarily going straight to the apex, but they're taking something similar to the dry line around here. And I think a lot of that owes to the fact that the surface here and the concrete is so old that it's polished down pretty much everywhere, that you don't necessarily have a real dry line in here. And I mean, here's a great example we see here under braking, as we have Miles Hewitt come down and come underneath.
Under
I think
Scotty
that was
B. White.
Scotty B. White. Yeah.
Yep.
And you can see that the BRs, pardon me, not the BRZ, the GR86, same thing, was actually pretty darn good under braking. Although actually Hewitt in that STU car, I believe that may be a GR86 Cup car. And you saw there a good sized wing on the back, and it's maybe a little bit more downforce than the Mustang that Scotty B. White is on. But it may not matter if you're online or offline. What may matter is when you go offline, or there are still some big puddles there that
definitely.
You can see some hydroplaning under braking.
Right. Tom Matson asks, is this the last qualifying session? It's the last qualifying session for this group. We've got one more group after this one, and then we'll get to our racing action. So first race of the day is going to kick off here at 9:50 approximately Eastern time, Tom. So, but yeah, one more qualifying session for the STL cars. That is our next session. And then we get to racing. Thank you, Jordan, for putting up our little graphic there. Group 8 will be next. Maybe a good time to do a call to the grid, Greg.
You were reading my mind, Brian. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 8. Super Touring Light, please head to the grid. Super Touring Light racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next.
Down 465 asks a question about the SCCA's International Man of Mystery, Tony Ave. I call him that because you never know what race car he's going to show up in on a given weekend. He asked if one of the LMP3 cars he still has. I think that's what he was driving in the prototype class last year, right?
Perhaps. I mean, well, no, I don't remember him being in one of the prototype cars. He was racing in Atlantic, Formula Atlantic Swift last year, and campaigned it at the runoffs. I think P1 or P2 are one of the few classes that he didn't race in.
That's true.
At the runoffs, because I think he was in 5 different races.
It was a lot
this past fall. Yeah, exactly. And so, no, I mean, we saw him. I'll have to go back and take a look. I don't believe we had him in the open wheel group. Certainly he didn't go out qualifying this morning, but I don't think we have him in the open wheel group here this weekend. But, yeah, we saw him in GT3U.
Yep. Tony's one of those guys I've been trying to get on the podcast for like 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
He's so busy with all the stuff he does outside of the SCCA, inside the SCCA. We're going to get him on the show. He's agreed to do it. We just can't find a time where both of us can hook up. So we'll get him on. I'll ask him that question if I get him on the show. 3.5 to go here. Next group out there is STL, our final qualifying session of the weekend. Then we've got...
Oh, go ahead, Brian.
I'd say then we've got 8 races today and 8 races tomorrow. It'll be fun.
That's it. So this group here, GT3U, STU, T3, T4, they are scheduled to race this afternoon at approximately 2:45. And so obviously they will be the second to last race of the day. STL scheduled to race at 3:25 this afternoon. But we're going to kick off Super Touring racing here this morning after our next group, after STL qualifies, scheduled to start at around 9:50 this morning. I think we're running maybe about 5 minutes behind currently, but should be pretty darn close to that.
That's nothing. That's like being on schedule. 2:30 left in this group. Fastest car on the racetrack right now, which means absolutely nothing, by the way, is Miles Hewitt. His fast lap, a 2:46.849. Gregg's got all the numbers from yesterday. I'm going to guess that's probably a good 30 seconds shy of what he was running yesterday.
That is exactly. We're about 30 seconds off.
Yeah. So that is interesting. You know, I'm a little surprised a few more haven't gone out, just because a tin top is easier to go out and less of a pain to go out in the rain. But we've had 9 cars take a lap in this session. The Fast 5 in this session: Miles Hewitt, Connor Thomas, Randy Johnson, Scotty B. White, and John Ferguson. Those are your top 5 cars in this session. An STU car, and then a couple of touring cars there. And I think, Gregg, now correct me if I'm wrong, this is a class where the anti-lock brakes and the traction control would still be part of these cars, so they should thrive in these conditions.
Absolutely. You should see. Oof, look at that.
But then again,
and again, that's Miles Hewitt. He is fastest driver out by about 5 seconds right now. He's got 2:46 for a fast lap time in that number 117 Toyota GR86. I think the next closest would be Devin Anderson, who's a former national champion in the 111 Subaru BRZ. And I was just about to say, in watching that Toyota go through turn 1, that there does appear to be quite a bit of grip, even in the dampness. That Toyota was leaning over through the corners quite a bit, and then we saw there as he was coming into turn 3, maybe he got maybe a little bit too confident and dialed it back just a little bit. Yes, you're going to find that a lot of cars, I don't want to say all, but most of the cars in T3 and T4, they're going to have ABS. In Super Touring, you're probably going to see that as well. The GT3U cars, highly unlikely that you're going to see any ABS in those machines. Is the checkered flag, Brian, now being displayed on the front straight
Yes.
Well, it was being displayed. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
But
it's
the
out.
starter now brings the flag down because he doesn't see any cars coming out of Sunset.
Right. As my dad would always tell me, in conditions like this, gription has a direct correlation to the weight of your right foot.
Yes, correct.
So,
And I think there was somebody in the chat a little bit earlier who mentioned, that it's time to treat the right pedal like there is an egg between it and your foot.
Yep.
And you want to be as smooth and as gentle as possible with that right foot here, as we now have some cars coming out from underneath it's WeatherTech on this side, it's Mission Foods on the other. There we go. At least one of the drivers now taking the checkered flag, and I believe that was the Ford Mustang of Scotty B. White, the 00 car. That's the single 0 car. The 00 is Mark Cephalo. I don't know how they work that one out. But, Scotty B. White setting his fastest lap of the session. Most of the drivers now, we are seeing them definitely find some time here as they go around. Miles Hewitt, who just crossed the line, did not improve on that last lap, but he was our fastest driver of the session, turning in a 2:46.089. Devin Anderson, who I believe decided to take to the pit lane, turned in a 2:50.948. He was the fastest of our touring 4 cars, about 8 seconds up on the rest of that field. And Scott Sansone in his Mazda RX-3, which I think is Brian, from what I've seen, is perhaps the perfect rain machine. I think the track front and rear is about as wide as the wheelbase is long in that car, and it just seems to do very well in the wet. But Scott Sansone only ran a single lap in his car and turned in a 3:30. Let's see, we do have a car crossing the stripe, and actually that was John Ferguson who turned in his fastest lap. Scotty B. White. I thought we saw Scotty B. White cross a couple moments ago, but well, again, turning in fast laps here in the last session. All right, let me do this, Brian. Let me make a final call to the grid for our final qualifying group, and then we'll take a quick break. Attention the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 8, Super Touring Light. Please head to the grid for qualifying. Super Touring Light racers, this is your final call to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more qualifying action from Sebring International Raceway. It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the 45th annual winter vacation. Central Florida Region SCCA and SCCA bringing you the Super Tour round number 1 qualifying here. And we now have our STL Super Touring Light group here, 25 minutes qualifying. Their race up this afternoon at around 3:25 p.m. Eastern Time. I am Brian Bielanski, and from the Pasadena, California headquarters, Gregg Ginsberg right there in Sebring with all of the fun going on there. How you doing, my friend?
I am doing well, and I was going to say, you're Brian Bielanski, and I'm not.
Well,
I'm Chevy Chase, and you are not. That's right. All right, so heading out on track right now, Brian, it is our final qualifying session of the day. It is Super Touring Light for cars with engine displacement, so 2 liters or below. We had 11 drivers set times yesterday morning for qualifying. At the moment, we have 7 that are on track. Fastest yesterday was our winner in both races at Homestead Miami Speedway, our reigning national champion, Jose Osiris Pena, out of Miami, Florida, in his Honda CRX. He had a qualifying time of 2:27.7. John Sewell in his Acura Integra out of Tallahassee, a 2:30.2, so he's about 2.5 seconds back from Pena. Amy Mills in her Mazda Miata at 2:31.67, and then we had Solt Ferenczi in an Acura Integra. He was our 4th fastest driver. Right now on track, we've got Chris Childs in his Mazda Miata. Chris was 5th fastest yesterday. We've got Javier Sanchez, who was 8th fastest yesterday. He's in a Mazda MX-5. He's out of the Dominican Republic, out of Santo Domingo. Thomas Paulino in his Mazda Miata out of Colts Neck, New Jersey. He was 7th fastest yesterday. Mike Ryan in the number 119 Mazda Miata. He was 9th fastest yesterday. Then Jeremy Goldberger and Joseph Miklos. Goldberger was 11th fastest in his Mazda Miata, and then Miklos was, let's see, did he go? I don't believe he went out for qualifying yesterday, so this will be his very first session. And I should mention John Sewell now out on track as well. So again, Sewell was 2nd fastest yesterday in his Integra, looking to do a little wet weather experimentation and discovery here this morning. There he is, the last car in this line here in that blue with black Acura Integra.
There we go. And this is another situation where you can still see big spray coming off these cars as they go down the Ullman Straight there. And it does look like, though, coming under the bridge here, that it's a little bit drying out. Not as much spray as there was 2 groups ago. So, but then you get onto the straightaway, there you see the spray again. Yeah, it does look like it's drying a bit, but still not dry. So the next race group, or the first race group, they're going to have some decisions to make as they come up here about a half hour away from their race starting.
Yeah, indeed. So, yeah, their race here, again, the last race of the day, scheduled to start at somewhere around 3:25 this afternoon, and it should be a good one. You know, I think, especially if the track isn't completely dry, it should be advantageous for those front-wheel drive cars like Pena and John Sewell. But I know very well Chris Childs in the number 7 Mazda, and currently 3rd fastest driver in this session. And again, 5th fastest overall. Very has a lot of front wheel drive racing experience. Used to race at Dodge Neon for a number of years.
Wow, look at that puddle.
Yeah, it's still. And I noticed that in the last run group also over at the curbing there, that most of these drivers are, and this is a normal thing for this portion of the track here, coming out of turn 3, turn in a little bit late. and so aren't normally getting over to the curbing there all the way on driver's right. So there is still a lot of puddling there, and as long as there is, they're not going to want to go that far right. But I was going to say, Chris Childs, although not racing in a front-wheel drive car, a lot of rain weather experience.
Well, and you were... you were mentioning that turning in late, the line is different because they're going slower. So,
sure,
they're not drying out the part of the racetrack that would be dried out if they were on the regular race line, and that just makes it a little longer to be able to get the track dry. So, that puddle where it's at, if the track were drying more, wouldn't be part of the racing line, and that's an interesting situation with that there, unless of course you're making an overtake or you've messed up at the corner, which I know all about that. And but yeah, so that puddle shouldn't come into play once the track really starts to dry out.
I've got
look at that slide.
Oof, and no, that was not Chris Childs. Actually, Chris Childs, I think, is the second car through. That was, I believe, the TKG car of Thomas Paulino, the 34, if I remember correctly. Had Mike Taylor finish third in the runoffs this year. Sent me a quick little note and said that John Sewell had to replace the clutch on his Integra after the first qualifying session. So obviously one of the major reasons why he is out on track here after qualifying second fastest yesterday morning. And a bit of a surprise, maybe a surprise there that if he had a slipping clutch that he still managed to turn the second fastest lap time. So good on him. But I think they must be in different parts of the room, Brian, because I also got a message from Tina Finn Taylor. That is Mike Taylor's wife.
Yeah.
To explain why Mike wasn't at Sebring, and something along the lines of he's banned from racing at Sebring. Except I don't think it's Sebring International Raceway that has banned him. I think it's Tina that has banned him from racing at Sebring.
Well,
as the last
remember.
If you remember last year, I think we kicked off the season with him having a little issue over at turn 16. So good to see that. That I've got the two of them sending me information, not necessarily about the same things.
It's fun when you get the wives and the significant others in the chat, and they like to throw shade on their husbands or significant others.
Or teammates.
It's just beautiful when we see that. That's what makes this fun, and that's what makes what we do a little bit different than all other racing series, is that we really, not all other, but the live streaming gives us this opportunity to really engage with the people watching and actually, read the texts and look at the chat. And it's actually one of the things I enjoy the most about how we do this thing here. And I love it. I just absolutely love it. Glenn Owlip, I hope I pronounced your name right, Glenn. He is rooting for Cooper Hicks, who I don't think has gone out in this session. But big props there. My race data.
I think we'll see Cooper in, if I remember right, SMX a little bit later.
Yep.
And SMX will be our second race of the day.
Right.
And they are scheduled to take to the track for their 25-minute sprint race right around 10:30 this morning.
Yep. My race data. SCCA is family friendly. I've learned, by the way, my race data, because I work with a whole bunch of different series and organizations, and they are almost all of the racing family is family friendly. That's the thing. One thing I love about motorsports in general. Lots of family stories, lots of families out there. So.
All right, so Brian, let's take a look here. Chris Childs. Didn't I say he's got some good rain experience? Currently your fastest driver on track at a 3:05.321. It's about 0.8 of a second up on Javi Sanchez. And Sanchez in the number 79 Mazda. And I believe he's actually in a 2015 Mazda. So that would be, I think, is that an ND or an NC? I think that's right around that's an NC. So actually, he might be that TKG car that we're looking at there, that green and black car just now coming through Sunset. Mike Ryan at a 3:10.575. Jeremy Goldberger at a 3:11. and then Thomas Paolino and John Sewell. Joseph Miklos, who we mentioned did not put in a time during qualifying yesterday, has turned one lap and turned in a 3:39.381. That is about 20 seconds off of John Sewell's times in the Integra, and I haven't seen him cross the stripe other than the very first time. I haven't heard any calls from our corner workers that there might be some issues, so he may have just taken the car back to the paddock after just doing an installation lap.
Yep. Go out there, make sure that clutch is clutching at the right time and unclutching at the right time, and then head back in and get ready for the race. 14 and a half minutes to go here. I think now would be a great time, Greg, to do a call to grid and take our break.
Absolutely. Well, real quick, and to make do a quick little ad read here, Brian, for the Sebring Motor Garage. The Sebring Motor Garages, who invite you to tour their new race garage models just 3 minutes from the track. Units are move-in ready and include a full bath with shower with overnight stays permitted. You'll also learn about the 4,000 square foot, 3-story race townhomes, the 108-unit race-inspired RV park, and the proposed aircraft hangars at the Sebring Airport. They give a tour and it takes just 20 minutes. For your tour, simply visit the blue and white motorhome located just west of the Gallery and Legends building here at the track. Again, that is the Sebring Motor Garages. All right, let's make a call to the grid for our first race group of the day. Attention in the paddock, First call to the grid for race group number 1. E Production, F Production, H Production, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Race group 1, this is your first call to the grid. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments from Sebring International Raceway, where you're watching the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsored the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco is trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Welcome back to Sebring International Raceway. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg, Jordan Worth touching the buttons, and Brendan Kazmarek making sure we don't do anything stupid. We are here at the first race of 2025 here at Sebring of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are qualifying for STL. That is going on right now. 10 more minutes left in this session. Then we'll be back with our first race of the weekend. It is going to be E Production, F Production, H Production, and B-Spec production cars, and our wonderful little B-Spec little bees running around, having a good time. Bees,
yeah. Gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my. And by the way, Brendan said that he's doing a very poor job
of keeping us out of trouble.
Keeping us out of trouble.
Yeah,
exactly.
Well, that's hard to do. To his benefit, it is hard to do to keep us out of trouble.
That is true. All right, so while we were away at break, Brian, Chris Childs reset fast lap in the session, turns in a 3:01.538. That's great for a damp Sebring. Unfortunately, it is still about 33 seconds off of the provisional pole time set by Jose Osiris Pena. So Chris Childs, who was 5th fastest coming into this session this morning, probably not going to be, will not be moving up any in the order. And Jeremy Goldberger, who was after our first session yesterday, he turned in a 2:43.43. He's at a 3:03.12. He's your second fastest driver right now. Mike Ryan at a 3:03.25. Javier Sanchez at a 3:03.987. And those drivers are getting faster after each lap. They've turned in 5 flying laps. I think Thomas Paulino and Mike Sewell may still be on track. Matter of fact, there you go, crossing the line to start lap number 6. Thomas Paulino, he did not improve that time by. That was a little bit off his fastest lap. He turned in a 3:10.2 that last time by. His fastest lap so far in the session at 3:09.8.
Well, it is. Do we see a dry line forming at this point yet, Greg? I haven't been paying too much attention. Still on the straightaways, I'm seeing a little less spray. This doesn't look like there's nearly as much spray as there was earlier. So that's a good sign.
You can see there, the car's still getting a little bit loose under braking. As I'm sure they're probably trying to dial the brake bias a little bit more towards the rear. But you can see there, for example, coming through turns 8 and 9, there's still a good amount of spray coming up from these cars.
Yeah. I'm just trying to look ahead a little to what we've got coming up here with the first race, and see what those teams are thinking about at this moment to get the cars ready for.
Well, we had 31 drivers.
Yep, that's what I was just looking at.
In that first group, split between about 2/3 of them in the production classes, and then the last 12 cars in B-Spec. I would still expect them to be out on wet weather tires at this point. That we don't see any large puddles, but when you take a look here, for example, Brian, as they're coming into Jean-de-Bien and into Le Mans, there's, again, still a good amount of standing water on the pavement in some places here, especially when you wander offline.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. 6.5 minutes to go here. So,
I was saying, I'm actually getting some little tips from some of the B-Spec drivers right now as to which tires they may be on. So we'll save that for when they take to the track in a little bit.
All right. Good to know. That's a tease, folks.
Yes.
That's a stick around for later tease.
Everywhere. Woo.
Oh, I think I just got the same tip you got. This could be really interesting coming up for the. See, we're doing a great job of teasing ahead here. It could be very interesting to see how this next race is going to play out, because there's definitely some strategery going on in the paddock right now.
Yes, there is.
All right. So now I will say, with 30 cars in the next group, that will help drive this track out pretty quickly. So,
indeed, and we've got a fairly nice field in SMX as well. So I think again for some of the for the groups 6, 7, and 8 that had qualifying this morning. I think they're going to see a very different racetrack when they come out this afternoon.
Now, I will say that if you look at the radar right now, Greg, it looks like it's raining at Sebring. Sebring, the track is right in the middle of a splotch of light green. It's not, and a little bit of darker green, a little bit to the east.
Well, it
so,
could be deceiving, Brian.
Well, that's true. That's true. And that could be rain that's not making it to the ground just yet.
Yep.
So, and it could be rain that may never make it to the ground. So, and we've got a radar picture up. Thank you, Jordan, for putting that up. You can see that little line of precipitation that is working its way through. So I don't think we're out of the woods yet for a little more precip. But there might be just a little bit left. But behind that, if you could throw that up one more time, Jordan, just for half a second, or maybe a little longer than half a second. Behind that group, there's no rain at the moment. So once that moves through, we should be in the clear at least for a couple of hours. But it is Florida, so it could rain at any time.
Right.
So.
All right, so we've got now, Brian, about 5 minutes remaining. Here, let me do this. I'll make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 1. E production, F production, H production, B-Spec. Please head to the grid. I meant to say, I almost said G2 Light, but ooh. Anyway, E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec racers, please head to the grid. And
well, the good news is I don't think there's anything to hit out there.
Well, tell that to Steve Woodston. But yes.
Well, no. In that
we've
particular
got, yes,
location.
in that area of the track, coming into turn 15, there's nothing out there but concrete. As we see a driver that had spun around just now came back out on track.
About 3 minutes to go. Probably one more lap in these conditions for these cars, and then we'll get the checkered, reset everything, and get ready to start our racing action. First of 8 races today. Then we'll do 4 races before lunch, 4 races after lunch. Tomorrow morning, back here at 8 a.m. Eastern Time to do it all over again. 8 races tomorrow. So today's race is 25 minutes. Tomorrow's races will be 14 laps or 35 minutes, whichever comes first. And it'll be a good weekend of racing action here at one of the Florida iconic road courses.
All right, so Brian, right now, Jeremy Goldberger in the number 55 machine, we just saw him go through turn 1, a little bit off the pace coming down the front straight. He appears to maybe have picked it back up again here for what should be his final lap. Mike Ryan in the 119 car, that's the Frankfurt, Illinois driver, is the driver that we saw go around over at turn 15, and he's now brought his car down the pit lane. Looks like his session is over.
I like how the people in the chat are speculating what the B-Spec teams are doing. We'll share that with you once we get to the start of that race. One minute left to go here in this race group. We've got the fast car right now. Christopher Childs, Mike Ryan, Jeremy Goldberger, Javier Sanchez, and Thomas Polino. That's your top 5 right now. Joe Sewell came out, did a lap, went back in. Joseph Miklos did a lap, went back in. Oh no, John Sewell was out for 7 laps. It was Joseph Miklos who went out for 1 lap and went back in. So some good wet track condition testing for these cars. Next up for us, our first race of the day: E production, H production, F production, and B-Spec. I'm guessing it'll be 5-10 minutes after we get done. They're going to take a little break here. Greg, are we going to get a national anthem in here this morning? I don't remember.
Well, we will here at the track. Don't believe it's going to be on the stream, but
okay. That will take a little extra time, so
yeah,
we'll get it all in here.
Yeah, cars are scheduled to be on course at 9:50 this morning for our first race of the day, as the checkered flag is going to be shown now to the next racer coming out of the Sunset Bend. And there you go. There's that checkered flag. There aren't those cars, however. Here we go.
Here he comes.
Right, and that is Jeremy Goldberger in the number 55 machine. And he will be the first driver to take checkered flag.
And as much as I love the qualifying coverage we do here on the SCCA, Super Tour Racing is coming up next, and that is what really gets my juices flowing here.
All right, so let's wrap up here the qualifying session, Brian. I think we still have maybe one other car still on track, where Chris Childs was our fastest driver of the session. The Percival, Virginia driver turned in a 3:07.84. Mike Ryan in the 119 car, a 3:02.178. Jeremy Goldberger with a 3:03.112. Javier Sanchez, a 3:03.561. Then Thomas Paulino and John Sewell, with Joseph Miklos only turning a single lap today, and he was in the 3:39 range. But that is going to wrap up qualifying for us here this morning from Sebring International Raceway. Next up is going to be racing, and Brian, let me call that first race group to the grid for the final time this morning. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 1, E Production, F Production, H Production, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. E Production, F Production, and H Production, please head to the grid. All right, we'll be back here in just a few more moments with our first race of the day from Sebring International Raceway. You're watching the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the 45th annual winter vacation. Central Florida Region SCCA is helping us out here, hosting us here at Sebring International Raceway. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg on the call. Our first race of the year is ready to go. Group 1, E Production, H Production, F Production, and B-Spec. Greg, you've got the starting. Oh, they're flying.
Well, let's do this first. Let's for those of you that are just joining us here, and maybe you haven't been to Sebring International Raceway before or haven't seen the track, let's take a quick look at what we've got in as we fly in from miles above here and land at Sebring. It is 17 turns. It is 3 3/4 miles of concrete and asphalt and bumps and and
glorious bumps,
dips, exactly, that make things so challenging here, as the track has been very much the same, with some changes down at the hairpin. Matter of fact, you can see where the old hairpin used to be, extended there all the way on drivers on your left. But has been more or less the same since 1950, when we first started racing here over New Year's, now almost 75 years ago. And Brian, it is such a difficult track here, and it's going to be made more difficult by the damp weather. But let's do this. Let's run down the starting order for today's first race of the weekend, where we had 31 drivers over 4 different classes. We're going to have what's called a split start here for our first race. We're going to have our E Production, F Production, and H Production drivers behind the first pace car, which we've just seen taken through turn 3, and then we are going to have our B-Spec racers. Want to also mention here that our safety cars here this weekend, they are provided by, I had it here just a moment ago, I believe, is Classic Mazda of Orlando and Mazda Motorsports. Thank you so much, Brendan. There, it escaped me. All right, let's run down the starting order. We're going to start with B-Spec, where we had 12 drivers set the grid in qualifying, starting 12th. We saw him last weekend racing in a GTX prototype car. Nick Patel this weekend, slightly different chassis. He's racing in a Mazda 2. Then we've got John Robinson. He'll start on the outside of row number 6 in 11th, or pardon me, starting the inside of row 6 in 11th position. Moving over to row number 5, starting in 10th position, Lee Davis in a Mini Cooper with Greg Ely, also in a Mini Cooper, starting in 9th. Starting in the 8th position, Stephanie Anderson making her way down from beautiful, warm, not snowy at all, Wisconsin. Here she will be racing in her Mazda 2 with Joseph Gersh in his Toyota Yaris, starting in 7th position. Starting 6th today on the outside of row number 3, man who owns the hottest rental cars in B-Spec, Brian, Chris Taylor, will be starting 6th today. He is in that the City Chevy Mazda 2. Then we've got Jason Grant in a Honda Fit. Jason's going to be starting 5th today, inside of row number 3. And then row number 2, starting 4th, Josh Schmidt, who took one of the 2 wins last weekend at Homestead Miami Speedway, racing in a Chevy Sonic with Tom Pendergrass in his Mini Cooper, and I think probably the only driver in the B-Spec field on dry weather tires right now. He's starting in 3rd. And your front row in B-Spec, Luke Russell, driving the number 193 Honda Fit. It's got to be the fastest one out there, because when you look at it from the side, Brian, it's an Acura NSX. And on your pole for B-Spec, driving a Chevy Sonic, also race win last weekend at Homestead Miami Speedway, driving the number 40 machine, it's Stuart Black. Now let's move over to our production classes, E Production, F Production, H Production. Starting in 19th position, driver did not set a time in qualifying. It is Louis Bastani, driving an E Production Mazda Miata, starting 18th today. Robert Horrell in his Honda CRX had some mechanical issues last weekend at Homestead. Had some issues yesterday as well. Hopefully he's exorcised all of the bad stuff. He starts 18th, starting 17th in her Mini Cooper. Leanna Wright, driving in H Production along with Robert, starting 16th today. In E Production, driving in BMW 325i, Rodin Unesi with Yuri Kalassos, driving the number 77 E Production Mazda RX-7. And we got word today that Yuri, and I think most of the production field, on rain tires. Starting 14th today, driving the number 14 H Production, driving the number 7 H Production Triumph Spitfire, Andrew Wright. with Thomas Burt driving a Mazda RX-7 in E-Production, starting 13th, starting 12th today. Driving the number 199 Volkswagen Scirocco. He is your H-Production pole sitter. It's Mike Ogren. Whitfield Gregg driving a Mazda MX-5 in E-Production this weekend. He starts 11th. Starting on the outside of row number 5 in 10th position, driving the F-Production Mazda Miata, the number 115 car of Richard Gallup, with Mark Webber. Took 2 podiums at Homestead in a week ago. Starting 9th, he is in a Mazda Miata, the number 25 car. Starting 8th today. Starting 8th, driving the number 162 E-Production Mazda RX-7, John Bell with Kip Van Steenberg in the number 45 Porsche 914-6, starting in 7th position. Starting 6th, it's going to be Sean Sakis. He's in the 148 E-Production Mazda RX-7 with Paul Mavoli in his F-Production Nissan Sentra, starting 5th. Starting 4th, Chris Haldeman in an E-Production Mazda RX-8 with Doug Piner starting 3rd. In your front row, Chris Bovis in the number 178 F-Production Honda CRX. Ken Kennard, your pole sitter, in his F-Production Acura Integra, Brian, as they take the green flag.
That's right, green flag in the air. They come down to turn 1 for the first time, 4 wide. All that spray behind. Ken Kennard's got the easiest trip. He's got nothing in front of him to make this windshield nasty wet, so he's getting through just fine. Everybody else seems to get through. Now we're getting ready for the B-Spec cars to come down and get their green flag. That is in the air. All of our B-Spec cars fanning out 2 and 3 wide now, heading across the start-finish line for the first time as we get this 25-minute lap race underway.
All right, and as they head down into turn 1 now, taking a quick look to the inside, that is the 34 car of Chris Taylor. And looks like he may have made up a couple positions there on the start as they come down into turn 1 that very first time as we jump back to our production group, Brian.
And there is our production cars coming out of turn 7, or coming down towards turn 7 here. Ken Kennard with a big lead already. That's got to be 10, 12 car lengths as he comes through for the first time. Everyone else making their way through fairly easily. There's Mark Webber in that Mazda open-top production car coming through as well.
Yeah, and Brian, as we saw, they're coming under braking into the Hawk Performance braking zone at the hairpin turn 7. Great move by Mike Ogren in the number 199 Volkswagen Scirocco. He outbroke Mark Webber going into the hairpin, and we'll have to see when he comes by, but I think he's already made up 4 positions here on the opening lap. He ran away from the H production field a year ago here to start off the 2024 Super Tour, and already he's showing that, especially in H production, he's a master in the rain.
There we go. Most of our B-Spec cars on wet tires. We know one car is on dries. That's Thomas Pendergrass. That will either be the best decision or the worst decision he's made all weekend. We'll see how it plays out for him. I understand there's still some mist in the air, so it's not completely dry at the moment, but that's what we've got at the situation here.
And you see here, of course, the B-Spec cars, many of them, most of them, with their windshield wipers moving around, and I just saw the Pendergrass car, the black Mini Cooper.
Correct.
Doesn't look like it's given up a lot of position, so at least at the moment, he's hanging on with those dry weather tires. He's right about mid-pack, and maybe this race will come to him towards the end, as it does now appear as though we don't exactly have a dry line, Brian, but we are seeing the concrete here lighten up just a little bit. There's the black car just ahead of Joseph Gersh's white Toyota Yaris sedan.
Right. Now, we'll have to watch that as track potentially dries out. If he starts to make a move forward, that will be very interesting. But you can see right there, got a couple cars coming up underneath them. And so right now, the cars are in a good spot if you're on reins, but we'll see how long that lasts.
All right, we've got our first production car racers have completed their first lap. Ken Kennard, your pole sitter today, and took the win both days at Homestead a week ago, is your leader with Chris Bovis running in second. And Brian, the margin between Kennard and Bovis, you talked about how much he'd opened up just about halfway into the first lap. 5.5 seconds with 3.75 miles in the books. Then we had behind him, it was Sean Segis in his Mazda RX-7 with Doug Piner down in fourth position. Seguiz and Biner, your top two E-Production racers. Then we have Whitfield Gregg running in third position with Thomas Burt behind. And then Ogren, has moved up quite a bit. Now he's picked up, I think, 4 positions since the start of the race. He is your H-Production leader. And you have to drop all the way down to Andrew Wright. He's about 10 cars further back before you get to our second place H-Production racer.
Goodyear is, of course, the spec tire for the B-Spec cars, and you can see some of these production cars already making their way through, coming up and mixing it up. I think it's the B-Spec cars catching the back of the production car field is what we're seeing here. Anyway, Goodyear's the spec tire for these B-Spec cars, and I'm getting word from their engineers on site that Luke Russell is also on dry tires in the 193 car.
Okay.
And also in the production, in E-Production, car number 162. Which one is that? That's John Bell. He's on dry tires as well. Or he's on dry tires as well. So another car to take a look at.
Yeah, and that's a second-gen Mazda RX-7. As we go on board now with Mark Webber in that red Mazda.
Well, there's a car.
I have a feeling
that might be. That's an RX-7.
Possibly. Let's take a look as he comes up to us. It's a first-gen RX-7, not a second-gen.
Okay. And I can't read that number. Our B-Spec car is definitely catching the back of the F-Production, or the production car field, as they start to work their way 19 minutes into this 25-minute race. And early on, it is everyone's doing a pretty good job of keeping things on the racetrack right now. And Jesse Prather confirms that car that went off was Yuri Colossus in that first-gen RX-7. Thank you, Jesse, in the chat with us today. So your top 3 right now in in the production field: Ken Kennard in the F production car, Chris Bovis also an F production car. Then your leader in E production is Sean Sagisi. And looking down, your H production leader, Mike Ogren, in that VW Scirocco. I absolutely love the Scirocco. Great car. All the way back from 1987, leading the race here in H production. And then you've got your B-Spec leader, Stephanie Anderson, right to the front here early on, leading Chris Taylor and Stuart Black. Stephanie Anderson in the Mazda 2 of Chris Taylor, and then that Chevy Sonic, in that big bore Chevy Sonic, they call it here in the B-Spec group.
All 1.8 liters of big bore B-Spec power, Brian. Most of the other cars in the class are 1.5 or 1.6, exactly. And we see now teamed up, and they're a little bit further back in the pack, Josh Schmidt and John Black, or probably Stuart Black, now coming down into turn 1, nose to tail. And they are currently running 4th and 5th. So Black having some issues there to start this race off. I also noticed we talked, as you got the word from Goodyear about our second-gen Mazda RX-7 driver, Bell, being on dry tires. I think he is suffering for it, as I saw on the previous lap, a majority of the B-Spec field was able to get around that yellow and black machine. And we'll probably, if we stick in the shot here for another 7 or 8 seconds, we'll probably see him come into view. There's Colossus in the tail end of the B-Spec field, and notice now there is, just now coming through this corner, is that machine driven by Tom Pendergrass, one of the only B-Spec drivers we know to be on the dry weather tires. And it's interesting, Brian, because one of the things that came out of last year, I believe it was the Sunday races in the afternoon, that we saw be very damp here at Sebring International Raceway, where it was dry on Saturday. But I think the thing that came out of that weekend was how enamored the B-Spec racers were with the wet weather tires. Last season was the first year that B-Spec had been on Goodyear rubber after having raced, I believe, on Hankook's for a prior number of years. B-Spec racers on they have a spec dry tire and a spec wet tire. And I think the one thing that came out of the weekend was how much they enjoyed racing on the wet weather tires and how much grip there was. As we have one of our B-Spec racers now in a Mini Cooper coming around. That is at turn number 8. coming out of the hairpin, and obviously that's showing to be a bit of an issue, and I'm fairly certain, is that Gregg Ely, I think, possibly in the, well, actually, Ely, no, I'm sorry, did not take the green flag. We'll get the number on that Mini Cooper in just a moment.
So we mentioned earlier during
I think it's Lee Davis in the 84.
Greg mentioned during the rundown of the starting order that the Chris Taylor has the hottest cars in B-Spec. The joke may have not fallen on everybody like it did on us. Chris Taylor lost a race trailer, burned to the ground earlier at late in December, I guess, and had a bunch of B-Spec cars in it. So he put the joke out there that his cars are the hottest B-Spec cars in the field. But he worked really hard to get some cars out here, get a trailer put together to get back out here. But he lost all of his tools, several cars, and but he's still here, persevered through it here at Sebring, and he is ready to go for the 2025 season here. Should also note that the two dry tire cars in B-Spec, Luke Russell and Thomas Pendergrass, they're in 6th and 7th right now, and they're their last lap was about 10 seconds slower than the cars in front of them. So that will be interesting to see whether this track comes in for them and they can start making up some of that time. But yeah, there's definitely. Oh, go ahead.
No, please. Go ahead.
I say, yeah, so the cars on the dry tires have opened up a 25-second lead over those two cars the cars on the wet tires have opened up on a 25-second lead over the cars that right now have the dry tires.
And Ken Kennard, last time by, resets fast lap of the race, and he's now down into the 2:53s, which I think is probably the fastest lap time that we've seen so far today across any of the groups, including the qualifying sessions that we saw this morning. As I'm looking out the window here, and I'm starting to see some cracks in the clouds, Brian, and I'm starting to see some bright sun. Not bright,
but some sun.
Some sun up here, but it also looks like the wind is picking up just a little bit here as well.
And that'll help dry the track too.
Yeah, absolutely, as it'll help blow things off the track surface. But we have got Ken Kennard. He's now expanded his lead over Chris Bovis to 7.5 seconds. And for those of you that joined us last weekend at Homestead, we talked a little bit about this, that for 2025, we have seen the GT Light class now melded, and there's Chris Bovis coming through turn 7. There is our leader, Ken Kennard, just ahead. But we've seen the GT Light class now moved and melded into F production, and so you're seeing in many cases some silhouette tube frame cars now running with unibody cars as well. Unibody being the F production cars, in many cases, although we still do have some unibody GT Light cars, the majority of them are tube frame silhouette cars. Major difference that you find is that the GT Light car is no longer allowed to run wings on the rear ends, and I know that affects cars like Bovis's very short wheelbase Honda CRX. We had some Mazda MX-5s in GT Light that had pretty substantial rear wings as well to help with balance as well. And we saw at Homestead where Kennard was able to take the win on both days by a number of seconds over Chris Bovis. Bovis, a multi-time national champion and a very well-sorted Honda chassis that he's been running for a number of years. Ken Kennard was our 2023 national champ in a car that also won national championships under its previous owner. And so, I'm looking to see over the course of the season whether these cars start to become more comparable, because as opposed to GT3U and STU, which we talked about this morning during qualifying, which don't get combined until next year, this year, those old GT Light cars, they're going to be racing against the F production cars in the national championships in one single class.
I will say before we take our break here, Chris Bovis is turning laps now 3 seconds faster than Ken Kennard. So he's only got a 5-second gap last time by. So Chris Bovis on the move. Now that might be part of the car is better in the rain, because it's kind of hard to make a comparison right now with the wet conditions. But right now Chris Bovis is on the move, and we'll keep an eye on him as we keep going here. Let's take our break, Greg. Let's do a call to grid, take our break here, and we'll get back to racing action.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2, SMX. SMX racers, please head to the grid. Race group 2, this is your first call to the grid. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from Sebring and the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trial Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
And we're back here at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the 45th Annual Winter Vacation. I'm Brian Bielanski. Got Gregg Ginsberg here with me. Last year, race 1, the F-Production winner was Cliff Ira. He is not here this year. Ken Kennard is leading that group right now. We mentioned that Chris Bovis had made up some time over Ken Kennard. Well, I think Ken might have had a moment because he's now turning a purple lap of 2:48.652 was his last lap. So
yeah,
maybe he had...
I would say 2.3 seconds faster than Bovis that last time around.
But Bovis won the GT Light Race 1 last year, and Mike Ogren won the H Production race last year. He is currently, I believe, our H Production race leader at the moment. He is.
Yeah, he certainly is, Brian, and he's moved up to 6th position overall after having started much, much further back in the pack. Ogren started today in 12th position, so... again, he's moving along at this point.
Last year's race 1 winner was Chris Daughtry, also not with us. Stephanie Anderson has got a 4-second lead in B-Spec, but the battle on the track right now that's probably the best is Chris Taylor, Stuart Black, Josh Schmidt, although that's now opened up a little bit as well. So, but
and I think we were watching that a little bit as the ads ran, Brian, as Stuart Black and Josh Schmidt, also Jason Grant. He's in the white Honda Fit in very close proximity. But coming here through, going into turn 17 in the Sunset Bend, there's Stephanie Anderson in the Mazda 2, and you can see the gap that she has now back to the next B-Spec car, which is Chris Taylor, and it is running at, I think, somewhere around 4 seconds or thereabouts. Stephanie Anderson now up to 7th position. And when you take her start into account, she started 8th in B-Spec.
Wow.
Okay. Remember that not only did she have to make her way through the entire B-Spec field, but there was also about a quarter of a mile gap between our first group with our production cars and the B-Spec cars at the start. She has now worked herself up to 7th overall. So she is, besides making it through the B-Spec field, she has now gotten past 11 different production cars as well.
That's fantastic. What a great driver. She was at the Mazda Shootout this year, an invite-only opportunity for a scholarship to go racing, pro racing with Mazda. She did not win the scholarship, but it's an honor just to be invited to the Shootout, and that's fantastic for her. So here comes, there's 3 cars we were talking about. I believe that is Black, Schmidt, and Grant that we just saw come through.
Yeah, indeed, as they are still locking nose to tail. Now, Black had opened up about a 6-7 car length gap to Josh Schmidt and the driver right behind Jason Grant. And you can see there he's now Josh Schmidt has gotten around Stuart Black, as we have one of our Mini Coopers. And this is the Mini Cooper that we saw spin a little bit earlier today over by turn 9 as he's trying to get that car back underway. And don't back into our camera, sir.
Yeah, good that he can get that move, because that's full course caution position there if he can't get moving. And definitely, that's right when you can track out. So they would have not left that car there. Good on him to get back going, and we stay green.
Lee Davis. Yep, and that was Lee Davis in the number 84 Mini Cooper as he now gets that machine back underway.
4.5 minutes left to go. Greg, let's do one more call to grid.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 2, SMX. Please head to the grid. SMX racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. And Brian, just had a work come in over the flag net that I believe that the 84 car that we just saw over there, Lee Davis, may have sustained some suspension damage. As he was trying to get that car back into the pit lane. We'll track that in just a few moments. Should mention that a number of racers did not take the green flag today. Chris Haldeman in his E-Production Mazda RX-8, Paul Mavoli in the F-Production Sentra, Kip Van Steenberg in his E-Production Porsche 914-6, Richard Gallup in F-Production in a Mazda Miata. We talked about Robert Horrell, who's had a lot of mechanical issues with his Honda CRX. He did not take the grid today, nor did Greg Ely in his B-Spec Mini Cooper.
3 minutes, 15 seconds to go right now. Your race leader, Ken Kennard, followed by Chris Bovis, 11 seconds back. E-Production race leader is Sean Sagassi. He is 20 seconds ahead of the second place car, Whitfield Gregg. And then you've got Doug Piner in 5th overall. He is your third place car in E-Production. Mike Ogren, your H-Production leader right now in that Volkswagen Scirocco, followed by B-Spec leader Stephanie Anderson, Chris Taylor, Josh Schmidt, Stuart Black, and Jason Grant. That's your top 5 in B-Spec. There are all together here. And Josh Schmidt just got around Stuart Black on that last lap, so he moves into what would be the podium position, third place in B-Spec.
Yeah, Brian, and so looking at that battle in E-Production, and it is very spread out right now. You said about Sean Sagassi and his Mazda RX-7, your leader, Whitfield Gregg, and I believe he ran in E-Production last weekend. I think it's the first time in a number of years he's run in E-Production.
There's a pass possible. Sorry.
Yeah, as we just had Stuart Black try to come underneath Josh Schmidt. Doug Piner started on row number 2 today. He may have gone out on dry weather tires in that bright green BMW Z3. Piner now running back in 5th position overall, but almost 30 seconds back from Whitfield Gregg. He's definitely been struggling for grip there, as Ken Kennard now working his last lap, as now we see side by side coming through turn 8, Brian, and there might have been some contact there between the fit of Grant and Stuart Black as they were coming through turn 8. It looked like Grant might have pushed out a little bit wide.
Jesse Prather says, track is drying and it'll be dry enough for slicks on the next race. Be interesting to see if anybody in the next race rolls the dice to stay on dry tires or how many do, and that's the SMX race coming up next. So it'll be interesting to watch how that strategy. I love the strategy when you have the changing track conditions. It is fun to watch who makes which moves and which of those moves pays off.
Yeah, and so interesting there, Brian, in watching that contact that we just had between Grant and Stuart Black a week ago at Homestead. On one particular lap, we saw on camera where we had Josh Schmidt bounding through the grass, coming through turn 3 at Homestead. On driver's right, we had Stuart Black, driver's left, up against the wall. Apparently, we had a little coming together between Stuart Black and Tom Pendergrass on driver's left. We had Jason Grant and Josh Schmidt on driver's right coming together. And it looks like that time by as we had that little bit of contact between the Fit and the Sonic of Black. Grant, he got out of the throttle, I think, quite a bit and is now falling back from that group as our B-Spec racers now starting their final lap as well.
Yep. Jesse Prather, multiple national champion, says it's not fun to choose as a driver. It is fun when you make the right choice, and it's definitely not fun when you make the wrong choice. Got a little piece of debris there on the racetrack. That's flopping around there, not going to make any. Well, might not be even a problem in about three more cars. Exactly.
Go right to the apex. Nobody's going to hit it now. All right.
All right. There's a possible move for third place here in B-Spec. Right there is the battle. That third place car is Josh Schmidt. Right behind him is Stuart Black, trying to make some movement here and make this final lap dash to get on the podium here. The silver car is Schmidt. The car right behind him, the multicolored car behind him, is Stuart Black.
All right, real quick, I should have our overall leader, Ken Kennard, coming through the Sunset Bend now onto the front straight.
Ooh. Here he comes.
Coming down the inside, and there you go, Brian, taking the checkered flag.
Yep.
And
Ken Kennard,
number 1 here on the Super Tour, Ken Kennard.
Very nice. And just as we cut away, it looked like Stuart Black was making another move for the podium in B-Spec. Let's see if he got it done. It does look like Stuart Black is in front right now. And now Josh Schmidt trying to respond to get back into a podium position with about a half a lap to go. There is Chris Taylor easily in second place in B-Spec coming through. Right behind him, that is Black and Schmidt as they come through turns 10 and 11. New camera angle for us this year. Love that camera. And then right behind him is the fifth place car of Jason Grant.
All right, Sean Sakis in the number 148 Mazda RX-7 takes the win in E-Production. He crosses the line. Whitfield Gregg now coming onto the front straight, and he is going to finish second in E-Production in the number 17 Mazda Miata. Congratulations to Sean and Whit, and Doug Piner will come across the line. He will finish third in E-Production.
All right, just a couple of corners to go before this race gets wrapped up. There is Chris Taylor, followed by Josh Schmidt and Stuart Black. Stuart Black's in first place there. Josh Schmidt is third place. Schmidt is in fourth. One more corner to go, and then a drag race to the finish line. Stephanie Anderson should be coming across to take the win. Here she comes. Right there is Stephanie Anderson. There is going to be your B-Spec winner if she can negotiate turn 17 without any issues. It shouldn't be a problem. There she is out of 17 for the final time, heading down towards the checkered flag. There is Chris Taylor coming out of 17 in second place. No problems for him. There is your battle for third. It is Stuart Black. Then Josh Schmidt. Checkered flag is in the air for Stephanie Anderson. Chris Taylor's the orange car. He'll be in second. Who's going to be in third? It's a drag race. Will it be Schmidt? Will it be Black? And it's going to be Stuart Black is going to come across the line in second place. Third place, Josh Smith will be in fourth.
All right, and just ahead of them, Brian, was your H-Production winner. That was Mike Ogren in the red, number 199. Volkswagen Scirocco. Leanna Wright had already crossed the line. She will finish second in H-Production. Andrew Wright in his Triumph Spitfire. In the Battle of the Wrights, it's Leanna once again having supremacy in that family. Andrew Wright in his Spitfire finishes third in class. So overall winner, Ken Kennard. Chris Bovis second. Mark Weber third. All in F-Production. In E-Production, It was Sean Seguis, Whitfield Gregg, Doug Piner, your top three, with Thomas Burt finishing in fourth, Louis Bastani finishing in fifth, as he just now comes across the line. And as you mentioned in B-Spec, it was Stephanie Anderson, Chris Taylor, Stuart Black, with Josh Schmidt finishing just off the podium in fourth. All right, Brian, let's make a final call to the grid, and then we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 2, SMX. SMX racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Final call to the grid for race group number 2. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from Sebring International Raceway.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with a Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are at the 45th Annual Winter Vacation Sebring International Raceway. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg, Spec MX-5 up right now. Greg, you've got the starting lineup.
I do, Brian, behind the classic Mazda safety car presented by Mazda Motorsports. We have 24 drivers that set qualifying times over the last 2 days. Let's go down and run down the starting order. Starting 24th today, it is in the number 25 machine from Kansas City, Missouri, Brian Heitman. Justin Mason will start 23rd. He's in the number 15 machine. He's out of Liberty, Missouri. David Pintarek is starting 22nd. He's in the number 57 machine. Hails from Canfield, Ohio, with Santo Domingo's Dominican Republic's own Javier Sanchez starting 21st. He's in the number 79 car. Joey Andrews will start 20th. Joey's in the number 111 Mazda. He's from Glendale, California, with Edwards, Illinois' Mateo Naranjo starting 19th. He is driving the number 19.
Real quick, Greg, we've got a car that we've got a car that spun. We'll keep an eye on that. Keep going, Greg.
All right, sounds good. So we talked about Mateo Naranjo. He is starting 19th today in the number 1 machine. Camden Gruber starting 18th. He's in the number 24 car. He's in Winchester, Virginia, with Vaughn Mishko from Sylvan Lake, Michigan. He's in the number 99 car. He starts 17th, starting 16th today in the number 26 machine. From East Meadow, New York, it's Michael Tinnis with Chase McIntyre starting 15th. He's in the number 13 car. He's from Akron, Ohio. Then we've got Wes Duchak. He starts 14th today. He drives the number 40 car, with Mitchell Lowry starting 13th. The number 2 machine hails from Springfield, Ohio. Atlanta, Georgia's Skylar Cottrell in pinky. His little pink car starts 12th today. That's the number 9 machine. Camden Hibbett will start 11th today. Camden is driving the number 32 machine. The 15-year-old is out of Galena, Ohio. Then we've got Ayrton Grimm, who I believe is also 15 this year. He is from Hilliard, Ohio. He starts 10th in the number 21 car. Jason Fichter out of Jupiter, Florida, starts 9th. He's driving the number 7 machine with Jack Murchison in the number 3 car. He's from Sykesville, Maryland. He starts 8th. Rocco Pasquarella is in the number 195 car. He is from Boca Raton, Florida. He starts 7th today, with Cooper Hicks out of Simi Valley, California. Cooper is in the 86 car. He starts 6th. Marcelo Paniccia, he starts 5th today. He is in the number 10 car. He's from Aurora, Ontario, Canada, with Logan Stretch looking to follow up on his strong start in SMX last weekend at Homestead. He will start 4th. He's in the number 98 car. Cam Evan will start 3rd today. He's in the number 55 machine. He's out of Appleton, Wisconsin, with Ethan Jacobs out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin, starting 2nd. He's in the number 199 car. And your double winner last weekend at Homestead, from Bartlett, Illinois, driving the number 11 car, your pole sitter today with a qualifying time of 2 minutes, 28 seconds, .473. It is Matthew Novak.
Well, it'll be interesting to see which of these cars went out on wet tires, which of these cars went out on dry tires. My suspicion is the car that spun on the first core coming out of turn 1.
Might have been on dries?
Might have been on dry tires. And I haven't been able to catch the car number yet, but when it comes past the start-finish line the first time, whichever one's in last, that's going to be the one that spun. I'll give you that name and number in just a minute. But we're going to come through here, turn 16. They'll start to form up in our traditional 2x2 rows as we get ready to head through 17 and down for the start for the first time. Drying weather conditions. Justin Cornelison, who is the Mazda rep here, working with all of our Mazda drivers this weekend, says that it's a mix of wets and dries. So some guys made the move, some guys didn't, and I think we'll know pretty quickly which ones didn't, and then we'll see how it changes as the track continues to dry out.
Yeah, indeed. And Brian, so last week at Homestead, we talked about Matt Novak taking the win both days. Ayrton Grimm and Logan Stretch were on the podium with him during the Saturday sprint race. Skylar Cottrell and Ayrton Grimm were on the podium on Sunday during their feature race as the lights are out on the pace car. Turning things over to Matt Novak and Ethan Jacobs. And Nova, back to you for the start.
Yep, get ready for the start. The starter is looking to see if he's happy with it. Very happy because he threw the flag early. Green flag is in the air. Here they come for the first time. 24 cars heading down for our first opening lap, and it looks like it was Brian Heitman was the car that spun going in on the pace lap. And here they are, look at those, 6 wide coming down, maybe 5 wide. I'm a little anxious for this race group to get going here, and they try to make it through turn 1 for the first time, and so far it looks like they're pretty clean, Greg.
Absolutely, Brian, as they come down into turn 1 for the very first time. Good move there from the Wheels America car. Logan Stretch now moving up into 2nd place. Wasn't too happy with the setup of the he pushes a little wide and has to fight the rear end coming through turn 3 and 4. He wasn't too happy with the setup in the dry at Homestead a week ago, but it was the very first outing for that number 98 machine, the very first time that Wheels America has fielded an SMX car and running very strong. But you could see what the effect of that slow run out of turn 3 and 4 is, as we now have, I believe that is the 55 of Eben, might be able to sneak by in the Hawk Performance braking zone there as they come in and test their ability to stand the car on its nose for the very first time.
Definitely 3 wide into that Hawk Performance braking zone, and it was a very, very tenuous moment there, but everyone made it through clean. The car that was started in the back that spun on the opening lap already made up 4 spots, but then we have a car going off there going into turn 10, but is able to collect it and get back into the racing action. Oh, big spin there. That is the number 2 car. Almost gets fully sideways into a stop, is able to get it back under control. The cars behind him were able to avoid, and I believe that's going to be one of those no harm, no foul situations.
That's right. Although Mitch Lowry in that number 2 machine might have some comments there about the no harm part, because he loses a number of positions there as the rear end of that machine steps wide on him, and as he now gets back underway.
Well, considering
good save though.
Considering he could have been run over by 3 or 4 cars, I think he's pretty happy at the moment.
Yeah, indeed. And so Lowry had run for 2 years in shifter karts, and he might be one of the elder statesmen this year in SMX. He's 26 years old, out of Springfield, Ohio, a carpenter by trade, and he started racing for TKG here this very year. So let's see how he does. Again, Mitch started this race a little bit further back in the field, but was trying to work his way forward. Now, we did get some word from Josh Smith in the chat. He is with Mazda as well, and says it's a wet tire, which is another Toyo tire. We have 2 different Toyo tire compounds that we run, one for wet, one for dry weather racing, and he says the wet compound is still a fairly hard compound. It's going to give up a little bit once the track starts to dry out, and I'm sure he'll correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that the wet weather tire is a Toyo RA1 here in SMX. Is that correct, Josh?
We'll find out in just a sec. Ethan Jacobs to the point here after the first lap of racing action. So it's Jacobs, Pencia, Novak, Eben, Pascarella, Murchison, Tinnis, Stretch, Gruber, and Cooper Hicks. That's your top 10 right now after lap number 1 with 21 minutes to go in our sprint race here for this group of Spec MX-5 drivers. Josh says you're correct in your supposition on the Toyo rain tires. So,
yeah, and that Toyo tire, I mean, it is a known quantity. The Toyo RA1, a known quantity, been around for a number of years. I used to actually race them as an intermediate tire, and they come as a full tread, non-molded tire, and they are great in the rain, and they can very easily be used in the dry. And as Josh said, they give up a little bit once the track starts to dry out.
Sure.
Here, but great run so far. Logan Stretch, who had that great start, as you mentioned, he now falls back into 8th position, Brian, in that Wheels America car. So it wasn't just getting loose, and there he is still
look at that.
Getting the car side. I believe that is the Stretch car, as he is working to try to get around, I think, Michael Tinnis in the 26, just ahead. But this little section of track here, Brian, as they come out of the hairpin and go into turn 8 and 9, really affecting the rear ends of these cars as they're spinning around. Is we just see there Camden Gruber in the Planet Miata green and blue number 24 machine was running 9th at the end of the first lap. He had some issues there at the tower turn number 13, as the rear end wanted to walk out on him as well.
I think that camera that we're looking at there is a good indication of which cars are on dry tires and which cars are on wet tires. That would be my guess there. And you can see a couple of cars making a move past here in turn 16. And the track definitely started to dry out now. We're seeing less and less mist in the air, even on the straightaways. And the mist that we're seeing, actually, I think is for drivers who are looking for wet track to make their wet tires stay a little longer. Because if you stay on what would be the traditional racing line, we are not seeing much spray, much of that rooster tail that we normally see. And I think that when we do see the rooster tail, Greg, it's because people are searching out some wet track to try to keep those wet tires going as long as possible. Again, someone from the racetrack, Fent98, suggested it's starting to rain a little harder now at the racetrack.
All right, Brian, we're getting... Yeah, should have a little bit. Got some word that on the very first lap had a little bit of contact, including the 195 car, Rocco Pasquarella and Jack Murchison in the number 3 machine. At this point, they are still sitting, both of them there running 4th and 5th. So still some very, and I think we might have just seen them again have some challenges over at turn number 4 that they seem to be locked almost magnetically, Brian, around this racetrack.
That's pretty good stuff there.
Ethan,
go ahead. I was going to say, Ethan Jacobs, Marcello Pancia, and Matthew Novak still your top 3.
We were watching here, and as they come down into the braking zone, all the way drivers right, Brian, that is Cam Eben in the red and black 55, Camden Gruber, so we put all the cams together. And then we've got Michael Tinnis in the number 26 machine. Tinnis had some issues on track during qualifying yesterday. A race winner last year in SMX, but it looks like he's dialed it back together. And again, Tinnis, another one of those racers who put in a lot of time in a front-wheel drive car, used to race in Volkswagen Golfs back in the day. And I think he's finding this to be a little bit more of a challenge. But I think we're also, Brian, as we see these cars drifting now through turn 9, is that this is really as the track now is starting to dry out, we're kind of in that position where it's, you don't have the standing water, you don't have a very dry track, and it just turns out to be slick almost everywhere online. And you can see these drivers in a 4-wheel drift through some of these corners as they're just trying to get any of those tires to hook up and go straight again. And it's probably the most challenging track conditions that a racer can have.
Yeah, and I will tell you that the turn 10 area where we saw the cars, the rear ends getting a little loose earlier, just came off of a debris flag situation. So I'm not sure if somebody may have put down a little bit of oil there in the opening laps, and that may have been what was causing those cars to step out. But it was interesting was that some cars looked like they were stepping out more so than others. So that could just be that the ones that weren't stepping out weren't going so fast. But that debris flag has now been lifted. I saw that on the Flagtronics monitor that we have. So they're back to green flag on all of our corner stations across the racetrack.
All right, well, still close at the front is Marcelo Paniccia and Matt Novak cross the line with Jack Murchison now moving up to 2nd position. And Brian, our leaders, they are coming up on the number 9 machine of Skylar Cottrell. Cottrell definitely having some issues out there today, not where he expected to be. Again, he finished on the podium at Homestead a week ago. He started off today's race in 12th position. He now finds himself back in 24th. And we can see there as our leaders are coming up on the Cottrell car. Cottrell in the blue with yellow lettering on the side, moving over drivers left to let our leaders through.
The person reporting the rain was James Lebecco, and he says it's now back to a bit of a mist. So a little brief shower and now back to the misting conditions, which it sounds like it's kind of been the misting conditions all day as well. So, but that's our situation right now with 15 and a half minutes to go here in our 2nd race of the day.
Here we go as our top. I was going to say, it's the top through making by That fourth car in line, again, that is the Cottrell car a little bit further back of the field. But nice battle starting to shape up, Brian, for fourth, fifth, and sixth with Jacobs, Gruber, and Tinnis still.
I believe that was Matthew Novak that we just saw go off there in the third. It was in second or third place.
Yeah, in the 11 car.
Yeah, and now a bigger gap between first and second. So, Marcello Panacea has also taken over the lead on the last lap. So it's now looks like a bit of a battle between Panacea and Jacobs here for the top spot here in Spec MX-5. Got ourselves an onboard camera here. This is Ethan Jacobs, and you can see them as they negotiate turn 16 here, heading onto that long back straight, heading down to turn 17. Look at him fight the wheel there as he comes through there, still very slick. Looking at Marcello Panacea, looking at him go over to the right to get some water on those tires. He's clearly running a wet weather tire, and he wants to keep those tires cool as long as possible. Then he dips back into the dry line to get ready for the turn going into turn 17. Beautiful racing line there that he's running to try to keep going, but now you've got Jacobs trying to fight back as he tries to get on. Look at him fight the wheel. My God, now he goes wide.
And Brian, you usually see two very different lines coming through the Sunset Bend. You've got where you will take a very wide set and try to dip under, come down to the concrete wall just before you enter the pit, come to the pit lane, and take a wide entry. And then you'll see drivers that really hug the wall going in and then will run wide. We did see there where Jacobs tried to take that late entry and then come underneath our leader, Panacea. The problem is that as he tried to get that car to rotate through, he got a lot of understeer there. And you saw as he cranked in, had the first crank in a lot of wheel to try and get the nose to rotate, and then had to crank in opposite lock to keep the rear end from going around. That these drivers, they're having lots and lots of issues right now as the cars shift very quickly from understeer to oversteer and back.
Jacobs fighting that car, trying to stay on the back bumper of Marcello Panacea, but as you can see, the number 10 car pulls away right there as he goes into turn 7 here, the Hawk Performance braking zone, and now you can see that Matthew Novak has caught back up to the rear bumper of Ethan Jacobs, trying to continue making it a three-car battle for the lead, and he has brought it all back together. And now with 12 and a half minutes to go, Greg, I think we need to make a call to grid and take our break.
Indeed. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 3, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Race group 3, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, so let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments, with more racing action from Sebring International Raceway. You're watching the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at EnjoyMazda.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Well, and we saw it during the break. Ethan Jacobs retook the lead, and now we saw coming out of the break him going really wide there at turn 10, and both Marcello Panacea and Matthew Novak make it by. So now if we're in car with Ethan Jacobs, he's now in third place, must not be happy with himself there as he tries to fight back, Greg.
Yeah, and we saw that just a little bit further back that I believe Rocco Pasquarella also had issues coming through turn number 8. So real challenging there for more of our drivers as they're trying to find additional grip. And these racers, Brian, they are getting faster lap over lap over lap. Matter of fact, Novak was the fastest driver on the previous lap, but now Jacobs trying to come back underneath Benicia, not able to get it done. Coming through 15, that is where Jacobs made the pass for the lead just as we went to break. And he's now hanging a little further back. Let's take a look at this onboard again, because I just find this fascinating. As they come into Sunset Bend, they have to contend with the bumpiness here. And then again, as these cars swap back and forth between oversteer and understeer. And look at that as Novak comes all the way around the outside to get around Panicia, and it looks like Jacobs is going to do the same.
What a great save. You saw that car step out. Now they're side by side. Just on the left, you can see the white car just trying to peek by as they go into turn 1 here. We're going to see if that white car can make that move. That is Panacea in the white car, Jacobs in the green car. And at this point in time, it looks like it's Panacea who's made the move going into turn 1 stick. But your new leader is now Matthew Novak. I believe first time in this race that Novak has taken the point, and Ethan Jacobs tries to fight back going into 3. Nothing doing there as they come through turn 3 with 7.5 minutes to go in this race. And we have nothing here is decided, Greg.
No, certainly not, Brian, as we still have about 7 minutes remaining in this race. So at the lap times that we're running, it's about what, 2 minute 50-second or thereabouts. So probably 2, possibly 3 more laps remaining. I will say 3 laps remaining here, including this one now, as they come under braking going into 7. On the previous lap, we saw where Jacobs was very content to enter the Hawk Performance braking zone at turn 7 at center of track to play a very defensive game. None of the other drivers are doing that. I think they found that the grip levels obviously weren't there, because after Jacobs did it, he went right off coming out of turn 8. Let's jump back on board here as we see the number 10 of Panicia directly ahead.
Yep, back on board with Jacobs here, still trying to fight back and get those positions back here as time starts to run out in this race. 6.5 minutes to go, 6 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Every driver struggling at different parts of the racetrack, and you can see everyone just trying to hold on. This is the battle for first, second, and third in our picture right now. Up front, Matthew Novak, the white car, Marcello Panacea, then the car we're on board with is Ethan Jacobs as they go through Le Mans here and head down to turn 16 here. What a great shot. Everyone struggling to keep on the racetrack, tracking out to the, oh, I'm sorry, I got lost there. Now we're going through Le Mans and getting onto that long back straight here.
Down to the Ullman Straight. And
yep.
Should mention that even with these 3 drivers battling, Brian, there is still 10 seconds between Ethan Jacobs and Roscoe Pasquarella, who just ran his fastest lap. Pasquarella in 4th position. He's got a great fight going on with Jack Murchison for 4th.
Yep, there is the pass for second place as Ethan Jacobs takes a very different line than the other drivers coming through here. He's fast through 17, but then he gets so loose there that both cars get to go through. And oh, look at that great save there as he tries to get the car under control, and then Jacobs comes back past him here. You'll also notice on the dashboard there, that is the Flagtronics unit. You can see it in green flag mode right now, and that is Flagtronics that we've been talking about on occasion here.
Yeah, absolutely. To give drivers an update on flag conditions at the different corner stations, it was mandatory at the National Championship runoffs last year. It is optional for drivers for the first 2 rounds of the Super Tour. It's optional here at Sebring. It will be optional at Buttonwillow, at the new circuit at Buttonwillow. However, it will be mandatory for all Super Tour drivers once they get to Michelin Raceway Road at Atlanta in March. As we now see our new second place runner as Ethan Jacobs. I think he's trying to
he's trying to tell Marcello Pancia that he needs to pay attention to his mirrors.
Exactly. Line up
as they
come into the hairpin at 7. And again, this is the corner that gave Jacobs some issue here right at turn 8, as I think he had dropped the wheel there on the previous laps.
If we can drop the pylon, I was going to say, next time we go to the in-car, if we can drop the pylon for a second, because we've got the rear view out, and you can see the struggle that the Pancia has as he tries to keep up with Ethan Jacobs here, and he gets a little bit of, now Ethan Jacobs starts to go wide they're all trying to find grip, and I think that's part of it. It's not so much as going wide as he's trying to find grip. And all of our competitors, if you have an in-car camera, please send us your information, because this is such good stuff here. We love to put the in-cars up as much as we possibly can. So if you have an in-car, send the information to supertourannouncers@gmail.com, and we'll get that over to our director, and we'll try to get you on the air with us here.
And Brian, I think I mentioned before every single Super Tour, our drivers are given information on how to submit a driver bio. You can you can include your live streaming
big spin,
there.
Big spin.
And
that is Marcello Pancia. Tap the wall on the inside of 16. Woo! And it looks like he's been able to continue.
Now manages to continue. And as I was saying, for our drivers that will be with us on other stops on the Super Tour, you can enter that information in with your driver bio, and we'll reach out to you and get the information so we can use your live streams on the air with us. All right, here, as we now have Brian Panici, I believe, was able to hold on to 3rd position without Roscoe Pasquarella in the 195 machine, the burgundy and white TKG machine getting by. But our leaders now, as they come down the front straight, Brian, they are seeing the white flag. 1 lap remaining here at Sebring. So let me do this. Let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for Race Group 3, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 racers, this is your second call to the grid.
All right, Matthew Novak with a 2.2-second lead at the stripe over Ethan Jacobs, and you can see a little bit of the damage there on that Pancia car as he comes through our viewpoint there. Right now, if Matthew Novak doesn't make any mistakes, he's going to be able to drive this one home to the win. But with the wet changing conditions, that's not a definite by any stretch of the imagination as we work through about halfway through our final lap here for Spec MX5.
All right, we just saw, Brian, at the tail end of that shot, the battle now for 4th position. Rocco Pasquarella in that burgundy and white 195 TKG machine. Jack Murchison in the number 3 car. Very close behind Pasquarella. Was on the pole and won here at Sebring just a year ago. Obviously not having the day today in the damp conditions that he had in the dry last year. Has been racing since he was 7 years old. And again, he's got Jack Murchison along with him. Murchison, who's only 17 years old, was the Rookie of the Year in the Washington, D.C. region 2 years ago. And when he's not road racing, Brian, he's a professional skier at 17. Wow. So he might be doing okay as he shifts his weight from left to right through corners like this. maybe the edging is a little bit different on the skis than it is on these Toyo tires, however.
Yeah, definitely able to carve a corner on the skis a little easier than you can on the cars here. So right now, Matthew Novak, that's him right there in the darker car. I believe that's a black car as he comes through 16 now for the final time. Right behind him, that is Ethan Jacobs with the gap too big to make up without some sort of an issue. But now we're back in car with Jacobs here for the final lap here. Got about, I would guess, maybe, what, a half mile to the finish line with these long straightaways?
Yeah, indeed. Coming down the Ullman Straight right now, and Ethan Jacobs was second in the Super Tour points a year ago, starting second today. Probably a good start, but your leader after one race in the Super Tour, Brian, is going to be Matthew Novak out of Bartlett, Illinois, as he takes the win. And Brian runs his fastest lap of the race on the very final lap. So Novak picking up where he left off at Homestead just a week ago. Great run for him today. He took 2 wins at Homestead, and he's already got 1 in the books here at Sebring.
It was very interesting to watch this race develop, Greg, because Novak just kind of sat back there for the first 3/4 of this race, watching Jacobs and Pancia fight back and forth, lap after lap, and he was just happy being back there. Probably saved his tires a little bit, and that allowed him to basically pull away the final 3 laps of this race.
All right, great fight and run to the checkered flag, Brian. That was between, I believe, Camden Gruber and Michael Tinnis. Gruber's going to hold on to 6th. So it's Novak, Jacobs, Panicia, Jack Murchison finishes 4th, gets around Rocco Pasquarella on the last lap. So Pasquarella will finish in 5th, Camden Gruber 6th, Michael Tinnis will finish in 7th position. Cam Eben, who started off right at the front of the field today, Cam Eben, who started 3rd, comes home in 8th position. Logan Stretch, who started in 4th next to Eben, finishes 9th. Camden Hibbett will round out your top 10.
All right, that's going to do it here from Sebring International Raceway. Race group number 2 is in the books. Race group number 3, another great race ahead. Spec Racer 4-3. That's next. Stay with us. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the 45th annual winter vacation from Sebring. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Tension in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 3, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, this is your final call to the grid.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the 45th annual winter vacation. Central Florida Region SCCA is our hosts this weekend. Thank you to them and all of their volunteers for being out in the rain and making it happen. Gregg Ginsberg is with me, and he has our starting lineup.
Yes, indeed, I do, Brian. We had, I got to go past page one. We had 58 drivers set qualifying times over the last 2 days. Let's run down. We'll give you the top 30 here in the field. Starting 30th, driving the number 39 machine, it is Mike Bakanowski with Charles Pigeon starting 17th today. He is, or probably starting 29th. He's in the number 17 car. That would be great if I just skipped from 30th to 17th, wouldn't it? Let's see, starting 28th today, it is Zach Dello. We saw him just a week ago at Homestead, and he's driving the number 95 machine with Arvid Albanese. He's driving the number 177 machine. Arvid starts 27th today, starting 26th, driving the number 71 machine. It's Arvid's teammate Trey Ayers. He drives the number 71 car with Tim Preble starting 25th. He is in the number 20 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Then we've got Jim Lebecco. He is driving the number 0 machine. He starts 24th with John Antonino. And we'll talk a little bit more about John. He's out of Bakersfield, California. Very first time for him behind the wheel of a Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 also. The very first time for him in an auto race. Comes out of karting. He starts 23rd, starting 22nd. Driving the number 38 machine is David Dickerson out of Wall, New Jersey. David was one of those drivers, I think, that had some issues last weekend at Homestead. TJ Preble will start 21st today. He's in the number 16 car. Then we've got Sam Schechter, who definitely was part of that little coming together on the front straight at Homestead last Sunday. He's out of Boyd's, Maryland, drives the number 55 machine. Then we've got Mac Harrison, another driver involved in that incident. Mac and Sam always seem to be very close together on track. Mac driving the number 30 car, he starts 19th. Colin Clark is in the 23 machine. He will start 18th today with Ben Jacobs in the 171 car, starting 17th. Dan McBreen's out of Atlanta, Georgia. He starts 16th today. He's in the number 57 car with Gianclaudio Angelini starting 15th. He drives the number 6. He's from New Haven, Connecticut. Then we got Vaughn Mishko. He's driving the number 114. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 starts 14th with Jackson Deal, another one of these kart kids making his very first automobile appearance today. He drives the number 58 machine, and he's out of Granger, Indiana. Nils Masseuse will start 12th today. He's in the number 36 car. He's out of Conroe, Texas with Andrew Wisniewski, podium finisher just a week ago at Homestead. He's driving the number 132 car. He starts 11th. Todd Vanacore is in the number 119 machine. He's out of Ormond Beach, Florida. He starts 10th with Nick Royce-Puto starting 9th today. He's only been racing in Spec Racer Ford since last fall. Took wins at the Central Florida region Turkey Trot, and good to see him in the top 10 today. Jacob Lauder will start 8th today. He's in the number 97 car with Denny Stripling. Finished 3rd last Saturday at Homestead. He starts 7th today. Jim Goffrey finished on the podium, finished 3rd last weekend on Sunday. He's in the number 68 machine. He starts 6th. Then we've got Brian Schofield. He was your double winner last weekend at Homestead Miami Speedway. He starts 5th with Clay Russell starting on the outside of row number 2. He's in the number 31 machine. He's from Spartanburg, South Carolina. Caleb Schrader is starting 3rd today. He's in the number 99 car. Comes from Tigard, Oregon, and your front row. Starting 2nd, driving the number 108 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 from San Angelo, Texas. It's Dave Ogburn, and your pole sitter today, Dave's teammate, driving the number 123 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 with qualifying time of 2 minutes, 21 seconds, .287. It's Russ Turner.
And there is your entire field now, heading through turn 16. They are in single file, but this long back straight, the Ullman Straight, is a great opportunity for everyone to pair up in our rows of 2 as they come down towards what will be the start of a 25-minute race here. After this race, one more race before lunch. That'll be our big bore race, our GT cars, T1, A sedan. That's all up next. And we'll take a short lunch break and come back with the rest of our racing action for today. Back again at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to do it all one more time. But we've got some some business to get done with here first, and that is Spec Racer Ford 3. Tony Abram, great to have you back. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm happy to be here. Would rather be in Sebring, but had some things to attend to here with the fires, but I'm back and we're ready to go. And let's get to our racing action. Look at that, Greg. Perfectly lined up 2x2 for our first good 10, 12 rows at least as the pace car comes through here. Turn 17 for our start of the Spec Racer Ford race. Very.
Yeah, I was saying, Brian, the lights are out on that classic Mazda SUV, and he took a very tight line going into 17A. I'm not moving around from understeer to oversteer, but we do see, right on the front row, we see Dave Ogburn trying to scrub in, get a little more heat in those wet weather tires. If he's indeed on wet weather tires, he might be on the dries as they come onto the front straight for the start.
Green flag is in the air, already 3 wide as they come up towards the start-finish line and under the bridge, heading down towards turn 1. And we are underway. Spec Racer Ford 3, and wow, 4 wide going into turn 1. That number 123, Russ Turner, is our leader at the moment, but everyone trying to get through turn 1 for the first time. So far, so good. Don't speak too soon, Brian. A little bit of lock up there midfield, or a little towards the front of the midfield. Still lots of 2x2, 3 wide action going into turn 3. That is not necessarily recommended, Greg.
All right, yeah, Brian, and what we saw there going into turn 3, Jim Goffrey in the gray number 68 machine, he's lost a number of positions. He started off in 6th position. Looks like he may be as far back as 9th now, but getting a great start. We talked about his double wins last week at Homestead. He has many times taken the double wins here at Sebring as well to lead off the Super Tour. We got Schofield, Brian Schofield, who started 5th. He is now up to 3rd position as we had Russ Turner and Ogburn hard on our brakes going into that Hawk Performance braking zone for the very first time. Russ Turner, who came away with 2 podium finishes last week. He finished 2nd to Schofield both Saturday and Sunday at Homestead. He is your leader heading up now towards Collier at turn 11.
Ogburn had a good start. He ended up first place coming out of turn 3, and then Turner fought back to retake the lead. Now Ogburn under a lot of pressure from Schofield as they come through turn 10, 11. Single file mostly until we get a little further back in the back, and then still a lot of 2 wide action. But Russ Turner already a big lead here. 4 or 5 car lengths, not even done with the first lap, not even through the first 16 corners. But look at the lead he's got, and then 4 cars battling for 2nd place.
Yeah, indeed. And, you know, I talked about Dave Ogburn trying to get some heat in those tires coming through the final corner on the pace lap. Well, maybe he just didn't get enough heat, and he is definitely starting to see the field stack up behind him. He's got multi-time champion Clay Russell behind him. He's got Caleb Schrader. You'd think anybody who lives in Oregon would be good in the rain, right, Brian?
Yeah.
And of course, Brian Schofield there as well. We've also got Denny Stripling, who started 7th today, looking to move up through the field. There's Racer X in the red and white and black machine. Is now running about, I think, 8th position. He had some issues with the cooling system on his car last weekend at Homestead. He did finish 3rd on Saturday, but I had to retire on the pace lap last Sunday and did not even take the green for the feature race. Looks like they've got that issue all squared away now as Schofield gets around the 99 of Schrader to move up to 3rd.
Schofield now in 2nd place. Russ Turner is in 1st. Oh, no, I take that back. That's Clay Russell in 2nd. He got around Schofield. So it's now Turner, Russell, then Schofield. Lots of changes here.
Yeah, and look at this. Is Ogburn, and now Ogburn's in the orange with the blue striped car. He now drops back down into it appears to be 5th position. So not a great second half of the opening lap there for the 108 car.
We're speculating that maybe Dave Ogburn started on wet tires, and that's why he's falling back, made the wrong decision there. I'm a little surprised that anybody would be starting on wet tires at this moment, but that may or may not be what happened. But I can tell you, whatever tires Russ Turner chose, it's the right choice for him as he opened up a 3-second lead on the first lap, and I'm going to suggest that when we get to the stripe the next time, that's going to be even a bigger lead. He just went green in Sector 1, so his fastest lap in Sector 1 here And but also keep an eye on Clay Russell, because he was purple in Sector 1 with the best lap time, the best sector time so far today in that. And it does look like Clay Russell is, that's a spinner number 68.
That's Goffrey.
That's Goffrey.
Yeah, indeed. And so he's had some issues now, Brian. On the opening lap, he had the challenge at turn 3, and there's over at turn 13 at the tower turn coming onto the Flying Fortress straight. And again, Goffrey, who finished in 3rd position at Homestead a week ago, he's going to be dropping all the way back through the field.
Got a little bit of a hiccup in our timing pylon, but if you want to see the timing, we just put it in the chat. There's a link to the SCCA live timing webpage, so you can watch both of those with the stream here. And there's our timing pylon back. Thank you to the DriversEye staff for working that troubleshoot fast and getting it up there for us here. Russ Turner, Clay Russell, Brian Schofield, Caleb Schrader, David Ogburn. That is your top 5, although maybe Ogburn's falling back even more right now. I begin to wonder if he has a bigger problem with this car than just the tires, because he's falling back even further.
Well, he is a tire tester for Goodyear.
Right, which is why I want to believe that he's probably not on the wrong tires.
Yeah.
But
and we can see here, Brian, as they're coming down the front straight and turning in for turn 1, there is a definite dry line that has appeared. As I look here onto the front straight, we do actually have some drivers still moving offline on the front straight to try to pick up a little bit of water. So there are definitely some drivers that are on the wet weather Hoosier tires that these Spec Racer Fords are allowed to run. But when I say there's still some wetness out there, there's no standing water. It is just a little bit of dampness we see coming through turn 8 and turn 9, where it is definitely still affecting drivers, but especially here under braking. Even from this view, you can see where the pavement is much lighter. They're coming from the curbing and then moving towards the apex at turn 7.
18 minutes, 45 seconds to go in our 3rd race of the day. Russ Turner, Clay Russell, Brian Schofield, that's your top 3. And Russell had cut the gap to Turner to 1.8 seconds at the line. Now Schofield's trying to catch up to, did he not take 2nd place? Things are changing so fast, Greg.
Yeah, exactly. So yes, I believe we do possibly have a new leader. Let's take a look as they come out of 13, and I think Russ Turner has had some issues there up at the front of the field. We'll see here as we bring them in to the next camera view if that is Clay Russell up ahead, and indeed it is Russell, and then it's Brian Schofield, and then Caleb Schrader and Russ Turner now dropping back in the 4th position. So he gives up 3 positions now, drops back into 4th, and that next pack coming up pretty close behind. I think that's Jacob Lauder along with Denny Stripling and Nick Rasputo, who now moves up into 7th position. Remember, we did have, on the prior lap, we did have Jim Goffrey spin over at 13, so he has dropped back a number of positions. As a matter of fact, Goffrey dropped all the way back to 14th. So that moves a number of drivers up ahead there. Matter of fact, right behind Goffrey right now, Jackson Deal in the number 58 machine. I did mention that he is in his first road race ever. And interesting story there, Brian, as we've got Jackson Deal as well as John Antonino, who goes by Buddy. They are both here being coached by Morgan Burkhard, who was was the pole sitter at the National Championship runoffs in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 back in 2023.
There are our leaders now heading through the turn 3 here on our 4th race lap. Our top 10 right now: Clay Russell, Brian Schofield, Caleb Schrader, Charles Turner, Russ Turner, Jacob Lawler, then Denny Stripling, Nicholas Rasputo. Yep. David Ogren now down to 8th place after being in the lead on the opening lap. Vaughn Mishko is in 9th, and Todd Vanacore is in 10th.
All right, Brian, let's do this. We're about 8 minutes into this race. Let's make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 4. Our last race before lunch, GT1, GT2, GTX, Touring 1, Touring 2, and American Sedan. Please head to the grid. Race group number 4, GT1, GT2, GTX, Touring 1, Touring 2, and American Sedan. This is your first call to the grid.
Big high this morning. Garrett Hunter's in the track. Roger Cadell, Michael Berger, Tim Adolfson, high from Gig Harbor, Washington. Erwin's here with us. He's finally joined on. He's with us almost every race weekend. Hi, Erwin. How are you? Mobius is with us as well. Russ Lundgren is here too. Nick Duran. Great to have everybody with us today as we get into our first race of the SCCA Hoosier Racing Tire Super Tour for 2025. 15 minutes to go here. Your leaders in Spec Racer Ford, Russell, Schofield, Schrader. That's your top 3 right now. Russ Turner leading in the early part of the race. He's dropped down to 4th.
And Brian, perhaps the best handle so far this morning in our chat, too slow for snow. Maybe we need to hook him up with Tony Abe and see if they can discuss some snowmobile racing.
There you go. We got a new leader right now. It's Brian Schofield who's gone to the front here. Russ Turner, or Clayton Russell, has now dropped down to 2nd. And then right behind them is Caleb Schrader as they come across the line here and completing lap number 4, heading into lap number 5. There they are. That's your 3 leaders. And then a little further back, it is I think that's Lawler who's now taken over. No, it's Stripling who's taken over 4th place.
Yeah, I was going to mention, Brian, that Denny Stripling definitely moving and maybe not shaking so much. He's about 4 seconds back from our top 3. But he is definitely starting to step up through the pack, moving up to 4th, bringing Jacob Lauder with him, and Nick Royce-Puto now up into 6th position.
Yeah.
And then there is that pack just behind with Russ Turner and Dave Ogburn, who we saw side by side. Interesting to note, Jim Goffrey in these drying conditions. Now, he's running 9th. He's looking to make his way back through after that spin over at turn 13 a couple laps ago. Just turns in the fastest lap of the race, and he is now right behind. He's actually gotten ahead of Russ Turner with Dave Ogburn just ahead. So move Ogburn up to 7th, Goffrey to 8th.
I think we're seeing, Greg, we've got wet tire, dry tires here with Turner falling back, Ogburn falling back, Goffrey going to the front, Stripling going to the front. I think you had some people on different tire strategies, and now that we're drying a track further, a little deeper into the race, those wet tires are starting to get warm and really, really slick, and the dry tires are starting to perform, and I believe that might be what's happening here. Sun is also coming through the clouds here in different portions. You can even see there some brighter skies right here on the turn 15 camera versus some of the darker skies. That would be pointing north, I believe, and that's all north of the racetrack and probably moving towards the east. So it looks like that might be what's happening in this race group. 12 and a half minutes to go, Greg. Let's do another call to grid and let's take our break.
Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. Second call to the grid. Race group number 4. GT1, GT2, GTX, Touring 1, Touring 2, and American Sedan. Please head to the grid. Race group number 4. GT1 and GT2, GTX, Touring 1, Touring 2, and American Sedan racers. This is your second call to the grid. Okay, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from Sebring International Raceway. It's round number 1 of the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Might in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit scca.com for more information.
We are back here at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Strip Tour Sebring International Raceway. Spec Racer Ford is what we're watching, and there are 9.5 minutes to go, Greg, and the battle for the lead right there in front of us. That is Schofield, Russell, and Schrader, 1, 2, and 3, and the battle has been fast and furious, and it has not slowed down once during this whole race, Greg.
Yeah, somebody called Vin Diesel, and there we go. So, and with the 3 cars of the breakaway, and of course, Denny Stripling now in that number 14 machine, you see him now just coming underneath that Advent Health bridge into the Hawk Performance braking zone, all by himself. He doesn't have a drafting partner right now, and he's found it very difficult to make up ground on the cars ahead, to the point where he's running almost a full second off of our top 3 drivers' pace currently. Nick Rasputo in the car behind is running almost identical times to Stripling as Rasputo. Doesn't have any help from Dave Ogburn or James Goffrey behind, running 7th and 8th. We'll see if they can close things down. We'll see if Rasputo decides to drop back a little bit and get with the 68 and the 108 machine. But very clear here as the track definitely drying out. And, you know, Brian, we talked about during qualifying this morning that our open wheel racers were likely going to see a very different track this afternoon than what they had this morning. Yep. And as it is not only drying out, but it is heating up. Ambient air temperatures now about 65 degrees or thereabouts. It is, I mean, there's obviously a dry line here. We haven't seen a lot of drivers poke off of the dry line just because, well, obviously still somewhat slick. Should mention that Trey Ayers in the number 71 machine, our only driver who did not take the green flag today, and we did get a number on that driver who had some challenges on the pace lap. That was Andrea King in the 08 car out of Minneapolis, Minnesota, as our leaders now coming under 17.
There are our leaders, Brian Schofield, Clay Russell, Caleb Schrader. I want to talk about Caleb Schrader for a second. He is a young driver out of Tigard, Oregon, and I've had the pleasure of watching him over the last several years develop into a fantastic race car driver. He has done a lot of things outside of the SCCA. He's doing some late model stock car racing out here, and all of that is providing him with an opportunity to really hone his skills. And in situations like this, where he might have been a little erratic in the past, he is just cutting really good lines, hitting his corners, staying right up there with the front pack there with Schofield and Russell, who are 2 fantastic race drivers in their own right. And he is right there, still in the mix here as we come up on 7 minutes to go here in our 3rd race of the day.
All right, and so, Brian, now we've got Nick Rasputo, as I mentioned, up into 5th position. Clay Russell, by the way, just reset fast lap. Not able to do much with it, though, being tucked in right behind Brian Schofield. But Nick Rasputo, I think I said earlier that he took the wins over at the Central Florida Region's Turkey Trot event here this past fall. His dad raced Formula Atlantics, and I've known Nick for the past, I'd say, 3 years or so, as he has been very quick in a couple different iRacing leagues, the Full Send Sims League, and also the Ray Esports Racing League as well. And it's nice to see him transition so quickly, so easily to real-life racing. And he says that the folks from Chris Eaton Engineering, who are supplying the car, and he are definitely looking to give everybody a run for their money this season on the Super Tour. And I mean, he's kicking it off pretty darn well here in mixed conditions.
Yeah, Fairback in the chat reminds us Caleb's also done some Trans Am racing as well. So definitely one of those guys who get into pretty much anything and go fast, and it's showing here as we come up on 5.5 to go here. And it's still, you can see some cars struggling with, especially if they get offline. Definitely a dry line. Clay Russell just went purple, fast lap of the day with a 2:24.15. Greg, what was our qualifying time in this race group? Are we getting close to our qualifying times?
Fastest qualifying time was set by Russ Turner, 2:21.28.
Okay.
So we're about 3 seconds off at the moment.
Be interesting to see.
I still think that's probably in that 8, 9, 10 section of the track where, again, with those quick transitions.
Be interesting to see if we get to our final lap in the race, how much further they're able to bring these times down here. Also playing into now is that the leaders are coming through on a regular basis, having to get through some slower cars. I also think that's part of why Caleb Schrader has dropped back just a tiny bit. You know, the slower traffic is always gives the front cars a little more deference than the cars second, third, fourth, and having that gap. You know, they let the second and third car back, but they don't necessarily, or first and second car by. They don't necessarily realize that the third car is also the third place car. So
well, and actually we just saw that coming into turn 3, Brian, where Schofield and Russell got by a slower car. This car now, the white car, coming into turn 7, going into turn number 3. That car then, I'd say by necessity, given the track conditions, pulled back online just ahead of Caleb Schrader going into turn 3. And now Schrader is about 15 car lengths back from our leaders. Not saying it's taking him out of contention with just about 4 minutes remaining on the clock, but he's going to have to work hard to make up those that gap.
3 minutes, 50 seconds to go. Let's do a final call to good before we get to the end of this race.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 4, GT1, GT2, GTX, Touring 1, Touring 2, and American Sedan. Please head to the grid. GT1, GT2, GTX, T1, T2, and American Sedan. Please head to the grid. And let's see, it looks like Tim Adolfson also mentioning mentioned about Caleb Schrader in his running in FE2. And I believe this past season, Brian, if I remember correctly, he had, going on, he's got 23 wins in a row in FE2 out on the West Coast. So obviously very stout. He was also, this past year, took the win in FE2 at the June Sprints in the feature race. He did it in 2023 as well. But we did check, he is not racing FE2 this weekend, so we won't see him after lunch today.
Beck Racer 4, typically a class where the last lap pass for the lead is the best pass to make for the lead. The difference with this race is to go offline to make that pass is going to be rather tricky, because while we have a dry racing line, we do not necessarily have a dry passing line, and that's going to make it really difficult for Clay Russell to make that last lap move. But, you know, Clay Russell, a lot of time, a lot of experience in these cars. If anybody can do it, he would be one of them. And that's what we're waiting to see here with the 2 minutes left in this race. Next time by should be white flag.
Yeah, we have heard from race control that next time by, our leaders will get the white flag as we see Schofield and Russell come down into turn 7. You know, I think a great story is Clay Russell, when he picked up his second national championship at Virginia International Raceway back in 2019. He had, I believe, broken his wrist, and he won a championship essentially driving his car with one hand.
Wow.
And talk about Iron Men. it was certainly a drive for the ages. We saw cars at VIR actually break suspension pieces and get all the way to the end and win a national championship. But to drive it one-handed, that was something here as our leaders now coming out of the tower turn and onto the Flying Fortress straight, Brian.
That is going to be the second to last time through this final set of corners here. Right now, it's Schofield being the person at the point. Clay Russell all over his back bumper, making his rear view mirrors very large and trying to see if he can get Schofield to make a mistake before he has to take things into his own hands and try to make a pass here on this really tricky racetrack here. 47 seconds left to go in the race, so definitely we got the word earlier from race control. We'll see the white flag this time as they come out of turn 17 and head to the front straight for the final time. It is still Schofield and Russell, 1 and 2, and then this greenish car that's trying to get around the slower traffic. That's your third place car, Caleb Schrader. There's Schrader coming through, is able to get around that slower car. Definitely is case here, Greg, where the third place car did not have as good a time getting through the slower cars, and that has cost him a chance at the win here. And I don't know if he had enough to stay with these cars anyway, but the slower traffic definitely was a bit of a hindrance here. Yeah. Here they come now towards turn 3. That is Schofield and Russell. This is one of those opportunities to pass, and Russell does not take advantage of it here, or can't take advantage of it.
Yeah, and they're coming up right now on Mark Silverberg in the number 32 machine. They'll likely get the Silverberg before they get to turn 13, and we'll see if that affects things up at the front. We'll see how they both work with that slower traffic. You take a look there. Is Clay
Taking
Russell?
A peek.
Yeah, it takes a little peek down to the inside and thinks better of it. He's going to follow Schofield through.
Not a whole lot of really good places to make this final move. Maybe going into turn 16 is an opportunity here. And then one last chance if they can go inside tighter on turn 17. Are our two really best chances left for Clay Russell to try to get around Brian Schofield as we get through the last few corners of this race. Time has run out on the clock. Checkered flag will be in the air. 5 more corners to go here as we come to our final lap. There they are. Slower traffic may get into part of this discussion, but we'll see if that car gets out of the way and is able to. Looks like both cars made around him just fine.
Yeah, it looks like Silverberg pulled over drivers right and let those two drivers by. They've got one more driver up ahead. That appears to be, I believe that is going to be Ray Moser in the 02 car, but Moser seems to be fairly far ahead at this point as they come onto the Ullman Straight for the last time.
Here they come down to turn 17 for the final time. It's Schofield up front. Russell's trying to make the move, weaving back and forth to try to break the draft. Here they come through 17. That first car is Brian Schofield. The second car, Clay Russell. Here they come through 17. Russell a little tighter line through. He's going to try to make the move. Drag race down to the finish line. Who is it going to be? Checkered flags are in the air, side by side at the line. Who was it? It looks like Clay Russell is going to take the win by a total gap of 0.010 seconds. Clay Russell, race 1 winner.
There we go, and the streak is broken, Brian, at 2, as Brian Schofield could not pull off the win here in the sprint race at Sebring International Raceway to open up the Super Tour. Clay Russell, as you said, 1/100th of a second is the margin between he and Schofield. Caleb Schrader will come home in 3rd. Denny Stripling 4th. Jim Goffrey works his way back to 5th position. Dave Ogburn will finish in 6th. Nick Rasputo falls back to 7th with Colin Clark 8th, Von Mishko 9th, and Todd Vanacore rounding out the top 10. And I was talking about those two youngsters. Jackson Deal in his very first auto race, Brian, he finishes in 11th position in a very, very difficult field to race. All right, there we go. That is 3 races in the books here at Sebring International Raceway. We do have one final race before lunch. It's those big ground pounders. Let me make a final call, Brian, because I heard still have a few drivers that are waiting on the grid, and then we'll take a quick break. Attention the paddock. This is the final call to the grid for Race Group 4, GT1 and GT2, Touring 1 and Touring 2, GTX and American Sedan. GT1, GT2, Touring 1, Touring 2, GTX, and American Sedan, race group number 4. This is your final call to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. More racing action from Sebring. It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the winter vacation here at Sebring International Raceway. Let's get right to it. We got a lot of cars. Let's go to the starting lineups with Gregg Ginsberg.
All right, Brian, we've got two different, we've got a split start today. We've got our GT1, GT2, GTX machines up front. We've got our T1, T2, and American sedans behind. Let's run down the starting order here, and we're going to start off with the touring cars and American sedan. Starting in 16th position, driving the number 04 Touring 2 Porsche, is Matt O'Toole. Gary Crook is going to start 15th. He's in the number 41 Touring 1 Chevrolet Corvette, starting 14th in our second group. Tom Ellis. Tom's driving the number 51 American sedan Ford Mustang, and starting beside him, Brian LaCroix in the number 02 Chevrolet Corvette. That's a T2 machine, starting 12th. In the number 125 Touring 2 Corvette, Bruce Griffin. We saw him last weekend, as we did James Davidson, also driving in T2, starting 11th in the 157 Corvette, starting 10th. Driving the number 00 Touring 2 Dodge Viper, it's Scotty B. White. That should be fun when that torque lights up the pavement here today. Colin Harrison, he's going to start 11th. He's in the GTX Ford Mustang, starting 8th. Driving the number 48 Touring 1 BMW M3, it's Ryan Goodman with Phil Lasco driving a Ford Mustang. He's driving the number 14 car in Touring 1, starting 6th. Driving the number 42 Touring 1 Mercedes-AMG GT4, I think 1 and 2 we're going to see here today. It's Danny Lowry with Hugh Stewart driving the number 23 Touring 1 BMW M3. Good to see him get that car repaired after last Sunday at Homestead. Starting 4th, driving the number 127 Touring 1 BMW M3, it's Jonathan Vasquez with Mark Bowden in our second Mercedes-AMG GT4, the number 46 car. He starts 3rd. Starting 2nd in this first group, driving the number 141 GTX Ford Mustang, it's Jeff Lindstrom with our GTX pole sitter. Leading this group, it's Jacek Muka in his Delara P217 LMP2 car. It's racing in GTX. All right, let's move over now to the front group made up of our GT cars. Starting 16th, driving the number 49 GT2 Chevy Camaro, Patrick Utt, Ike Keeler driving a GT2 Ford Mustang, the number 115 car, starts 15th. Starting 14th. Starting 14th, that is Stephen Lustig. He's driving the number 05 GT2 Chevy Camaro with Ray Mason, starting 13th. He's driving a GT2 Ford Mustang. That's the number 82 car, starting 12th. Driving the number 199 GT1 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, it's Gregory Shermer with Justin Eller, starting 19th. He's in a GT2 Chevy Camaro. Starting on the outside of row number 5 in 10th position, driving the 00 GT2 Ford Mustang, Jared Odrick with Jonathan Stark, driving the number 151 GT2 Dodge Viper, starting in 9th position. Starting 8th today, Tim Kesman. Good to see Tim back. He's driving the number 145 GT1 Porsche 911 with Austin Jers in a Chevy Camaro. The GT2 car starts 7th. Starting 6th, it is Tony Ave driving the number 44 GT2 Porsche 911 with Barry Bowes, I believe our GT2 pole sitter, starting to his left in 5th in the Ford Mustang. Then your top 2 rows. Starting 4th today, the number 57 GT1 Ford Mustang. It's Dave Pinterick with Joseph Frieda starting to his left. He's in the number 122 GT1 Corvette, starting 3rd, and your front row today. Starting 2nd in the number 03 GT1 Lamborghini Huracan, it's Michael McAleenan. And I don't know how this is going to work. We'll take a look at the, here we go. I can already tell you how it's going to work. Tony Ave is starting in his GT2 car today. That puts McAleenan on pole for this front group. So the lights are out on the pace car, bringing the field now on to the Sunset Bend, Brian, and to the front straight for the start.
All right, here comes your starters right towards the green flag. They're now 3 wide already. Well, almost 3 wide. Once they get to turn 1, we'll see how this thing all pans out. But remember, it's still slick offline here, so we'll see McAleenan dropping back a little bit early. And we'll see who gets around him now as we get down towards turn 1 here, or turn 3 actually. Oh, yeah, no, I think that was Bielanski who made contact with a cone, and that cone is no longer part of our conversation anymore. Thankfully, it went in the right direction.
Yeah. All right, so we thought that the GTX cars, Brian, would be starting with the rear pack with the touring cars.
Right.
They're just now coming onto the front straight for their start. Jacek Muka and the GT cars were in that first pack as Barry Bowes leads the field down into turn 1.
Yep, and here comes this group of cars, definitely 3 wide here into turn 1. Oh, little lockup under braking. That could have been very, very not good, but it looks like it turned out okay.
And did I say Barry Bowes? I meant Mark Bowden, actually, in that blue and black Mercedes AMG GT4 cut it across the nose of those two BMWs.
Everybody making it through nice and gingerly this first time by, because this is their first time on these track conditions, trying to figure out what's wet, what's dry, where's grip, where there is no grip. And that car realized that there's no grip there. Little spin tank slapper. Is he going to make it off just short of the wall? He will be able to get it continued, and it is still pretty wet on the grass there. So thankfully he's able to point the car in the right direction. And here are those cars coming into the Hawk Performance braking zone, turn 7 here at Sebring. And they come through hard on the brakes. There we go. Coming on us towards turn 9. Another new camera angle for us this year. Big props to DriversEye Live and the crew for bringing us these amazing pictures for Greg and I to talk over. And it is just another great year of racing ahead here for the Hoosier Racing Super Tour live stream.
Yeah, indeed, Brian, and a great fight here at the front of the field is looks like Jacek Muka leading Joseph Frieda, that red Corvette, through the Sunset Bend, and Dave Panterick picking up some time also. And so the question is, where is our Lamborghini of Michael McAleenan? Because I don't think I missed him on the front straight. I think he's, coming into 1 now, yeah. Yeah, so we had, looks like, and there's McAleenan now coming through turn 4 and around Big Bend, Brian, and he drops back a number of positions, falls back in the 7th position after having started off on the front row. Sounds like there might have also been some contact coming through the hairpin between Barry Bowes, our GT2 leader, and Austin Jers in the 131 GT2 Chevy Camaro. They are currently running 5th and 6th right now. But great start there from Joe Frieda to actually get around Panterick, get around Muka at the front of the pack, and that red Corvette running very well. Matter of fact, it looks like Muka starting to fall back through the field a little bit here in that Delar. And Brendan and I were trying to determine whether or not that is the same chassis that he ran last weekend at Homestead, because if it is, he had the car rewrapped in the last 8 days, because it's in a very different livery than what we saw last weekend.
I think that he's got 2 different cars. That's my thought here. I'm also a little surprised, Greg, that Michael McAleenan fell back early with all the downforce on that Lamborghini Huracan. You would think that it would take to these conditions a little bit better than some of the other cars, but he fell back really early, and now he's kind of stabilized, and we'll see if he can pull forward. But that was one of the things we talked about last year, so much downforce. Bruce Griffin here on the in-car camera for us here. I believe this is the Corvette of Griffin.
Yeah, indeed. This is one of the Touring 2 cars, Brian, and we saw Bruce last weekend at Homestead. He took the win both days in Touring 2. We do have a number of other drivers like James Davidson that are racing this weekend in Touring 2 that we saw running in the Sark Racing Spec Corvette at Homestead. But right now in Touring 2, let's see where he stands. He is currently running in 4th position behind Scotty B. White in the Dodge Viper, and Brian LaCroix and James Davidson ahead. So get Davidson currently your leader. And I think we might possibly we may be able to get some in-car from Davidson a little bit later, possibly as well. I believe he's also running one of the Sentinel systems, much like Griffin. But we've got a new overall leader, Brian, here. Coming down into turn 1, it is Dave Pinterick, your new leader.
Yeah, Dave Pinterick just went purple with a 2:07.9. That's a whole 3 seconds faster than Joe Frieda in second place in GT1. What a great lap he's put in that Ford Mustang. Pinterick in the 57 car doing double duty this weekend, also in Spec MX-5. But here he has gone right to the front, 2:07.9, his fast lap. Frieda in the second place car in the Corvette with a 2:10.3. And then Michael McAleen, and we talked about him just a minute ago, he's now making his move up through the field, getting that downforce to work for him all over the back bumper of Frieda. I have a feeling he's going to be on the other side of Frieda when they come down here into turn 17.
Yeah, that last time by, McAleen was about a second and a half faster than Frieda. Now, McAleen took the win both days here at Sebring to kick off the 2024 Super Tour, Brian. And if you remember, on Sunday, we had that big, I don't know what you call the start of this race. The rain had started pouring down as this group was on their pace lap. Almost every driver was on dry weather tires, had a big pile up on the front straight. They brought the cars back onto the pit lane. McAleen and all the other racers were able to go to wet weather tires, and McAleen in that Lamborghini was just able to walk the rest of the field. I mean, you've got the advantage of aerodynamic downforce. You've got ABS as well, things that you just don't have in some of these tube frame traditional GT1 race cars.
Yeah, definitely. McAleen won the Sunday race last year with Keith Grant winning the Saturday race. Dave Pinterick was second in the Saturday race last year at Sebring. So definitely interesting to see how this is starting to play out with Pinterick taking the lead. Dropped another 4 seconds, so definitely a drying racetrack. David Pinterick just goes purple with a 2:05.0. Last lap for him was a 2:09 something. So we have a wildly improving conditions here at Sebring here as we get to the 17-minute mark in this race.
All right, I'd like to see if we can pick up the battle for the lead in Touring 1. I know we were watching this a little bit earlier, and just came through turn number 1. They'll be making the rundown towards turn 3 here momentarily. We've got the 46, the blue and black Mercedes of Mark Bowden, and then Hugh Stewart in that red and white BMW M3, the E46 M3. Jonathan Vasquez is now falling about 15 car lengths back. Now, last week at Homestead, we had a great fight both days between James Candelaria, who won Touring 1 both Saturday and Sunday, but Hugh Stewart was early on in the Sunday feature race leading Touring 1. He and Candelaria came down side by side into turn 7, and something had broken in that BMW almost immediately after they came under braking into turn 6. We saw Candelaria pull away, and then Stewart had to limp that car back to the paddock. Obviously, he's gotten that car repaired and running very strong against Bowden. Stewart's, I think, best finish at the runoffs, third in the wet at Virginia International Raceway back in 2019. Of course, Mark Bowden, multi-time champion across multiple classes.
Yeah, it looks like we got a car off in turn 10 because we're under a local yellow there, or maybe in turn 11 actually, because there's a local yellow in turn 10 and 11. We're not able to see that on our camera there.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Brian, I'm looking at our flagtronic system, and we do not, whichever car it may be, don't believe it has the flagtronic system up and running on it. And as we mentioned, it's still optional this weekend.
Oh, I can see the car right there off the driver's right. It is one of the Vipers off there.
Yeah, and I was saying, I think we've got 2 Vipers in the field. There is Scotty B. White in the 0. And the other one is, we had Lee Saunders scheduled to appear, and Lee, I don't have a time at all from Lee. And that may be Jonathan Start then in the 151 2010 Dodge Viper out of Caledonia, Michigan. And I believe it was. He was running 9th at the time in GT2, and that's going to drop him further back through the field.
All right, looking up front in this race right now, David Penterick, his lead now has been cut to 3.7 seconds. Michael McAleenan just goes purple with a 2:04.683. So that green Lamborghini Huracan is on the hunt, and it
Brian,
is hunting a Mustang.
It's a lot less than 3
It
seconds
is.
now as we watch McAleenan now follow Penterick through Sunset Bend. It's about 5 car lengths at best. As they now make their way onto the front straight.
And there he is. That's that green car. And one car in front of him, the red, white, and blue liveried, American flag liveried David Penterick car. He is going to try to hold off that Lamborghini. This is a very interesting American muscle versus Italy's finest here. The Lamborghini pushing now right behind David Penterick as they come through 3 side by side with some slower cars. And right now it's still Penterick, but I don't think that's going to last very long. Here they come through turn 5.
Oh, and Brian, the car going
big
around.
Spinner.
I think that is Tim Kesman in the 145 Porsche 911 that both Penterick and McAleenan had come underneath going into turn 3. Kesman, who just turned his fastest lap, is actually running 4th in GT1, and he had just had the top 2 racers lap him. So very, very challenging there for Tim Kesman.
Yeah, and I think that car hit a little divot there. It slowed it down enough right where it wouldn't have gotten against the wall. So he should be able to get restarted and out of the way. Penterick still ahead of McAleenan. It's probably still a little damp offline, so making the pass will be a little more difficult. But I think right now the speed is going to be fine at some point in time where that Lamborghini is going to be able to get around Penterick here. Probably maybe coming through turn 17 and back onto the front straight, but it might not even take that long, Greg.
No, certainly not here as they are locked in tail. They're coming up on some of our touring car traffic just up ahead. And that may be, I think that, that is definitely one of our BMWs. I'll try and track down the which chassis that is. I think that's Russell King in the number 12 car. And they shouldn't have any problem dispatching with him here very soon. Checking in with some of our other races, American Sedan, Tom Ellis currently with almost an 8-second lead over Michael Kamalian's Ford Mustang. Those are 2 Mustangs at the front of the field. Kamalian in his first Super Tour event in American Sedan, raced in Touring 2, I believe in the very same Ford Mustang last season. He makes that move over to American Sedan.
All right, we are at just past the halfway mark. Let's do this, Greg. Let's take our break, and then when we come back, we'll have the rest of this race and then head off to our lunch break. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Sebring International Raceway. We'll be right back. For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded the Hawk Performance Braking Advantage. Now you can experience that same advantage technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction, designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right, Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country. It's the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Well, we're back here at Sebring International Raceway. When you just saw it as we come on our break, that is the number 4 car who just went and spun there. That 4 car would be Michael O'Toole in the Porsche 997-2. And he's able to get going here. But what we wanted to watch is what we're just watching right now. We've got a big battle brewing here in GT2, right, Greg?
Yeah, indeed. This is the battle for the lead in GT2. Tony Ave in the white number 44 Porsche 911. Barry Bowes in that white and teal Ford Mustang right behind. And
Bowes just goes off there at turn 10, drove straight off under braking, and he's coming back on, but he will have lost probably 15, 20 seconds to Tony Ave here. So that was a great battle. That is no more.
That is no more. And I'll have to see. I think Austin Jers in the 131 machine, who was running almost 10 seconds in arrears in third position GT2, might have been able to get around Barry Bowes for the moment. Talk about the announcer's curse. We followed them, Brian, all the way through the commercial, and you can see there is definitely some damage at the front of that Ford Mustang as he did impact the wall coming through turns 8 and 9.
Doesn't look like there's a whole lot askew there, so he should be able to make it to the end, and then they'll pull out the Gorilla Tape when they get him out there for tomorrow. 7.5 minutes to go. We'll know whether or not Jers was able to go around Bowes in just a second when they come across the line. We'll also know how much of a gap Tony Ave was able to make up. It was 7/10 last time by. It is going to be maybe 7 seconds or more this time by. And here they come across the line. That's Tony Ave. And now we're waiting for Barry Bowes to cross the line here. And we will know in just a second how big the gap is. It is 8.7 seconds.
Wow.
But, yep. And not enough off time there for Bowes for Jers to get around, but Jers is only 3 seconds back from Barry Bowes. So,
yeah, and Brian, real quick, I just wanted to correct myself. A little bit earlier, I did say that Tim Kesman had spun his car over at turn 3, his Porsche 911. As we just saw a few moments ago, Matt O'Toole spinning, and it's not turn 3, but turn 4. And that was actually the second time for Matt O'Toole to spin in the exact same place, because that first spin was actually that yellow number 4 of O'Toole. So he finds himself a lap down in Touring 2. Kesman still running here in the top 4 in GT1.
All right, let's pick back up to the GT1 leaders now that this is no longer a race for the lead in GT2.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get back to the David Peterick and McAleenan race here. That is the battle right here. Peterick been able to keep that car around him. That would be the Lamborghini behind him. Really impressed with the drive David Peterick is putting on right now. Here as we get to our final 5.5 minutes of this race. He has done a fantastic job keeping that car behind him. Traffic is part of that as well, and here it's Peterick working his way around slower cars, and that was not very helpful for the second place car of McAleenan. But here they push on towards for the final 5 minutes of this race. That's Peterick right there in the red, white, and blue Ford Mustang. The green and black car is the Lamborghini Huracan. One car out of Canfield, Ohio. The second car, McAleenan, out of Tacoma, Washington. And now that they're clear of the slower cars, you can see the Lamborghini starts to pull back ahead. I'm wondering if, Greg,
the Lamborghini is really good when there's clean air because he can use the best of that aero. But when he gets tucked up behind the Mustang, it gets dirty air, and that kind of negates the benefits of the aero on that Lamborghini.
Yeah, indeed, might stall out the front wing just a little bit and get a little bit more push from that machine. Well, we'll see. Here is we'll catch him coming into the tower turn here, turn 13. Just a moment, and see what happens there, and see if that car does wash out a little bit into 13 right behind as he comes back. Obviously, that twistier section right through there, certainly more advantageous for the Lamborghini. This is where the Mustang is going to be able to put the power down, and you can see the gap that Pinteric is able to open up here. And you know, it's really a tale of two racetracks as you watch here through the turns here at Jean-Aubien and then going into Le Mans. We've got where the Lamborghini can close things up once again, but then as long as Pinteric gets a good run out of 16, he's able to open things up here at 17. Then you get to that point where perhaps the Lamborghini is a little bit stronger as the track really gets unsettled here. Coming into 17 and going into the Hawk Performance braking zone, we've got that is the 167 of Steve Leidholt in his Chevy Camaro, and we saw there looked like a loose wheel. And not from a tire wall, but from a car rolling down into the hairpin. Hopefully it was able to make the turn.
To quote Darrell Waltrip, you picked a fine time to leave me loose wheel. Sorry, I had to. You can yell at me.
Oh, yes, no, we will.
You can take away my Bailey steak. David Pinteric, still your leader in GT1. Michael McAleenan right there behind him, trying to find a way around as they come into this yellow flag zone. Won't be able to make a pass here because we're under the yellow.
And Brian, I just was as we just had Pinteric and also McAleenan come into turn 7. They'd just gotten around Mark Bowden, our T1 leader in that Mercedes, and as Bowden had to, he pulled over and had to get that pass, help with that pass before coming up on the incident zone. It slowed him down a little bit. Hugh Stewart, who was about 3 seconds back, picked up about 7 or 8 car lengths. I just don't think there's going to be enough time for him to get things done, as we are now getting word from race control, Brian, that the next time our leaders come by, they're not going to see the white flag. They're going to see the checkered flag here. So time running out for both Michael McAleenan in his Lamborghini as well as Hugh Stewart.
And McAleenan throws it in there, trying to take the lead here. Maybe he's been told this is the last lap. McAleenan tried to stuff it in there going into turn 16. Don't know if he made it stick, but we're going to find out here as they come down towards 17. Wow, all the traffic that they're trying to get around. It looks like Pinteric's still in the lead there, and he is able to hold off McAleenan as they come through 17. Now for the final time, checkered flag should be in the air. It's going to be David Pinteric for the win. McAleenan's going to come in second. He tried everything he could on that final lap, but McAleenan could not get it done.
And there you go, and taking the win now, I believe coming out of 14, it's going to have, there he is, Mark Bowden taking the win in T1 over Hugh Stewart, who will finish in second.
That was a huge, bold move attempt by McAleenan, but he completely killed his momentum coming out of 16, which gave Pinteric the chance, who had the proper racing line, to track out and put the power down and motor down towards turn 17.
All right, and we still have racing going on at the back side of the track here. That is our GTX leader, Jacek Muka, coming through 15 and 16. And Brian, I believe a little bit further back, 3 cars back, is the 2016 Mercedes of William Griffin, the number 43 car. And coming to the line, Brian, big change.
Here they come down the line. Jur's on the inside, Bo's on the outside. This is for the win, I believe. Oh, this is for second place.
This is for second.
Yep.
Yeah, this is for second at GT2. Tony Ave is going to take the win. Barry Bowes does hold off Austin Jers for second. Jers will take home third. Jared Odrick, in his return to Sebring International Raceway, will finish fourth in GT2. In T1, we talked about Bowden and Stewart. Jonathan Vasquez will come home in third, with Danny Lowry finishing in fourth. Vasquez in a BMW M3, Lowry in a Mercedes-Benz AMG GT4. In GTX, Muka will take the win over William Griffin, and Jeff Lindstrom will come home in fourth position. I think Lindstrom just now crossing the line. He's going to turn in lap number 11. In GT, let's go over to Touring 2, where Scotty V. White wins over Bruce Griffin, with Brian LaCroix finishing second. James Davidson finishes just off the podium in fourth. Matt O'Toole, who managed to recover from those spins, he will finish fifth in class. And who are we forgetting, Brian? American Sedan, where Tom Ellis in his Ford Mustang takes the win over Michael Chameleon. Thomas West in his Cadillac will finish in third. Maury Doyle in his Ford Mustang will finish just off the podium in fourth.
Wow, I'm glad we're going to lunch. I need to take a break here. We have had a fantastic, I believe all four of our first races had great finishes all the way across the board. This is SCCA Racing at its finest here at Sebring. And man, I am ready to take a break, grab myself some breakfast here, another cup of coffee. We'll be back in about an hour for the rest of our racing action today. It has been great, Greg. So glad to have you here with me. You take us to the finish line here.
All right, sounds good. So we're still waiting to get start time for our next race group. And that will be Spec Miata. They are our next race here today. As soon as we get start time, we'll put it up on the screen. We expect it to be somewhere probably around 125 to 135 this afternoon. But we will let you know. So thank you, Brian. We will be back from lunch in just about an hour here from Sebring International Raceway. It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic. I think they kind of cater to the whole crowd of people. They got the SUVs for the soccer moms and stuff like that, but then you got your Miatas and your Speed 3s for your car enthusiasts. So I think they cater to all crowds, and so I think that's something that everyone can get behind.
In terms of maintaining equipment, I mean, running a prep shop, I mean, day in, day out, we're maintaining cars for customers all over the country. Mazda, hands down, is probably the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none in terms of specific competition parts availability, pricing, access to their technical knowledge and base. It just feels right. You feel connected.
So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support, contingency support as well. All of this is done through our website and the team support program and the Parts 800 number. We have two main ways that customers can acquire parts from Mazda Motorsports. It's through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. You know, simple information, prove that you're a racer with a race result. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives basically 5 days a week.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform. You know, a lot of guys would run double stints just to get time on track. They're super reliable, don't break. And Mazda Motorsports has some of the best just support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else. So they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
There's nothing else like this. There's no other big class that has the highest quality of drivers in it. And it's really attracted the right level of people. The other aspect is I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and so it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
It's one of those things that once you get hooked into it, it just never leaves. Really helps understanding where they come from. It helps the communication between customer relations. You can very much understand their needs of the day. May not necessarily be the same each day, but you know how to adapt to it, and you know how to best serve the customer is really what it comes down to.
Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the 45th annual winter vacation, brought to us by our good friends, or at least hosted by our good friends at Central Florida Region SCCA. I'm Brian Bielanski. Gregg Ginsberg is here with me, and let's take a look at this beautiful racetrack that we're getting to race at today, Greg.
Yes, and it's a little bit drier, but seems so much drier, Brian, when you come in through the clouds and drop down 6,000 feet. Here we go. 17 turns, 3 3/4 miles of asphalt and concrete that have been here since the 40s, where Hendricks Army Airfield was a training facility for B-17 and for Liberator pilots as well. But since 1950, it's been a race course. And Brian, our next race here at Sebring International Raceway is Spec Miata, where we had 51 drivers set qualifying times over the last 2 days. Let's run down a good portion of the starting order. We're going to give you the top 30 in the field. Starting 30th, driving the number 52 machine out of Austin, Texas, it's Justin Gravitt. Starting 29th, oddly enough, in a Mazda Miata, it's the number 169 car of Chris Allen. Then we have Bobby Gossett. Bobby's driving the number 44 car. He's from Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. Alfredo Zidane starting 27th. He is out of Miami, Florida in the number 13 machine. Miles Hewitt starting 26th. Miles is in the number 17 car. He's out of Houston, Texas. With John Salerno starting 25th. He's driving the number 34 car. He's from Fairfield, Connecticut. Jordan Worth's new hometown of Mooresville, North Carolina is where Travis Wiley calls home. He's starting 24th today in the number 78 machine with Help Me Will Robinson out of Wilson, Wyoming, starting 23rd. He's in the number 151 car. Christian Zarnecki is out of Plymouth, Massachusetts. He starts 22nd today in the 144 car with Brett Kowalski from Las Cruces, New Mexico, starting 21st. He drives the 15. Our 2022 national champion and 2023 co-national champion out of Arlington, Virginia. That's Nick Bruni, starts 20th in the number 6 machine with Matt Fosnock from Madison, New Jersey, starting 19th. He drives the 53 car. Owen Clark from Mountain, Ontario, Canada. He starts 18th today, driving the number 92 car with Nick Leveroni out of Mendon, Massachusetts, starting 17th. He drives the number 94. Todd Burris out of Melbourne, Florida. He was your 2019 national champion in Spec Miata. He starts 16th today. He's in the number 56 car with Noah Harmon from Orlando, Florida, starting 15th. He drives the number 60 car. Dan Williams from Scottsbluff, Nebraska will start 14th today. He drives the number 28 car. Logan Stretch is starting 13th. He's from Arlington, Texas, and he's driving the number 98 car. Not to be confused with Matt Stretch, who starts 12th. Matt's in the 89 car, and oddly enough, also from Arlington, Texas. Vinny Miskelis will start 11th today. He's driving the number 112 car. He's from Dallas, while Sean Noonan starts 10th. He drives the number 0 car. Max Hewitt is driving the number 22 car. He's starting 9th today. He's from Houston, Texas, with Matthias Ramirez from Bradenton, Florida, starting 8th. He drives the 47 car. Jose Ofe coming to us all the way from Greenville, South Carolina. He starts 7th today. He drives the number 19 car. And on the outside of row number 3, it's Christian Meyer. He's from Seminole, Florida. He drives the 197 car. Aiden Fosnock will start 5th today. The Madison, New Jersey natives is driving the number 73 car. And so let's move over to row number 2. Brian, well, they did it at the runoffs this past year. They set identical qualifying times to put them on the front row. Unfortunately, it's only good enough for row number 2. We've got Elvin Goulart, who's the 2012 Spec Miata national champion. And we've got the defending national champion, Ethan Goulart, the youngest national champion in SCCA history, driving the number 72 car. He starts 3rd. And your front row, driving the number 148 Mazda Miata from Miami Springs, Florida, is Frankie Barroso, and your pole sitter today, multi-time national champion in Spec Miata from New Smyrna Beach, Florida, with a qualifying time of 2 minutes 34 seconds, .072, driving the number 42 Mazda Miata. It's Preston Partis.
Missing from that starting lineup, last year's double race winner here, Connor Zilich. He's off doing NASCAR things. But who is in the lineup is last year's double second place finisher, and that is Preston Partis, starting on the pole today. So that is an interesting change this year. Of course, Connor Zilich is now doing a lot of NASCAR and other stuff. he's a bit busy this time of year. And
Brian, I want to welcome to the chat the world's most well-known pickleball player, John Davison, who says, wow, Preston Pardus, only 2 minutes and 36 seconds slow.
Exactly.
Thank you. Wish we had John behind the wheel, but I mean, we only have room for about 85 cars here this weekend, right? Anyway, lights are out on the pace car, except for the flashing headlights of that beautiful classic Mazda pace car provided by Mazda Motorsports, as the field's starting to close up. And Brian, we're going to have Max Stallone here, not Sylvester, but Max. He is going to be providing some in-car video for us here today. And Max, let's see where Max is starting. He's a little bit further back in the field. Actually, where is he starting? Because I don't even see him in the starting order, but I'm sure I probably just missed it.
I got to tell you, Greg, this is the nicest lined-up group of Spec Miatas I've ever seen come into the line. 2x2, like 26 rows back. And now the green flag is out. Cars getting on a line as they come across the line for the first time. And here we go. 3 wide, 4 wide, 10 wide as they come here down turn 1. And look at all of those Miatas through turn 1, and that is why this is one of the most popular classes in the SCCA. This Spec Miata class is fantastic. Here they come through turn 3 for the first time, and that looks like it's Elevin Goulart who's made the lead early, right?
No, we got Preston Pardus in that black
Preston
number
Pardus.
42 machine. He is still in the lead, but Elvin Goulart manages to get around Frankie Barroso, who is in that red with white stripe Mazda. And then right behind, we've got Elvin Goulart, who is currently running then in 4th position. Right behind them, we've got Aiden Fosnacht, and always easy to pick out Jose Olfe's car, the number 19 machine, yellow with a little bit of gray. He's there sitting right back in, I believe, 6th position behind Aiden Fosnacht in the 73.
Well, there are all the cars heading down to the Hawk Performance braking zone. Now starting to string out single file here, and that is what we usually see here as these cars work in the draft, which is big, and a little bit of bump drafting, which we don't talk about because they're not supposed to do. Joke, joke, wink, wink, nod, nod. And they now come through turns 10 and 11. Snaking their way through. We don't have side-by-side action until all the way back into 12th or 13th place there.
Yeah, and then, well, we see there a little bit further back in the field, indeed, as we've got, looks like Nick Lavernio and Clark, Nick Bruni back there as well, running in the high teens. Interesting note there, and I want to thank Cecil Stevens for providing that in the chat. Notes that Christian Meyer, who started off in the top 10, started off 6th today. The only one who isn't the national champion, I think, Aiden Fosnacht, not a national champion in Spec Miata, but he's got a number of race winners, national champions up ahead of him. Frankie Barroso, as much as he would like, so not a Spec Miata national champion, but very, very competitive field there in Spec Miata up at the front.
Also, 2 people not with us this weekend in this race are Danny Stain and Jim Drago. They're recovering from their injuries, the runoffs. I'm guessing they might stop in and watch. I know they were watching last weekend. I know they're on their way to recovery, and that's awesome. Here we got a pass for the lead here, coming out of 17 and heading down to the line. Let's see who's going to take our first lap lead here. Coming across the line first, you're going to get Preston Pardus. But right behind him, Elvin Goulart, then Ethan Goulart, Aiden Fosnacht, and Christian Meyer.
There we go. That is your top 5 with Olfe Ramirez, Max Hewitt, Vinny Miskelis, and Logan Stretch behind. Interesting to note, Vinny Miskelis, one of our 2024 Mazda MX-5 Challenge shootout winners, and we'll see him. I don't think we're seeing him this weekend in a car, but in an SMX car, but certainly running very quick here this weekend in this very big, very competitive Spec Miata field.
Cars going a little wide there, coming through turn 7, getting a couple of wheels off, but no problem, keep it on going. And here comes the field again, down towards the Hawk Performance braking zone. $50-some cars here. Let me go back and look at the number again. 51 cars who were registered. 50 cars took the start today. all that traffic coming through there. Now they're kind of sorted themselves out. They'll try to get a rhythm going here. We're still 20 minutes to go, only 4 minutes into this race. Now's the point where you get a rhythm. Looks like we pretty much have a dry racetrack now all the way around. There might be some puddles, and the other thing you got to think about is getting off the racetrack. The grass, I'm sure, is still pretty wet, and you'll want to stay between the white lines because you will probably slide a little further off than you would normally if you get into some of that muddy grass stuff there.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, Brian, at a section of the track here where you don't see all that much grass coming through turn 14 into Jean-Vivienne at 15. And the final corner that leads you onto the Ullman Straight over at turn 16, where there is just a big swath of concrete here, and drivers pretty much make up whatever line they can here as we're back on board here again with, and again, we have listed as Max Stallone. There he is. He's in 24th
place,
position in the 03 car. Yep, and looks like he's about ready to make a pass there on the back straight. As he heads now down around Owen Clark in the 92 machine, and he's coming up on that 44 car
That's
well.
Bobby Gossett.
Yep, Bobby Gossett, who's out.
Oh, there's a car pointed the wrong way there. Coming out of turn 17, we got a car pointed the wrong way. That is a very uncomfortable position to be, right where that car is sitting.
Yeah, and I'll bet you it was just as uncomfortable for that flat-out motorsports car who was coming around the outside of Stallone going through 17. Probably saw that car over there as our leaders now battling side by side coming into turn number 3. And it is right at the front of the field, Brian Preston Pardis. And then we've got Elvin Goulart there as well, the third car in line. Ethan Goulart, our national champion. And they're going to come down underneath the pedestrian bridge over by Big Bend. And they're going to see that safety cone sitting right in the middle of the pavement as there's a debris flag there. We don't want any we don't want any damaged cones, Brian. We only see those in autocrosses normally.
Yeah, I know all about that.
Yeah, as they all shift a little bit to the inside.
Well, we're about to get rid of those cones.
Yeah,
and they're all
there you go. All done. Debris flag no longer
We can drop
needed.
our debris flag now because the cones are gone. That's pretty good stuff. And at least that time Preston Pardis was able to hold off the father-son duel of Elvin and Ethan Goulart. But I got to tell you, when you got a drafting partner, it is much, much better for you. And I can tell you for certain that Pardis is not going to get a whole lot of help from the Goularts in this situation.
Well, and we'll see. You know, we heard in the chat, obviously, about Christian Meyer in that 197 car. He's out of Seminole, Florida. He now moves up in the 4th position, Brian, as he got around Aiden Fosnacht and Matthias Ramirez. Logan Stretch dropping the 7th, Max Hewitt in 8th, Vinny Maskelis in 9th, and then Noah Harmon in 10th.
Yeah, Barroso went off on the first lap. I don't know if he had help or not, but Frankie Barroso dropped all the way back to last place on the racetrack. He's 35 seconds down, trying his way, make his way back up to the field. He is turning fantastic lap times at 3:15, so he's, or 2:15, I should say. Oh no, he's turning some really slow lap times. That must have been the spinner lap. Yeah, we'll see what he's going to try to make his way back up through the field. So disappointing for him early on, but one less person for those people up front to deal with. And there's the Goularts making the pass for the lead, going down into turn 17. That'll move Pardis into 3rd. That's where you see that help of having a drafting partner is so important in this class.
All right, and as that second group is coming through, Brian, out of 17, and we watch them onto the front straight, car getting shuffled back. Logan Stretch, who's currently sitting 7th, and Christian Meyer as well getting shuffled back. We just saw him up in 4th a moment ago, and he took a little bit wider entry into turn 7 and had both Aiden Fosnacht and Matthias Ramirez come underneath him at the apex.
And Preston Pardis back underneath the Goularts, trying to get back into the lead here, going into turn number 3. Let's see if he can make that stick as they head down to turn 5, and he has not made the pass to stick yet. Side by side, there's Ethan Goulart going wide, but being able to collect the car. Pardis takes over 2nd place.
And what a wild ride there for Ethan Goulart, coming off setting the fastest lap of the race, Brian, as he had both the rear step out on him, right rear wheel in the dirt, in the grass, and was able to get it straightened out and didn't lose more than about 2 or 3 feet. But with the continued battling between the two Goularts and Pardis, Fosnacht, Ramirez, Meyer, Stretch, Hewitt now in the conversation as well. Although, as we're seeing here coming through turn 8, it looks like a few of that second pack, specifically Logan Stretch, Max Hewitt, and Christian Meyer, if they go through that section side by side, they may start to lose touch with our leaders.
So you've got Elvin Goulart in first, Preston Pardis in second, Ethan Goulart in third, Pardis in a Goulart sandwich heading through turns 10 and 11.
All right, a little bit further back in the pack there, we saw Dan Williams and Brett Kowalski side by side going through turn 8. Looks like Kowalski dropped the wheel into the grass, gathers it back up. You know, although the track here definitely drying out, Brian, and I don't see much of any standing water except over by some of the curbing. That curbing is still going to be very, very slick, as we haven't had a lot of drivers drive over it, and it is still somewhat damp. But in addition to that, we do have now, of course, the local caution over at 17, as we now have some emergency services, or actually flaggers going and responding to that car that we saw just a little while ago coming through Sunset Bend.
And here comes your leaders down towards 17 again here. And Preston Pardis all over the rear bumper of Elvin Goulart, trying to pull away from Ethan. You know, Ethan Goulart, your defending national champion, youngest ever national champion in the SCCA. Preston Pardis wants to pull away because he wants to get the father-son separated, because they are a lot less dangerous when they're separated. When they're together, that is a great combination to be there on this racetrack in this class. So he wants to make sure those two people, the Goularts, don't come back together. He's trying hard, but Ethan is hanging on.
All right, Brian, a little bit further back now, side by side as they come down out of 2, going into turn number 3. Todd Burris getting around Vinny Maskelis, actually holding off Vinny Maskelis there before they get down in the braking zone. Dan Williams, Nick Leveroni included as well. A little bit further back, we've got Sean Noonan in the 0, the 144 of Christian Sarnecki, typically in the 44 car, and Nick Bruni. Bruni back in 16th position, just had a little bit of trouble finding pace here today. Hasn't been able to stick with his teammates. He's got both Todd Burris as well as Preston Pardis up ahead of him, and he wasn't able to use them as drafting partners in qualifying earlier this weekend. For the most part, he was working with Rob Hines in the number 4 machine.
Someone in the chat calling themselves Sports Car Driving Association reminds us that the third Goulart's only 11 years old, so a couple years down the road, that might be.
That's absolutely right. And of course, Elvin, I believe the owner of the Sports Car Driving Association, SCCA, holding lots of driver education events and track days up and down the East Coast. And yes, as a matter of fact, I think we've seen in the last year, Ethan has been out coaching his little brother in go-karts, and yeah, I would only wait another 3 years or so until we see a third one on the grid here, most likely in a Spec Miata.
Back on board with Max Stallone here, and he is right there. You can see if that might have been a little bump drafting there. If not, they are really, really close to each other. He is in the back of what looks like a 6 or 7 car train, and then just a tiny gap to 3 cars up in front. That car out of the OPM shop, that's Tom Fowler's group coming out of the Atlanta area, as they're pushing down that back straight now, heading towards turn 17, and now they're coming right into our living room. Here is that whole group of cars, this group here that we've been looking at. And there are your leaders. And Ethan Goulart has gotten around Preston Pardis, so it's now father-son, nose to tail again here as they come down towards the line with 11 minutes left to go in this race.
Yeah, Brian, and I believe as we were on board there with Max Stallone, that was Travis Wiley in the number 78 machine just ahead. And I guess we could probably call it now one of the former OPM cars.
Okay.
As Tom Fowler and OPM, after many, many years of racing and doing car prep for Hondas and Miatas over the years, I believe has decided to call it a career. And not the only major Spec Miata related shop on the East Coast to have a change of plans. Want to congratulate the Bertoks, Steve and Rebecca Bertok, after many, many years. Panic Motorsports, after many years, they've decided to take up some new things. Hopefully they're
Okay.
listening to us. I know we're going to see Steve on course racing probably quite a bit more this year.
That's
Now
cool.
that he doesn't have as many racers to support.
There we go. Should mention, with 10 minutes to go, Greg, we should call to grid and take our break at this point.
All right. Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6, our open wheel group, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula Enterprises 2, Prototype, and Prototype 2. Please head to the grid. Race group 6, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, P, and P2. Please head to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here with more action from Sebring International Raceway in just a few moments. It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Experience Program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
Welcome back to Sebring International Raceway, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We're here with Spec Miata, talking a lot about the guys up front, Elvin Goulart, Ethan Goulart, and Preston Parts, but that battle for fourth place is pretty intense right now. Max Hewitt, Adrian Fosnock, Matthias Ramirez, Logan Stretch, and Christian Meyer are all right there together, and now a little bit of a gap between, I guess, what would that be, 6th and 7th?
Yep.
But that has been a very furious battle here as they come through turn 16.
And that's a huge gap in Spec Miata parlance, Brian, because that is probably around 3 feet separating those two drivers. We'll see here as Todd Burris, Dan Williams, Brett Kowalski have been running actually a little bit faster than Meyer and Stretch at the back of that pack. So we may see this battle. Now they're much further back in Spec Miata parlance. They're about 10 to 15 car lengths back, but they may be able to close things down as our racers now coming down the front straight. And Brian, it is Ethan Goulart still in the lead with about 3 car lengths over Pardis, another 2 back to Elvin Goulart. So let's take a look. We'll take a look here, Brian, as I'm going to check because they're coming down into turn at number 3 in that second pack. And yeah, indeed, that gap in the middle is now gone. And Burris, though, has now started to separate himself out from turn 10 and turn 15.
And there is that battle there for fourth place. Those 5 cars in a row. That is 4 through 9 that we're looking at. Oh, big car off. Will he be able to stop before the wall? That is Nick Bruni. Yep. I think he was able to avoid the tire wall there. We'll see if he gets it back under control. That was a very interesting tank slapper there. I think he did that all by himself.
Yeah, no, nobody around him at all, Brian. And while that was going on, we had a call come in from our start stand that we had a driver that came down the pit lane and then returned to the track surface smoking very heavily and had stopped for just a few moments. And I think, although it may have continued, I think it has just now come to a stop as well. We have a car. And we're getting word now of the call in from turn 5. And it turns out Nick Bruni, Brian, over turn 5.
Did he break something?
Yeah, it sounds as though he is actually missing a wheel at the moment, which would be, I think, the second time we've seen that this weekend. And he is up towards the wall, and it looks like his race is now done.
All right. 5 minutes to go here with our wrapping up this race here with that car in that situation. I hope we're able to stay green here. But right now, it is the first plate car, Preston Pardis, with the Goularts behind him. For a second, I thought maybe the Goularts wanted to be in second and third in the final laps for a last lap pass. But if this car in turn 5 causes us to have a full course yellow, that will be the end of this race. So the Goularts need to make a pass right now to get to the lead, because if we have to go full course, and here they try to make it, going to the outside, going into 17, that's Pardis on the inside, the Goularts on the outside, not a pass there, but now can they make the over-under work here to try to go underneath coming out of 17? They're not close enough this time by, but maybe they'll be close enough going into turn 1 to get this thing done. You can see the starter even has that yellow flag in their hand because they know what's out there. No pass yet across the line at this point in time, but they're trying to get going.
Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 6, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, PNP2. Please head to the grid. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, PNP2. This is your second call to the grid.
All right, there they are through turn number 3, heading now towards 5. It's still Pardis out front with Elevin Goulart in second. Ethan Goulart, I got it mixed up. Ethan Goulart in second, Elevin Goulart in third. And now they look like they're going to go wide, try to set up a good pass going here into the Hawk Performance braking zone. That is Ethan Goulart in second right there. Not able to get the job done right there, but he's both those 2 cars of the Goularts right on the back bumper of Preston Pardis. There is a lot of experience in that group, and the reigning national champion. Notice I said a lot of experience and the reigning national champion, because the reigning national champion is 16-year-old Ethan Goulart. There they are, side by side, pass for the lead. That's Ethan Goulart with Preston Pardis, and Dad right there behind, watching it all happen in third place.
All right, Brian, and I believe we are working the very last lap due to that car being off. Starter has the checkered flag in their hand. The call from race control is that they are working the final lap as they now make their way out of the tower turn and down the Flying Fortress straight.
Here they come into turn 14. Father is in third place. You know who he's going to push to the line, given the opportunity to make that happen. It is Ethan Goulart on the inside. The black car is Preston Pardis. The car behind is Father Ethan Goulart as they come now through turn 16 for the final time, still side by side. Now they've got that long drag race down to turn 13 where having a partner is important. And I know which car has a partner, and I know which car will not.
That's right. So at the runoffs this past year, Elvin Goulart played the role of spoiler, finished, I believe, in 4th position, but helped his son get to the lead and helped keep cars behind when it came down to it. He did the exact same thing at Homestead just a week ago. And there you go, Elvin Goulart pushing his son, Ethan Goulart, back a little bit farther ahead of Preston Pardis coming through Sunset, Brian, for the finish.
Oh, we're hearing now that we're going to get white flags, so we're going to get one more lap of bonus action here as we come to the end of this race. And it's Ethan Goulart in first, Elvin Goulart in second, Preston Pardis. He might now be in the best spot with one lap to go, with being able to do some drafting and some drag racing here down towards the finish of this race. What we thought was going to be ending is going to give us one more lap of action, and here they go into the final 14 turns here at Sebring.
All right, Brian, and as they come into turn number 3 with the Goularts holding off Pardis, look at this, still this huge pack. Looking for 4th position, it is Max Hewitt, Logan Stretch. Matthias Ramirez takes a look to the inside of Logan Stretch, and as they come through turn 4, he now takes over 5th position from Stretch. With Stretch back to 6th, and Christian Meyer, Aiden Fosnacht there, and Todd Burris still not able to make up ground and get up to this second pack. So our leaders now coming into the Hawk Performance braking zone for the last time.
And I gotta tell you, Elvin Goulart will help his son only if he can't win the race. So Elvin Goulart wants to be on the top step of that podium just as much as Ethan does. He is not gonna give it to him. He'll help if that's all he can do. But now we've got a drag race to the finish, and I gotta tell you, if I'm really happy to be Elvin Goulart right now, as I'm going into these final laps, and it'll be fun in the evening at dinner time if Dad can beat son this time by. Here they come through 10 and 11 for the final time. That first car, 15-year-old Ethan Goulart, national champion, reigning national champion. Right behind him, also a national champion, Elvin Goulart. And behind him, also a national champion, Preston Pardis. One of those 3 cars are going to win this race as we go to turn 14 now for the final time. Going through 14 now. Just a little bit of a gap between all 3 of those cars, but still very much close enough. This is far from over here. And the turn 14, 15, 16 complex for the final time through Le Mans. Up front, Ethan Goulart, Elvin Goulart. Ethan goes just a little bit wide. Is that going to be just enough to open door for Dad to come through? We will find out if that happens. Here they come now. Look at Ethan Goulart trying to play a little defense here. Middle of the track going through 17. If people are going to go around him, they're going to have to take a less advantageous line. You got Pardis looking to the inside, Dad looking to the outside, but Ethan Goulart right now holding strong, going into 17. Coming up under the bridge for the last time, that's Ethan Goulart out front, Elvin Goulart in second, Preston Pardis in third. One of those 3 cars is going to be the winner. When is Dad going to pop out and try to take it? Right now on the outside, it is going to be Ethan Goulart, your defending national champion and your race winner in round 1 of the Hoosier Racing Tire Super Tour here at Sebring.
All right, there you go. Elvin Goulart finishing second, beats Preston Pardis to the line by 14 100ths. Max Hewitt will come home in 4th ahead of Matthias Ramirez in 5th. Aiden Fosnacht, Christian Meyer, Logan Stretch falls to 8th on that last lap. Sean Noonan will finish 9th, and Bobby Gossett. Brian, I want to look at this here because Bobby Gossett in the 44 car started in 28th position today. He finishes in 10th. Makes up 18 positions. Congratulations to him. That is your top 10. All right, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a little break. Attention in the paddock, attention the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group 6. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, Prototype, and Prototype 2. Please head to the grid. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, PNP2. This is your final call to the grid. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments from Sebring International Raceway.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the 45th annual winter vacation. We are here at Sebring, and it is time for race group number 6, Formula Atlantic Continental FE2 Prototype and Prototype 2. Gregg Ginsberg's with me, and he has your starting
Yes, I am.
lineup.
I certainly am, Brian. All right, let's take a look. We're going to have a split start once again in this race group. We're going to have our Formula Atlantics, our prototype cars in the front group. We're going to have our Formula Enterprise 2 and Formula Continentals towards the rear. And so let's start off with that group at the rear, the Formula Atlantics and the Formula Enterprise 2 and Formula Continental drivers. Starting 13th, driving the number 95 Van Diemen in Formula Continental is Arshia Akhtar. And I believe we're going to have her up here. We're going to talk to her a little bit later this afternoon, possibly. Starting in 12th position is Mark Deffer. Mark's driving the 08 Formula Continental Van Diemen with Peter Vaja starting in 11th position, driving the number 22 Van Diemen Formula Continental. Starting in 10th position is going to be Doug Rocco, driving the number 46 Formula Continental with Chris Charno, who I believe finished second both days at Homestead, starting in 9th. In this group, he's in the number 24 Van Diemen Continental. Starting in 8th position, Robert Wright, driving the number 90 Elan DP08 Formula Continental with Andrew Whitston. Starting in 7th position, he's driving the number 54 Formula Enterprise 2 machine. Starting in 6th position, it's Robert Aller. He is your pole sitter in Formula Continental. He is driving the number 52 Van Diemen. And then we've got Steve Whitston driving the number 18 Formula Enterprise 2 machine. He starts 5th. Starting in 4th position, it's Jim Lebecco driving the number 98 Formula Enterprise 2 car with Russ Turner driving the number 32 Formula Enterprises 2 machine. And I believe I said Nolan Aller was your Formula Enterprise 2 pole sitter. And at the front of this group, we've got Ron Mishko in Formula Enterprise 2, the number 17 car, and Eric Wisniewski, your pole sitter in FE2. Now let's move over to Formula Atlantic and Prototype, starting 16th, driving the number 43 JDR machine in Formula Atlantic, Shane Prieto. Sherman Chow is in the P Store WF1, the number 3 car. He starts 15th. Starting 14th is Bart Wolf. He's in a Ligier JS51 Prototype 2 car, the number 28 machine, while he will have starting to his left Peter Shadowin in his West WX10. That is in the P class. Then we've got starting 12th, Paul Gatto. He is in the number 99 JDR Formula Atlantic car with JR Smart in his Swift 014. He starts 11th in the 06 car. Then we have Jim Booth. Jim's in the number 63 Formula Atlantic Swift, starting 10th with Austin Yelkin, starting 9th in the number 75 Formula Atlantic Swift 014. Starting in 8th, Rob Radman in the number 5 Formula Atlantic Elan with Nathan Bird in his number 97 Formula Atlantic, starting in 7th position. Starting 6th, James French in the 06 Formula Atlantic, took the win both days, I believe, last weekend at Homestead. I'll double check that in a moment. He's in the number 06 Swift with Bill Mulholland in the 00 Swift, starting in 5th position. Starting in 4th, it is Brandon Schwartz. He's in the number 48 Formula Atlantic Ligier F3 chassis with John McAleer in the Swift 016, the number 68 machine, starting in 3rd. And your front row today, Larry Howard in the number 51 Formula Atlantic Swift with Todd Vanacore in his P class Elan DP02, the number 19 car, is your pole sitter. As Brian, the lights have now been extinguished on the pace car. We should be going green this next time by.
That is the plan, and I am fairly certain it will work out.
All right, so indeed, James French was your Formula Atlantic winner, Brian, a week ago at Homestead, both on Saturday and Sunday, with Brandon Schwartz second, J.R. Swift finishing in 3rd. In Formula Continental, it was Rob Aller and Chris Charno 1-2. Mark Deffer finished 3rd on Saturday. Robert Wright finished 3rd on Sunday. In FE2, it was Russ Turner taking the win with Darrell Willis, 2nd both days. Kelton Jago took 3rd in the Saturday sprint race. Eric Wisniewski on Sunday during the feature race, finishing in 3rd. And in P, Todd Vanacore, your winner both days.
Green flag is in the air, and we are racing at Sebring. Look at those cars spreading out 3 and 4 wide here as they head down to turn 1 for the first time. And then they will sort their way through there. It's a big old funnel here into turn 1. So wide on the entrance, so narrow on. Oh, we got definite trouble. Lots of cars going every which way but loose. I see debris all over the racetrack. It looks like 2 or 3 cars are involved, and then a bunch of other cars to avoid.
Brian, we are going to a full course caution here, and I was just going to say we had a lot of cars fall out of that funnel.
Yeah, they have to make that decision really fast here because of the second group coming down to the green flag.
Exactly. We still have our FE2 and Formula Continental drivers now getting ready for their start, and they have been picked up. Safety car has stayed out on the field there and will lead our FE2 racers down into turn number 1 and our Formula Continental drivers as well. We'll try and get some numbers on that front group to see what happened there, but as you mentioned, a couple, they really started to fan out going into turn 1.
And normally they would give it a second to let the cars see if they can sort themselves out, but with that second group coming in and needing to take a green flag, they have to pull the trigger on that full course caution pretty fast. And even if those cars could have continued, they don't know that's going to happen, and it would be really, really dangerous to send another 10 or 12 cars down there full song and wonder what happened. So really good move by race control to throw that full course yellow quickly, and we're going to get some time to clean this thing up, and we'll get moving here.
Yeah, and Brian, it looks like we've got a car, a driver's right, just underneath that Advent Health bridge that had some issues.
The good news is that's in a place where you could almost leave it there. If they could pull that car back, you see a course worker running over there, and it, by themselves will be difficult. But if they could just inch that car back about 50 feet, that might be just a spot where that particular car could actually stay. As I said, let's take this opportunity really early, but we're in a full course yellow condition. So let's take our break, Greg, and get that out of the way. So when we do get back to green flag action, we can talk about everything coming at us. Let's do that. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We're at Sebring. We'll be right back.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance. What's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsored the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Might in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
We're back here at Sebring International Raceway for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Brian Bielanski. I've got Gregg Ginsberg with me, Jordan Worth pressing the buttons back at HQ, and Brendan Kazmarek out here making sure we don't do anything dumb. That's a hard job, by the way. That's a full-time job. He probably needs to get a double the pay for it, because keeping us under control is not easy.
Hear that, we get half the pay for it.
That's right. We've kind of sorted out what the situation is here with the yellow flag. Greg, I think you understand better than I do, so you tell us what's going on.
Well, I don't understand much, Brian, but I do know that as our second group, our Formula Continentals, Formula Enterprise 2 racers are coming down the front straight now. Obviously, we've got our first group. They are now heading up towards turn 10. And when they come out of the tower turn 13, and onto the back straight, our first safety car will pick up the field, and I think then try to dial their speeds back a little bit so we have them a little bit closer. And as a matter of fact, you can see them stage up there, driver's right, just around the bend, hopefully. And yeah, there they go, and start moving. It's just going to be a question of how much they slow the field down.
Yep, there's that pace car. All right. $18 minutes and 20 seconds left. I see still a whole bunch of track trucks out there in the turn 1 area, making the final cleanup here. Now that the second group is past them, they can get back to work finishing up the cleanup there between 1 and 2. There was some debris that needed to get picked up, as well as any cars that were left behind. There's also a truck at that car that was at the bridge at 6A. Looks like that truck may have already moved on. So we shouldn't be too long, Greg, before we get back to action here. I would say maybe another one more lap under full course caution here, and then hopefully we can get stuff going here.
And wanted to just check in. We've got Kelton Jago, Formula Enterprise 2 racer, in the chat with us. Also, we've got the folks from Panic Motorsports, Steve and Rebecca Burtock, mentioning that after 18 years, time for a change and family comes first. And we know how that is with club racing. So obviously all the best to them.
Yep, and a big thank you to Taylor Johnson Racing for the kind words about the live stream. We like doing it. I'm glad you like watching it.
Great. And we've got Max King, a Formula F driver, and a very good Formula F driver in his own right, joining us in the chat from up in New Jersey. And I want to thank him for joining us.
H. Lee Steves in the deck was talking about watching us from the comfort of their Colorado mountain location with the snow outside and the racing on the inside. That actually sounds rather pastoral.
Yes, it does. Like I said, far better than the 16th or 32nd of snow that we got in Charlotte last night. All right, so there you go on the front straight. Our front group, we are now working lap number 3, now behind the safety car. And we'll see in a moment here if we've gotten that car cleared out. I'm looking over my turn 7, and I believe he's still there. I haven't seen any vehicles responding there. All right, one of the cars that was involved in that incident at the beginning, Brian, was the number 19, and that number 19, that's Todd Vanacore, and he has continued. Okay. And I'm showing him right now 19th.
Yeah, he's
at the tail end of that lead group.
Exactly. I was going to say, I noticed him earlier. He is the last place car in the lead group. So the question will be, is there any damage on that car, and if that damage will be a problem for him.
Yeah, and so Vanacore, and now we know where some of these problems maybe started, because Vanacore was our pole sitter, Brian, and so obviously he has fallen back. Going to take a look, because I think one of the other racers that may have fallen back, I'm looking to see if I thought maybe John McAleer. We had a couple of our Atlantic drivers did not make the grid. Well, I don't want to say they didn't make the grid. They didn't complete the first lap. We've got John McAleer in the 68 whiffed. McAleer was scheduled to start third. Bill Mulholland in the double zero, scheduled to start fifth. They have not completed a lap. And then Chris Charno, who is on our lead in our Formula Continental and FE2 group, I show him as not having completed a lap either. He started third in Formula Continental, and I think 7th or 8th in that group.
Yeah, Todd Vanacore is going to have to get around 5 cars to get back to the front if he wants to win this prototype race.
All right, and I am getting word that our emergency services team, Brian, they do have the 68 car of McAleer with them. Okay. So again, this kind of makes sense as Vanacore started on the inside of the front row, McAleer on the inside of row number 2.
Got it.
And it looks like they were both involved in that incident.
Got it. Someone in the chat asking if they missed Spec Miata. You did, and you missed a fantastic race. And after we're done, we could go back now and watch it, but we'd rather have you stay here and watch the last couple of races live, and then later on go back and watch it. But you definitely want to go back and watch a Spec Miata race because it was fantastic. Yeah, also go back and watch the Spec Racer Ford race. That one was fantastic. And go back and watch the GT race. That one was fantastic. Go back and watch them all. Look at the fly
that Brian put together.
Yeah, no, but we've actually had some really, we haven't had any races that weren't fun to watch today. So go back and watch us after we're done with the live stuff. Stay with us live now. And then go back tonight and pop yourself some popcorn and put a pizza in the oven and sit back and...
Because if you scrub backwards, the chat stuff doesn't really make any sense.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. And that's what we're all here for the chat.
That's right.
Kevin Greer is here. Thanks for being here, Kevin. Garrett Hunter, Mark Russell, Luke Walsh is here. Thank you all for being here with us.
And of course, Kevin Greer, who I know incredibly well from my time working with the SCCA's Time Trials National Tour.
Look at
that. He is talking up. No, well, this is going to be an amazing event, Brian, at Las Vegas, going to be mid-February.
Yep.
Time Attack, Autocross, and Track Day all together, and it's, I believe, part of the SCCA's Time Trials series, and it should be a very good time. Kevin, timing person extraordinaire, and I want to thank him for joining in. All right, just getting word now from Race Control, Brian, that we are going to be going to Green Flag Racing this next time by.
Yeah, looks like the tow truck with one of those cars in tow is going to probably duck out on the backside here. Yeah. It's coming up on turn 17 or 16. I think there's a place for that tow truck to pull in there.
All right, lights are out on the lead safety car, Brian. Question we'll have to watch is with our second group if they start single file or double file, because technically they never really have.
Yeah, they should start single file.
Yeah.
Because the race starts regardless.
Yeah. All right. So they never left behind the safety car as the first group now takes the green flag, Brian, and heading down the front straight. And Larry Howard, in that red number 51 car, cuts right across the nose of Brandon Schwartz to hold him off going into turn 1.
And here they go through turn 1, much more organized than on the first lap. They want to get some green flag racing in. And with 11 minutes and 26 seconds to go, they probably have about 11 laps of racing left here. Maybe less than that. Maybe 8 laps of racing left here if they can stay full course green here for the rest of this session. Here they come now through turn 5, nice and clean side-by-side action. They're a little further back, one of the prototypes, trying to get around one of those Formula Atlanta cars.
And one of our prototype cars running a little bit wide, seems to be off the pace, Brian. Don't know if that's Michael Bolton in the 77 machine or who that is.
I think that's Wade Richardson maybe falling back.
That car very much off the pace now coming out of turn 4. All right, real quick, Brian, as the time is starting to run down, we spent a lot of time under caution. Let me quickly make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, race group 7, STU, GT3U, T3 and T4, please head to the grid. Race group 7, STU, GT3U, T3, T4, please head to the grid, Brian, as our second group, and yeah, it was double file. They take the green flag and head down to into turn 1 under green for the first time.
Well, here they come down here, 2 and 3 wide as they funnel into that little section here coming out of turn 1.
Everyone has to learn to negotiate that. They come through looking at this moment to be pretty clean. Now they get more into a single file order as they come. Oh, a big breakup there for our second place car. Not sure which one that was. That looked like it might have been Robert Allaire.
It's quite possible. We had at the front of that group, Brian, Eric Wisniewski and Von Mishko with Russ Turner a little bit further behind. And then we had Jim Lebecco, Steve Whitston. I think Allaire at the green was sitting back in 6th position. We'll have to see if he was able to work his way back up. And big brake lockup going down there into turn 7 in the Hawk Performance braking zone. Was that possibly Russ Turner that fell all the way back?
We'll know here quickly once they come across the start-finish line. That would be an unfortunate start here for Turner if that is the case. And with 9 minutes to go, a lot less time to work your way back up through the field.
Yeah, so Brian, that prototype car that we saw off pace a little bit earlier,
right,
coming through turn 4, indeed, is Michael Moulton in the number 77 Store WF1. He has parked that car just past the pedestrian bridge, coming out of turn 6, heading towards turn 7, the Corvette bridge. And looks like his race is now done.
All right, here comes the next field here through 10 and 11. There's your pro. That's Todd Vanacore trying to make his way back up to the front after his problems on lap 1.
And so we do have a local caution coming out of turn 5, heading towards turn 6.
Right.
The corner workers over there are asking if they can drop the caution because they think he's very much in a safe position right now. He's actually sitting right in front of the bridge abutment there. And I think that flag is going to come down. And I want to thank Gabe Fairbach, who did say that, yes, indeed, Russ Turner is sitting in 3rd behind Wisniewski and Mishko. He was not the racer that we saw have troubles down at turn 3 on the first lap under green.
And now Russ Turner has moved into 2nd place, so he is now behind Mishko by 0.7 tenths of a second, with Wisniewski now down to 3rd. So that, and he is 7 tenths back as well. So that is your top 3 in FE2. Mishko, Turner, and Wisniewski. That's your top 3.
All right, and as we are watching the front of the Formula Enterprise 2 field, Brian, Brandon Schwartz in the number 48 Ligier, the F3 chassis Ligier, was able to get around Larry Howard's Swift 016. So he is your new leader in Formula Atlantic, with Aston Yelkin 2nd, with J.R. Smart running 3rd, Rob Radman 5th. And then in the prototype class, with Todd Vanacore having his issues, Sherman Chow, your leader, Peter Shadowin running in 2nd. And again, Vanacore, who started from the back of that pack. He's only 2 cars behind. He's got Paulie Gatto in the Formula Atlantic JDR just ahead of him, between he and Peter Shadowin in the battle for 2nd in P.
Robert Allaire opening up a little bit of a lead. If you remember last weekend at Homestead, he opened up some big leads in Formula Continental. Right now, 3.6 seconds is his lead after the first green flag lap here. Let's do another call to grid here as we start moving into our final minutes of this race.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group 7. STU, GT3U, T3, and T4, please head to the grid. Race group 7, STU, GT3U, T3, and T4, please head to the grid.
Todd Vanacore, who started at the back of this group after the restart, already back up into 1st place here. He has taken the lead here and has already opened up a 6 tenths of a second lead over Sherman Chow, with Peter Shadowin in 3rd. Brandon Schwartz, your Formula Atlantic race leader now, with only a 3 tenths of a second lead over Larry Howard. Let's see if we can find that battle. That's the, is that these guys right here?
Larry Howard is going to be in the red number 51 machine. Brandon Schwartz, white number 48.
I think that was the start. Yeah, that was our Formula E FE2 battle into first place. So that was Mishko and Vaughn. Or Vaughn Mishko and Russ Turner.
Yeah, they should be coming. They should be coming over towards the pedestrian bridge right now. Matter of fact, they come under the pedestrian bridge. They are now heading into the Hawk Performance braking zone. There is the second car. That is Larry Howard in the 51 car. Asen Yelkin and J.R. Smart. That is your top 4 in Formula Atlantic. And interestingly enough, Brian, we were looking, we were looking earlier to see what the pace was with these racers under race conditions versus what we saw in qualifying.
Right.
As we know that the track's still not optimal. Running at the front of Formula Atlantic again, Schwartz and Howard running in the high 206s to high 207s, and they set qualifying times in the low 202s. So again, still a lot of time to find. But I think, as we saw here with the rain that we had this morning, a lot of that rubber was pushed off the side, just not nearly enough, not nearly the grip levels.
Got a car there in the background. That's between 15 and 16 here. Not quite sure which one it is, but it is back under control. And I will tell you, James French just went purple, Greg, with a 201.562. Thinking that might have been the 91 car, although... Do I see a 91 car? Yeah, 91 would have been Ross Wolf. If that is, in fact, the 91 car. Car's starting to get a little bit racy, Greg. I see them putting a wheel off here on occasion. And
actually, Brian, I believe that may have been Whitney Strickland in the 181 FE2 machine that went around. Whitney, he used to race quite a bit in Spec Race 4 Gen 3. I think this is his first season in FE2. And actually, no, he used to, now that I look back, he used to race in the Gen 1 Formula Enterprise machine, as well as Formula Mazda, as well as Formula V. And says he's loved racing since he was in his very first pedal cars. They couldn't have been all that fast. Back in the 60s, he does volunteer as a course marshal, a flagger for the Houston region. So I want to thank him for coming all this way, of course. Yeah, indeed. And that's it was the red 181 machine.
And there's a car went off there in 13. Not sure who it was, but he figured out which gear to pull and how to get the car turned around. And
it's funny, Brian, because yesterday morning when Brendan and I were putting out cameras, I said, nobody will ever run to that runoff on the outside of 13. No need to point the camera over there. And I think he's the first in the 7 or 8 years that I've been covering this event.
Yeah. That is the flagger's curse. When you say no one will ever get here, guarantee you sometime during the day someone will get there.
But on the bright side, he didn't take out one of the cones. So
I wonder if there's something else going on there.
Yeah, Brian, if you look at this camera view, you can see the smoke coming across from our right to the left.
Yeah, and there's some really weird lines going through here right now. No one's coming even close to the apex. So my guess is that they're driving around somebody.
Brian, we are going to a full course caution, and so I'm going to try and pick up from our flag net who that car is, because I believe there is likely a car over there by 13.
And with that full course caution, unless they extend this out a little bit, which I doubt they're going to do because we're going to run out of daylight here, they are going to end up probably putting this race under a checkered flag condition pretty quick here. They'll just need to pick up the leader before they can do that. But you want to slow those cars down, whatever that situation there is. It was obviously quick enough for them to throw that full course pretty quickly here.
All right, Brian, I am getting
the white flag.
We are going to be going to a checkered flag the next time by, and it appears as though we might have a vehicle fire over at it's the 4-9 car, and he I think sounds as though he may be over by the entrance to Sunset Bend, Brian.
Okay.
That is William Niemeyer, and we are going to a red flag condition, Brian. So all of our racers will be pulling over to the side of the track and coming to hopefully a safe and controlled stop to allow our emergency services vehicles to respond.
If you look at what happened right here on the front straight, those drivers did exactly what they're instructed to do in the SCCA. A red flag all here is a quickly come to a safe and controlled but quick stop here, so all of the emergency vehicles can get to the racetrack and do whatever they need to do as quickly as possible. Red flag in the SCCA is very different than the red flag in other racing organizations, and everybody in the cameras that we're seeing now has done exactly the right thing, although the one car who pulled up into the grass might have a hard time getting out because it's nice and wet, but we have another car. All these cars here, again, this is how it's instructed here in the SCCA, is to pull over. That lets the emergency vehicles immediately get to where they need to go, and it also probably means there's a track blockage. That's another typical reason when they call the red flag like that, that they just don't want any more cars coming into that situation and making a bigger problem than they already have. So,
all right, Brian, a little more information. So we talked about the 49 car that is over and just past the bridge at the Sunset Bend. We also have over at turn 13, where we saw all that smoke,
right?
The 06 Formula Atlantic of J.R. Smart.
Okay.
And sounds like the fire that they may have had over there had been extinguished, and they just need it flat towed out of there.
Yeah, my suspicion is this is a track blockage situation somewhere, and just, you know, there's 40 cars out here on this group this weekend, 37.
Well, Brian, I would say the 06, it is center of track currently.
There you go.
Coming into turn 13, and that is what likely brought it out.
Yep, that's exactly the way that works. So, all right, let's well, until they come around, we really can't tell you who the finishing order is officially. So,
Well, I'll tell you what. Let's do this at least, Brian. Let's
make a call to
grid.
grid.
We'll make another call to grid, and we can go and reset the field here as well. So let's do this first. Attention in the paddock. Race Group 7, STU, GT3U, T3, and T4. Please head to the grid. Race Group number 7, STU, GT3U, T3, and T4. Please head to the grid. All right, so let's take a look here at the current running order. In the prototype class, Brian, Todd Vanacore managed to get back around Sherman Chow and Peter Shadowin, and now we can definitely run down this order because we are getting word that they are going to display the checkered flag for all of our racers. So in prototype, Vanacore, then Sherman Chow, then Peter Shadowin. That will be your top 3, with Wade Richardson finishing in 4th. In prototype 2, Bart Wolf will finish in 2nd. In Formula Atlantic, Larry Howard will take the win. I have to see here. I'm showing James French now as your second place driver in Atlantic, with Brandon Schwartz 3rd, Asen Yelkin 4th, J.R. Smart again in the 06 car, stationary at the moment, but I have him down currently in 5th position. In Formula Continental, Rob Aller, your leader, and who will now be your winner, with Doug Rocco 2nd, Robert Wright 3rd, Mark Deffer 4th, and Peter Vida finishing in 5th. And that leaves us with Formula Enterprise 2, where Russ Turner managed to take the get around both Vaughn Mishko and Steve Wood and Eric Wisniewski. Russ Turner takes the win. Mishko finishes 2nd. Steve Whitston finishes in 3rd. Andrew Whitston, who we saw have some issues this morning in qualifying, he will finish in 4th. Had some issues with the wet track. And Eric Wisniewski, who had been leading in FE2 early on, he finishes in 5th position.
All right, so let's do this. When this race, when everybody crosses the line and we get the provisional results, I will drop those in the chat if anybody wants to see them. And because once they sort this all out, the positions may change just a little bit depending on who went off and everything. We will work that out. I'll put it in the chat when the time comes. We'll take our break here because this is going to be a bit of a cleanup here. And when we come back, we're going to have our STU, GT3, T3, and T4 race. That's next. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the 45th annual winter vacation here at Sebring International Raceway. Stay with us, everyone. We'll be right back.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at Sebring International Raceway. And as you can see, the guys there doing the twist. That is the international sign of, is there oil on the racetrack? They are checking out the surface right now. That's been our delay, folks, besides the incidents that we had that caused the red flag. A big oil down, and track crews have been working hard to get that fixed up. We're going to go to green as soon as we can. In the meantime, we have a guest with us to chat for a few minutes. Morgan Burkhard, who has ran SCCA Spec Racer Ford 3 for a while, and he has turned that into a career in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge Series. Last year he was in the TC class. This year, big news, Morgan. Tell us what you're going to do this year.
Well, I'm actually really excited to go ahead with this one. We're going to the GS, the Grand Sport class in GT4 with a Porsche Cayman. So I'm really excited, and it's a bit. I mean, it's cool that it's a Porsche, right?
Right.
But the thing that's even better about this is that we signed on for 3 years. So
wow.
Yeah, you don't see that often, do you?
Yeah. No, I'm over the moon to be 19 years old and sign a 3-year deal. So I can't even imagine what I'm going to be like when I'm 22, but I'll be in a race car. So that's we like that, and it's so nice to be able to go into the race weekend and not have to worry about what am I doing next year, who do I have to impress, because I seem to have impressed enough to be able to go in for 3 years, and really excited to work with Steven and the rest of the CSM crew. It's a really, really good community that we've built already, and going over and met the shop, met the guys, feels like it's going to blend really well, and had a lot of development already with the team. So really excited to, next week we go to the Roar and I'll be driving the car for the first time. So it's going to be a lot of fun to just get in and go. And yeah, like I said, a lot of really, really good guys, a lot of really experienced people. I mean, Steven has won the 24 Hours of Daytona. He's been incredibly successful in the prototype category in IMSA racing. So really, really good wealth of knowledge to just build off of right away.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And what are you doing at Sebring this weekend? I know you're not driving, so what brought you down this weekend?
Well, that's a cool story, actually. So I started racing Spec Racer Ford in 2023. And I kind of got picked up a little bit because I was one of few kids who were in the Spec Racer category and ended up running up at the front, and it kind of opened some eyes for some people, including Jackson Gardner and Cliff White, and both of them have really kind of taken me under their wing, introduced me to some pretty cool people with Billy Vincent, who is. All three of those people have been the reason that I have gone from Spec Racer Ford to IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge and TCR and then in GS. So we're really trying to develop out this program that there is a genuine walkway and path from SCCA club racing to pro racing. So this weekend, we are bringing in 2 kids, John Antonino and Jackson Deal. We're bringing them into the Spec Racer category and, throw them in the deep end of the pool and see how they swim. And so far, they've been swimming pretty good. So
yeah.
Jackson Deal finished 11th in race 1 today. John finished 17th, but he had an early incident and fought back from 34th, I think.
Wow.
So he, really got the hammer down, drove through the field, and put on a really good show. And both of them have been incredible all weekend. Jackson ran inside the top 10, so couldn't be happier with their performance. And it really goes to show that this field, it's not one that you can just jump in and go. It's one you really, really have to work for, and you really have to get in, and you're going to learn a lot from these guys like Russ Turner, Clay, Brian Schofield, Denny Stripling, Dave Ogburn. Those last 3 have all been racing professionally in WRL and SRO.
So basically, they're getting the same experience that you had when you showed up at VIR for the Super Tour back in 2023. First time. Yeah.
Yes, getting your butt handed to you on a silver platter. That is exactly what's going on, and that's good. You'll never learn when you're out front and you're winning. So you gotta get shown up a couple times, and that's what's happening now. And they're responding to the learning experience really well, and they're developing a lot. So it's really cool to jump back in and bring people through this program and really prove that it's a pathway. Because the Spec Racer, I'm a firm believer that car is one of the hardest cars to drive, just because it's a really light car. If you look at it in terms of car production now, it's a box frame, tube frame chassis.
Right.
It has rocker arm suspension, and it is very crude in how it's put together. But that's what I love about it. It makes it really difficult to drive. So it's really light, and it doesn't really it rolls a lot through a corner, so it's a bit of a dump truck. So every input that you have to the car is going to make huge alterations in the balance. So if you're doing something wrong, you're going to know about it real quick.
Yep.
Yeah,
real quick, Morgan, just got word from Race Control that most of that oil cleanup is complete. The group that's on the grid right now, which are STU, GT3U, T3, and T4 racers, they have just been given the 5-minute warning.
Great.
So they'll be heading out soon, and we'll be getting racing back underway here soon enough. But in the meantime, we've got Morgan Burkhard, Michelin Pilot Cup driver, and Brian, continue on.
Yeah, so that pathway is really interesting, Morgan. I'm happy to say that we're beginning season 5 of Inside the SCCA this Wednesday, and my guest, a special guest, who I've been wanting to get on the show a long time, is Andy Lally, who we all know has had a fantastic career in the IMSA and sports cars and endurance racing, and he started in SCCA. He is now the president of Trans Am as he moves on from racing to the administrative side of the sport. But we had a long conversation about how SCCA used to be a pathway, Morgan. That kind of went away for many years, and now it really feels like the SCCA is beginning to be that pathway again. He's a firm believer in it. You're a firm believer in it, and to see people actively trying to make this a pathway again is really fantastic.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think I see so many people. I either reach out to them and give advice, or they reach out to me and ask for some advice about, I have X amount of dollars. Where do I go? This is my goal. Where do I go? And I always tell them, you can always, if you have a big enough check, you can go and run MX5 Cup, GR Cup. You can go straight into pro racing. But if you've come from go-karts and you're trying to make 15 steps all at one time, it's probably not going to go well. It's not going to go the way you want it to. You have to develop yourself and get some experience in a car before you can go in a broadcast series when Toyota's watching, Mazda's watching, Roger Penske's watching, right? You want to do it at a place like SCCA where there are a lot of really, really talented people. The events are run really well. And you've got a learning ground. There's a lot of people here who are really willing to help. When I went into the Super Tour in 2023, and I walked up to Denny Stripling and Russ Turner and was like, "Hey, I suck. How do I not suck?"
And that's what I meant. That's what I meant. Not that you got your what handed to you the first time you showed up, but you had a lot of people there to mentor you when you came on site for the very first time to race in that VIR Super Tour.
There's so many people here who are willing to help, and that's not something you're going to find in a pro paddock because there's money on the line. There's a whole lot more on the line when you get to an IMSA race or an SRO race. But here, we're here because we enjoy the sport. We're here because we like it. So why would I not help you get to where you want to go, right? It's one of those things that I think is really special about the SCCA is that there's so many people who are they're all here because we enjoy racing, and we wouldn't be here if we didn't. So it's a place where you can have people who are doing this for fun. You can have people who are trying to go into the pro racing and learn a lot, and it's something special that I think is underutilized in today's world.
No doubt. And you have found some early success, fantastic that it has, and that you're able to start mentoring some younger folks. You also mentor some older folks too, so it's not just the youngsters. We won't talk about your coaching of me in sim racing because that would be boring, and I don't want you to tell anybody how bad I am, although most people already know. But nonetheless, it's a great opportunity.
I mean, everybody has charity cases, Brian.
Yes, well, I would be Morgan's charity case. Thank you very much, Greg. I don't know how to respond to that. Anyway, we're having a good time there. Are you going to get a chance to do any SCCA racing this year, Morgan?
I really hope so. Hope so. I think I'd like to get back into a spec racer. Somebody's got to give these kids some, a running partner and really help out with them. So I think this weekend we go into the next Super Tour that they're going to do, which is probably going to be Road Atlanta, maybe Watkins Glen. I think we're planning on doing 4 or 5 more Super Tour events this year. So I want to get in there and run with them. So they're going to be on my pace pretty soon if I'm not careful. So really, like I said earlier, I'm really proud of them and how they've developed. They've come straight from go-karts with MPG Motorsports and our karting program and straight into this, and they're swimming, right? I could not be more proud of what they're doing. So I really hope that I can get out there with them and you know, maybe learn a couple things from them. So to answer your question, yes, I hope so.
All right, Brian, as our viewers can see now, we've got our STU, GT3U, T3, and T4 racers leaving the grid, and we are ready to get racing back underway. So if you and Morgan don't mind, let's run down the starting order for this race group, and we'll get back to some race action and some very compelling interview here as well. All right, we had 30 racers set qualifying times over the course of the weekend for this afternoon's race. Let's go and run down the starting order. I believe we've got the touring cars starting in a group in the rear. We'll have our GT cars and STU cars up at the front. Starting 30th, driving the number 73 Touring 3 Ford Mustang, it's Daniel Moen with John Ferguson. Starting 13th, he's in the number 23 Touring 4 Subaru BRZ. Randy Johnson is going to start 28th today. He's in the, or pardon me, he's going to start, let's try that again, 12th. He's in the number 10 Touring 3 Ford Mustang with Devin Anderson in the number 111 Touring 4 Subaru BRZ. Starting 10th in Touring, going to be Rob Hines. He is in his Touring 3 Mazda Miata. Big change from the Nissan that he normally races. He's going to have Connor Thomas to his left. He's in the number 129 Touring 4 Mazda MX-5. Then starting in 8th position, we've got Robert Damler. He's going to start 8th. He's in the number 121 Touring 3 Ford Mustang. And to his left, Ethan Barker, driving a 2006 Mazda MX-5. That's a Touring 4 car, and it is the 112 machine. Starting in 6th position, Scotty B. White in his Touring 4 Ford Mustang, the number 0 car, starting 6th, with Brian Heitman starting 5th. He is in the number 25 Touring 3 Mazda MX-5. Starting on the outside of row number 2, Andrea King. We saw her a little bit earlier in Spec Racer Ford. Now she's out in her Touring 3 BMW, that number 8 car. And starting to her left in the 00 Touring 4 Mazda MX-5, it's Mark Cefalo. He's your pole sitter in Touring 4. Row number 1, it is Todd Clark in the number 11 Touring 3 BMW 330 Ci. To his left, our pole sitter in Touring 3, driving the number 2015, driving the number 42 Subaru BRZ, Juan Carlos LaRue from Rue Helmets. Now let's move over to our Super Touring and GT3 under races. It is Michael Reese starting in 16th position, driving the number 89 STU Honda S2000, with Edwin Soto Quinones in his Porsche Boxster, starting 15th in the number 68 car. Starting 14th, driving the STU Mazda Miata. I think we saw this car out a little bit earlier in production. It's Whitfield Gregg with Paul Azon in his BMW Z3, starting 13th. That's the number 173 car. Starting 12th, driving the 1999 Mazda Miata in STU. The number 51 car is driven by Ray Filbert. Then Scott Sansone in his Mazda RX-3 will start 11th today. He's in the number 80 machine. And starting in 10th position, Armin McGregorian in his GT3U Mazda Miata with Scott Sansone Jr., also in a Mazda RX-3. That is the 07 car and starts 9th. Starting in 8th position, Michael Kuna in his STU BMW M3. Took a couple podiums at Homestead a week ago with Zach Arnold in his 2006 BMW, starting 7th in STU there. Now starting in 6th position in the number 117 STU Toyota GR86, Miles Hewitt with Kip Van Steenberg in his Porsche 944, starting in 5th. Starting on the outside of row number 2, Jose Osiris Pena is in the number 199 STU Honda CRX, finished 3rd at the runoffs in that car, with Richard Estacio starting 3rd. He's in his 2007 Lotus Exige, the Crew Speed Motorsports car. They're starting 3rd. On the outside of the front row today, Jeff Durnell in the number 65 GT3U Mazda RX-7. And to his left, your pole sitter today with a qualifying time of 2 minutes, 19 seconds, .600 from Maiden, North Carolina in his Honda Civic. It's Tony Ave.
All right, we're getting ready to go back to green flag action. Morgan Burkhard is with us. Morgan, I want you to take off your I'm being interviewed hat and put on your race analyst hat. And while you're watching, if you see anything interesting, if you find something on the timing screen you'd like to talk about, just hop right in and join the team here, and we'll have all the best content we can get to people at home. How's that sound for you?
That sounds absolutely wonderful, Brian.
All right, here we go. Getting ready to come down to the green flag for the first time. This is our front group here, our faster group of the two anyway, nonetheless. At least that's how it's supposed to work out. We'll see if the starter likes what he sees, and if he does, the green flag will go in the air, and it is in the air now. They're already fanning out 3 wide, 4 wide here, a little deeper into the field as they cross the line for the first time and head down to turn 1, this big funnel into turn 1. I love when I see a little bit of flame out of a tailpipe there, or this
and that was
side pipe.
Yeah, that was Jeff Durnell's rotary. If there wasn't a flame coming out of the back of that car, Brian, I'd be very surprised. But he's going to have to hold off Tony Ave going into turn 3, and Ave fights back ahead. Right behind him is Jose Osiris Pena in his Honda CRX. And then we've got the Porsche of Kip Van Steenberg, actually fell back behind Michael Kuhn. STU BMW is our second group, Brian, here for the green.
And as Greg just said, green flags in the air for the second group. As they come across the line now, all not quite as fanned out wide for this group. They're being a little more docile as they come through turn 1 for the first time. Don't let that being docile change your mind here, folks. They're going to fight just as hard as anybody else. But sometimes discretion is the better part of value. Turn 1, first one, as they say, nobody wins the race on turn 1. But as we learned in the last race, you can absolutely lose the race in turn 1. Here they come this time by through turn 5, starting to get single file. I already see one of those guys. They had a Challenger or a Mustang in the back with what looks like a little bit of damage already. Not sure if that was from earlier in the race or earlier in the weekend. Might have been just the way the lights. No, let's see. This is the car I was talking about here, coming on the inside right now. Looks got a little bit of damage. Yeah, it's a Mustang with a little bit of front end damage, front left corner.
Yeah, and I believe that is Randy Johnson in the number 10 Touring 3 machine out of Tacoma, Washington, Brian. And yeah, he had a little bit of a coming together with a tire wall earlier this morning in qualifying.
Got it.
And, yeah, matter of fact, right over here, over by turn 9. And looks like Robbins racing here early on for Scotty B. White, just ahead in his Ford Mustang as they work their way through.
Here comes our first pack now coming through for the first time. Turn 17, Tony Ave at the point, and Jeff Durnell in second place. They come under the bridge. There's Jose Osiris Pena in third. Now heading down towards the end of the first race lap here.
And so, Brian, interesting, of course, to note right up at the front of this pack where we see Tony Ave and Jeff Durnell making their way through. They are now racing in not GT3, but GT3U. Right. Major difference is that they've had to make a change over to DOT tires as opposed to the cantilevered or maybe full radial slicks, much grippier tires than what they had been running. What they had been running were much grippier tires, I think, than what they now have to be on. Of course, the coming up in 2026, we're going to see GT3U combined with STU. So you've got these two different classes now running separately, but running on the track at the same time. It'll make things a lot easier, likely for the Club Racing Board to determine if there need to be some changes in balance and performance coming into 2026. And we've got a car here, that's Osiris Pena, putting quite a bit of smoke through the air. We did hear that we had a car off coming out of turn 3. Yeah, and it's the 17 machine, Brian, Whitfield Gregg and his Mazda Miata that went off course. And spun off driver's right. Might have come in contact with the tire wall, but he has now gotten back underway. It sounds as though that area between turn 3 and turn 5 is now clear.
Definitely taking a look at the different classes at the moment after our one lap. Juan Carlos LaRue Jr.
He is a driver out of the Dominican Republic. He is in first place right now in T3. Then you've got Todd Clark and Andrea King. That's your top 3 in T3 after one lap. T4 top 3, Mark Cephalo, and that number 00 car that we always see him in. And then Ethan Barker and Devin Anderson is your top 3 in T4. STU top 3, Jose Osiris Pena, Michael Kuna, and Kip Van Steenberg. And then to GT3U, we've been talking about it so far. That would be Tony Ave, Jeff Durnell, and Scott Sansone Jr., your top 3 in GT3U.
And actually, one of the things we keep talking about all these different classes is, yeah, we've got a bunch of different classes. We've got touring, we've got super touring, we've got grand touring. Obviously, super touring and grand touring are soon to be combined, but the really incredible thing to me is that there's so many different types of cars. We see a car moving slowly going into turn 15 there. Looked like one of the super touring Miatas. We'll wait to get a number on that one, but like I was saying, there's so many different types of cars, right? You've got some GR Cup cars out here, you've got some MX-5 Cup cars, you've got full tube frame cars, you've got full stock cars that are been heavily modified. So there's a myriad of different ways that these people are going to be generating speed. And some of the T3 cars are probably going to be overlapping with other classes, and all of these classes are going to be overlapping. So you might not be racing somebody who's in your class, which throws a little bit of a monkey wrench into the way that you drive. You always never want to be racing people who are outside of your class, but if they're in between somebody who's in your class, you're trying to get around somebody who's then in your class, it does get a little bit difficult. And when you've got a car like we see on screen here, we've got an MX-5 Cup car who's getting passed by a BRZ going into turn number 1. That MX-5 Cup car is a sequential transmission and full ABS. That BRZ, H-pattern, and it's got a little bit less or a little bit more power, weighs a little bit more. So there's some huge differences in the way that these cars are going to make speed, and that's something that these drivers are going to have to constantly juggle and really learn. Every time you get to a new car, it's not going to be the same. It's not like a spec category where they're all going to make the speed the same way. Some of these cars, you pass one, you get to the next one, now they're really fast in a straight line as the one before was really slow in a straight line. So it's a brand new exercise every time you get around a car.
Tony Abe still our race leader. Jeff Durnell second. Jose Osiris Pena is in third. Those are 2 GT3U cars, and then the first place car in STU. That's your top 3 here. Still see a lot of that oil drive being kicked around here from the previous group. A lot of oil down in the race before they put down the oil drive. They blow a lot of it off, but until the cars get out there, it's really easy to see that little dust that they go into if they go offline.
Exactly, and that oil dry, it's there to soak up oil, but the oil dry itself does not have the same coefficient of grip as the pavement does. So it takes a little bit of adjustment, especially if it's in a braking zone or in the middle of a corner. You're going to have to adjust a little bit, and it's going to throw a little bit of a wrench into the way that you go through corners. So you have to adapt. You've been running the same line in the same groove pretty much all weekend, and now all of a sudden there's a bunch of oil dry down, and you got to change it up. So the drivers that are easily adaptable to the current conditions are going to do a little bit better in that specific section of the racetrack. But that's that's part of racing, is that it is never going to be the same twice.
T3, Juan Carlos LaRue Jr., still the race leader there. He's got a 1.8 second lead over Todd Clark, and then a big gap back to third place in T3. T4, also a big gap between first and second early on here. Mark Cephalo in first. Second place, Ethan Barker, 3.9 seconds back. About 16 minutes to go, 17 minutes to go in this race. We are here for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. One more race to go at the end of the day here, STL. So don't go away, folks. That will be up next, and that'll wrap us up for today. We're back out here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning with 8 more races. That will be how we finish up our first weekend here of the 2025 SCCA Super Tour. There is that, oh no, that's not the Mark Cephalo car. Another bluish car, but it's the blue and yellow Planet Miata car. That's Mark Cephalo right there. That's an unmistakable car, that livery that we see out there, both here, also in Spec Miata and in Spec MX-5. That Planet Miata team puts a bunch of cars out here.
Yeah, and right now, Brian, Cephalo's got almost 4 seconds on Ethan Barker in the number 112 Mazda. Devin Anderson, former national champion, sitting back in 3rd position in his Subaru BRZ. Cephalo being hounded by the one-eyed Honda, that Honda S2000 that we saw a little bit earlier today. And I believe that is actually Michael Reese in the number 89 machine.
Patrick Lipsinick in the chat said that GT3 cars are going to need adjustments before next year because Ave just broke the STU track record. And that's part of, we talked about this, Greg, during qualifying, that this is part of the learning this year to determine what needs to be adjusted when these two car classes become one class next year. That's why they're in the same class race together here, so that they can learn which cars work and how they work together. And then they'll make those adjustments as the year goes on, but definitely before next year to bring the two classes closer together.
Sure, and of course we're seeing, we talked a little bit earlier today with our first group of the day, our small bore group, where the GT Light class, no longer a national class, still available for regional road racing, but those GT Light drivers are now racing in F production. And although it is a question of, in most cases now, silhouette body tube frame cars, at least we saw at one point that the tires that they're running still very similar to what the F production racers are driving. And also those GT Light cars, very small motors for the most part, under 2 liters, usually with not a flat plate restrictor, but an SIR, a single inline restrictor there, capturing all the air coming into the intake tract. And we saw today that today and also last weekend at Homestead, that it's, at least for when you're looking at some former national champions, pretty close competition right off the bat. And GT Light the former GT Light cars aren't coming in as big overdogs. But what you have here, I think, here in GT3U as going in with STU is STU, which was a class primarily based on weight, based on displacement, and not on a per car spec line where you have that in GT3. Then in a lot of cases, they don't necessarily time-wise match up so great initially, but again, we've got a year to get this figured out.
Well, and I will also say that the rest of the GT3U cars, Jeff Durnell, are not faster than the STU cars at the moment. Still, Jose Osiris Pena is still a second ahead of the second place car in GT3U. So, we have to remember that Tony Ave is got a fantastic car and it's a fantastic race car driver. Sure. So judging the whole deal off of that one car is probably not fair either.
Correct.
We'll learn that as we go throughout the year, like you just said, and then they'll do the best to bring the two classes to parity when we get to 2026. 12:55 left in this ice. We're at the halfway point, Greg. You know what that means? Let's do a call to grid and take our break.
I got to hit some buttons. All right, here we go, Brian. Touch in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 8, Super Touring Light. Please head to the grid. Race group 8, STL Racers. Please head to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action and interview action from Sebring. You're watching the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be right back.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco is trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
All right, we are back here at Sebring International Speed Raceway, and this is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the 45th annual winter vacation. Thanks to Central Florida region and all of their workers for being out here with us this weekend. Braving the elements this morning. Thankfully, it's dried out this afternoon, but we couldn't put these races on without the volunteers. And here we've got a pass for 5th place in STU. That was Philibert and
Ray Philibert in the 51 Mazda and Miles Hewitt in the 117 GR86.
So 9 minutes to go. Things started to pretty much sort themselves out. Our leader is Tony Ave with a 14-second lead over Jeff Durnell in his Mazda, old school Mazda RX-7. That's a cool car. Then you've got the Jose Osiris Pena CRX in first place in STU. That is there. Behind him is Kip Van Steenberg and Michael Kuna. That's your top three in STU. Dipping down and looking at T3 right now, we've got Juan Carlos LaRue Jr., followed by Todd Clark and Andrea King. That's a 7-second lead for LaRue Jr. And in T4, let's go back there and check this one out. Mark Cefalo, he's got a 8.5-second lead over Ethan Barker. Devin Anderson is in third. Scotty B. White, our good friend Scotty B. White, he is in fourth right now. As I like to say, Scotty B. White is a guy with an opinion, and he's never afraid to share it, Greg.
that is very much the case. But you know, when he's packed up in that truck, driving all the way across the country all the time, you know, he's got a way to express himself, and let those ideas. He's probably got nobody else to talk to for like 3 or 4 days.
You got plenty of time to come up with a lot of ideas.
Yeah, exactly. Well, he is definitely an idea man. That is definitely it. All right, we're watching that great battle going on right now between Philbert and Miles Hewitt for 5th right now in Super Touring Under. Should mention Kip Van Steenberg, that Porsche 944 S2, currently running 2nd in STU to Osiris Pena's Honda CRX. That car, I believe, still has the E-production record here at Sebring International Raceway. That car can definitely put up a head of steam. We saw Johann Schwartz campaign for the national championship for 2 years at Virginia International Raceway in that car. And when I believe Kip was having some back surgery, I think the first year, and but very, very strong car.
I remember it was on the pole or outside front row at 2023 runoffs when Chip Herr ended up off at turn 3, and
Correct.
He had a massive lead, and I think he had a mechanical failure in that race, which unfortunately took him out. But.
Yeah, he did, and the year before was that wet race in STU, the one that ended early. And Johan, I believe, was on the pole or was also on the front row and went straight off at turn 4 over to left hook on the very first lap. That car hasn't had the best of luck in national championship runs in STU, but still an incredibly strong race. But right now, Jose Osiris Pena with almost a 20-second advantage over Van Steenberg in STU, and a good run for Osiris Pena in the STU CRX. We saw him take the win in both races at Homestead last week in the STL car, but in the STU car was I don't know what he was. Yeah, he had issues and he would lose pace about halfway through the race. Finished third both days in STU in that car to a couple BMWs.
And we're watching the battle for 5th, I believe, in T3 coming down into the braking zone in turn 7 right now. This battle has been raging on forever. We got a BRZ, a Mustang, and one of those MX-5 Cup cars really dicing it up. I think if you picked 3 cars in the field, you couldn't get any more different than those 3 cars.
Right.
They all have the same drive type, but as far as everything else goes,
they do everything very different.
Exactly. So that Mustang's got a lot of torque and a lot of grunt down the straightaways, but when you get to turn 10, turn 11, corners like Cunningham, that BRZ is going to be able to roll a lot more speed, like you see right there. As soon as you get to the exit of the corner, that BRZ just is able to squirt away, rolls a lot more speed in the middle of the corner. And the MX-5 Cup car rolls right up to the back of the Mustang. And then you get out of tower down the back straight, you're going to see that Mustang roll right back up in the rearview mirror of the BRZ.
And you're going to see the MX-5 probably drop right off the back of the Mustang. Well, he's tucked in pretty close underneath it. By the way, let me correct myself there. Jose Osiris Pena, he did finish 3rd in STU last Saturday at Homestead. He did retire early in that CRX. Did not finish the race on Sunday, taking the win both days. Richard Estacio in his Lotus Exige. Miles Hewitt finished 2nd on Sunday. And we had Tim Mincy, who I don't believe is here racing with us this weekend, in his Volkswagen Golf, take the bronze that day.
Ben Tyler in the chat asks, who's that weird voice? No, he says, who's the other announcer in the booth with us? Of course, it's Morgan Burkhard here, who's sitting in with us for this race. He has been a Spec Racer 4 driver here in the SCCA. He's also driving in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge this year in a GS Porsche Cayman. Can I say I'm jelly? Yes, I am, very much so.
And the only reason Ben doesn't know you is because you haven't caught on fire at his station before.
Well, let's not let that be the case anytime soon. Because everyone else seems to have caught fire at Ben Tyler's station. I think it's more of a Ben thing than anything else.
It has nothing to do with the car. It has everything to do with Ben.
It does. It does.
Been on fire once in my career, and that is one too many times.
There you go.
So we're watching Tony Ave start to really come through a little bit of lap traffic here, and that is one of the most difficult things as one of those leaders. You know, you're coming through a pack of a lot of cars that are racing together. The last thing you want to do is mess up their race, especially when you got a big lead. So it's one of those things you have to be really, really careful about.
Yeah, definitely.
Tension in the paddock. Second call to the grid for Race Group 8 STL. Please head to the grid. Race Group 8, as we're going to have the white flag the next time by. Race Group 8, please head to the grid.
I was going to say, it's a lot easier to not mess up the other races when you have a 19-second lead and you don't have to push yourself through in a bad spot because the guy behind you might not be there. So it's and of course, you know, Tony's been racing since I started in the middle 80s, and a little bit of experience behind the wheel of that. That was not the 1880s. Thank you very much, Greg. Anyway, it's not his first rodeo going through some slower cars, so he'll take his time. He won't affect any of those drivers as long as they see him when he comes through. But he doesn't have to push the whole thing on a corner when he could just wait till a straightaway. So
exactly, and you see that group of 3 that we've been kind of hovering around for the last few laps is still maintained pretty much the same gate. The Mustang has ended up getting around to that BRZ, which is a little bit interesting. In that, you know, as if I'm the driver in the BRZ right now, I am going to be so annoyed because it is going to be so hard to get around that Mustang, especially when you're coming to a white flag dash. You're not going to drive around him down the back straight.
No.
It's not happening. So you really got to kind of surprise him, spring one on him, maybe get through into Tower, into Cunningham, maybe even into turn 14. So it's a dance.
Ben's had so many cars on fire at his station that it's like notches on the bedpost. He says, I've never had a Spec Racer Ford on fire ever at all. He keeps track of it now. Yeah, that means that the next time there's a Spec Racer Ford race, it's going to be on fire at Ben's Corner.
See you at Virginia International Raceway come March. Yeah.
There you go.
A minute,
Fingers
20
crossed.
seconds to go. White flag is in the air for Tony Avi. There he is going through turn 1 for the final time. Right behind him is Mark Cephalo. They are not racing each other for position or for class. That's your first place car in T4 right behind him. Wouldn't it be great if we get all the first place cars in formation in each class to go across under the checkered flag at the same time?
That would be something.
Like
That
Le
would be a
Mans.
good picture. Yeah, kind of like Le Mans. Absolutely.
We need a couple GT40s, and we should be.
Oh, don't even get me started. Talk about jelly.
Yeah, exactly.
52 seconds to go here. We got one more race ahead of us, STL. That'll be our last race of the day. And then we will come back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Yes, that is 5 a.m. for me on the West Coast. I will be here with large cups of coffee, ready to go. Be back here with Greg, and we'll call all 8 of our races tomorrow. It'll be tons of fun. Cannot wait to do it.
No, Brian, or I would say Brian and Morgan, it looks like going down into turn 7 there. Maybe the MX-5 not going to have the chance to come up on the Mustang.
Probably not.
And that Super BRZ, or the twin there, has fallen off the back. Now, this might be interesting here with the Mustang and the 3 Series BMW. I believe that is Andrea King in that Gulf livery Touring 3 machine. She's currently running 3rd in Touring 3. Great run for her so far here today, as she is trying to hold off Dan Moen in that Mustang. That is the battle for 3rd in Touring 3.
Last step on the podium. Here we go. We'll see what happens as they come down out of turn 6, well, out of turn 13, which is Tower, and into the final real section that you can make something happen to give yourself a shot to set up for the back straight. Andrea King is leading that battle. Last step on the podium, we've got the battle for 5th back there as well with the MX-5 Cup car and the BRZ. As Andrea King's going to set up, goes super track left. The Mustang follows as well, and they go coming out of turn 16. We'll see who's got the most grunt coming down the back straight. You can see them just in the back of frame. And we'll see who wins the drag race at the end of the line, as Tony Ave, our overall leader, is going to come around turn 17, and he's going to take the checkered flag by a whopping 24-second margin. Tony Ave is going to be your overall winner.
And here comes that battle for the lead. And Daniel Moen gets around Andrea King here, coming through 17 for the final time. I just got a note from Chris Rollo that damage on Daniel Moen's car came all the way back in Homestead.
Oh.
So here he comes across the line in 3rd place to take the podium. Andrea King's going to be just a little bit back at the line, less than a second. And what a great finish there for Daniel Moen.
And we saw there just a little bit further back, we had that great fight for 5th in STU, as Miles Hewitt holds off Ray Philibert there, the GR86 Cup car and the Mazda Miata. So let's do this, Brian. Let's run down the finishing order. Actually, before we do that, let me make a final call to the grid for the next group, and then we'll run down the order here. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group 8, Super Touring Light. Please head to the grid. Super Touring Light racers, this is your final call to the grid. All right, let's start off with GT3U and our overall winner, Tony Ave, 27.9 seconds. The margin of victory over Jeff Jernell's Mazda RX-7. And it's not that old a car. It's a 1995 and pardon me, FD Mazda RX-7. Great car. Scott Sansone in a slightly older Mazda, the 1974 RX-3, will come home with the bronze. Armin McGreggy and his Mazda Miata will finish in 4th. In STU, it was Jose Osiris Pena, 28 seconds over Kip Van Steenberg. Michael Kuna finishing in 3rd. Zach Arnold just off the podium in 4th. In Touring 3, Juan Carlos LaRue in his Super BRZ takes the win over Todd Clark in his BMW 330 CI, with Dan Moen in a Mustang, who apparently has had some damage since Homestead, finishing in 3rd. Andrea King turns in her fastest lap of the race on the final lap, but only good enough for 4th. And then finally in Touring 4, Mark Cephalo takes the win over Devin Anderson. Margin of victory, 12.7 seconds. Scotty B. White runs his fastest lap on the last lap. He will take home the bronze with Connor Thomas in his Mazda MX-5, finishing just off the podium in 4th.
All right, that's going to do it here for race group number 7. I want to give a big thank you to Morgan Burkhard for joining us for this race. Appreciate your insights and hearing a little bit about what you've got going on for 2025. Good luck with everything, Morgan, and I'm sorry that I'm not there to have dinner with you guys tonight, but go and enjoy yourselves, and we will certainly catch up somewhere down the road.
Well, I appreciate you guys having me.
All right, there you go. I was going to say that's Morgan
Take us home,
Burkhard
Greg.
from Sabach Simpson Motorsports. Going to be racing this year in the Michelin Pilot Cup in a Porsche GT4 Club Sport. And let's take a quick break. We've got that one final race of the day today. It is STL. It'll be coming up next here from Sebring International Raceway, where you're listening to the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be right back.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco is trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer, and get you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
We're back here. Go ahead.
There we go. The pregnant pause. There we go. Welcome back, everybody, to Sebring International Raceway. It is the last race of the day here for the round number 1 of the Hoosier Race and Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski. And on track right now, Super Touring Light. We had 12 drivers set qualifying times over the last 2 days. Let's run down the starting order here, starting on the outside of row number 6, starting in 12th, Joseph Miklos. He's driving the number 97 STL Mazda Miata, with Jeremy Goldberger in the number 55 Miata, starting 11th. Starting 10th today, driving the number 09 Mazda RX-7 is Mark Kiefer, with Mike Ryan. Starting 9th, he is driving the number 119 Mazda Miata. Starting 8th today, outside of row number 4, in the number 79 Mazda MX-5, it's Javier Sanchez with Thomas Paulino. Starting 7th, Thomas is in the number 34 Mazda Miata. Starting 6th today, driving the number 21 Mazda Miata, it's Jonathan Elder, with my good friend, the cat killer, Christopher Childs. Starting 5th today, he's in the number 07 Mazda Miata. Starting 4th, outside of row number 2, in the number 18 Acura Integra, Salt Ferenczi, with Amy Mills. Starting 3rd, she is in the number 37 Mazda Miata. And your front row today, in an Acura Integra, driving the number 48 machine, it's John Sewell, and with a qualifying time of 227.749, and jumping from his STU Honda CRX to his STL Honda CRX, your pole sitter today is Jose Osiris Pena.
All right, that is going to do it for our starting lineup here for our final race of the day. This is STL. It's going to be 25 minutes long, and we are going to get this thing underway, and then kind of remind everyone that we'll be back here tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. for another 8 races here. Those races are going to be 14 laps or 35 minutes long, so those should be a bit longer.
Brian, and is the field now making their way through the Le Mans bend here, Le Mans curve, still lined up single file. We'll see them start to form up nose to tail now as they come onto the Ullman Straight. Lights are out on the pace car, that beautiful Mazda pace car provided by Classic Mazda of Orlando and Mazda Motorsports. We want to thank them for providing both of the pace cars here this weekend for the Super Tour. And, we'll have to see Jose Osiris Pena, as we mentioned, just got out of his car after running a 25-minute race. It's got to be challenging for him with no real time to breathe, Brian, as he's got John Sewell directly beside him. I can only imagine tomorrow, as we have our feature races, how that is going to play out for him as the field now comes around the Sunset Bend and ready to start. And over to you.
And the green flag is in the air. We've got our cars heading down to turn 1 for the first time. Already fanning out 4 wide in the back here as they go down this super wide front straight, and then they funnel down into turn 1. Jose Osiris Pena right there on the point as they come through turn 1, heading down towards turn 2 for the first time. Got a couple cars sliding just almost off the racetrack, but they pull it together, and no issues there as they come down to turn 3 for the first time.
Yeah, Brian, and as they came down in the 3, Salt Ferenczi, who's trapped a little bit to the outside driver's right, started 4th today. He had Amy Mills, but also Chris Childs. Chris in the black number 7 Mazda Miata moves up now into, looks like 3rd position, right behind Sewell, and actually now drops, and I take that back, I'm sorry, in the 4th position behind the Integra of Ferenczi. We've got the 2 Integras, John Sewell and Salt Ferenczi there, nose to tail. Amy Mills looks to have dropped back into 5th position, but already, and we saw this last week at Homestead, where the Honda CRX of Pena, and Pena is your defending national champion in STL, taking the win over Joe Moser this past fall at Road America. He is currently your leader.
Little side-by-side action there, coming through 10 and 11. All kind of sorting themselves out here with 23 minutes to go here
in our final race of the day. Want to bring in right now, we've got ourselves a special guest with us in the booth this afternoon. Arshia Akhtar, I hope I pronounced your name properly. And if I don't, I apologize. I am not good with names. She is the driver of Formula Continental number 4095, just starting out her racing career with the SCCA. Welcome to the booth with us, Arshia.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Greg.
Absolutely welcome. Now, we have you down as being from South Lake, Texas. I guess we'll knock right out of the way. Not your hometown, obviously, no. but we had a couple people, Giancarlo Angelini, Spec Racer Ford Racer, one of our race directors from Central Florida region, reach out to us. You've got a very interesting story of how you came and ended up here at Sebring to race in Formula Continental this weekend. Why don't you tell us a little bit about it?
So I started getting into karting about last August, I think 2023, August, right?
Okay.
Did some karting. I was like, you know what? I could do race cars. It's fine. I'll get a driver's license. So I learned how to drive a stick shift first week of August, 25th August at Pitts Raceway. I did my first SCCA driving school in a Mini Cooper. And then I did 2 races with Drivers Cup in Formula V. Did Allenberg Race School to get an experience of an aero car, and then first race in Formula Continental Homestead last weekend.
That's a heck of a learning curve. Are you enjoying it? I hope the answer is yes.
I absolutely love it. It's very addictive, which is why I'm just so crammed up with races.
I was just saying, she's really crammed in a lot of races since the end of last summer, and not just a lot of races, but so many different types of chassis. A good friend of ours, Mike Kelly, or mine at least, Mike Kelly races the Challenge Cup at Pit Race, I think that same weekend, where they have a large number of Formula Vs, so it's not like you weren't... it's not like you were driving around by yourself. I think there are like 40, 45 Formula Vs that typically show up for that race weekend, and it had to be very tough competition coming right out of driver school.
Yeah, so my first race with Formula V was at Roebling Road.
Okay.
And that was, I think there were about 20 cars, but it was a raining weekend.
Okay.
And then followed by Road Atlanta, rain weekend as well, and almost 30 cars output, so it was pushing through.
So that rain experience, I think, probably helped you out earlier today when we had the wet qualifying session.
So yeah, I mean, I did not run this qualifying session. I believe there were just 4 cars out today. But it's funny, but I actually like running in the rain. I think it gives you that edge that you need to push as a new driver, but it's really fun.
Yeah. Jose Osiris Pena is our race leader in a Honda CRX. He's out of Miami, Florida. Just went purple with a lap of 2:30.132. John Sewell in the Acura is in second place, followed by Zolt Ferenczi. He is in third. Christopher Childs is in fourth. Amy Mills is the one that sent me a text, Arisha, telling me, you got to get her on the show. You got to get her on the broadcast. This person's someone you really want to talk to. So got some fans out there, and that's how we found out about your story a little bit. And it's certainly an interesting one here. 20 minutes to go in our final race of the day here. And look at the lead. Jose Osiris Pena has now been caught, or was that a different?
No. What you're looking at it's not that deep. That's the battle for second, and then you've got the battle for fourth. We had the 2 Acura Integras of Sewell and Ferenczi. They're the 2 that you see coming in, and then you've got the 2 Mazdas of Childs and Mills. They were side by side. Also, then with Thomas Paulino, a little bit further behind in that yellowish Mazda Miata. We already have Osiris Pena checking out, Brian. He's got almost a 10-second advantage on the rest of the field after just 2 laps. So, Arshia, as you talk about, first time, it's only been a couple of months since you have been in a race car, since you learned how to drive stick shift. My understanding is that you don't have a lot of experience driving cars in particular. Why don't you tell us a little bit about how that a little bit about that story?
Yeah, so I grew up in Saudi Arabia, and women weren't allowed to drive until 2018.
Okay.
And early 2017 is when I moved to US.
Okay.
And I was in Boston, so did not need a car. Moved to Texas at end of 2020. Drove my first car in 2021.
Okay.
Ever. and then somebody hit me, so my car was totaled.
Oh no.
So, and after that, I don't have any tickets. No more accidents. So basically got into my first car ever in 2021.
Oh gosh. It sounds like my history, Brian, is when I was 15 years old. But that is interesting. So what brought you here to the United States?
So I moved here for education mainly.
Okay.
And I work in clinical research as a medical monitor for cancer research.
Oh wow.
Oh great. So you're changing the world, it's helping save lives, hopefully, and that's awesome. And you're driving race cars. That's called living the good life. That's so awesome. Ben Tyler in the chat says he loved having you flag with them at CMP. So you've taken in that part of the club as well, which I think, by the way, I think that's fantastic for all young drivers to spend a little bit of time on a flag station. It's a different perspective. You could learn a lot from doing that, right?
Yeah. So I started flagging this March, and currently I'm in SIT, so student training program with my region. So next weekend I'm actually being an operating steward for the very first time for the Polar Prix Texas.
Oh my gosh! Oh, for the Polar Prix, is that
MSR Crescent?
MSR Crescent.
Yes.
Yep. Absolutely, that is amazing. Talk about taking it in through a fire hose. That is absolutely amazing. Now, I heard a little bit from Jack Regalia from Central Florida region that your significant other, you got maybe a little. I was gonna say there was a little competition going on with the racing, but all right, we'll move on to something else. So, where do you see taking this? Do you plan on staying in the car, or maybe leaning a little bit more on race weekends to doing stewarding activities, or a little bit of both?
So yeah, a little bit of both. I have my entire schedule actually planned out yesterday.
Oh really?
Yeah. So I'll be running with Drivers Cup mainly in a Formula V, just because this year is truly dedicated to learning racecraft and that experience. And sometime in F2000, so it's kind of divided between half and half between those two cars. And other weekends are my stewardship and flagging, and whatever they will put me at.
That's great. That is so good here. All right, let's get back to our race action for a little bit here. This is our STL race, 15, just under 16 minutes left to go in this race. Jose Osiris Pena's opened up a 14-second lead over John Sewell. Zolt Ferenczi is in third place here. Christopher Childs fourth. Amy Mills is in fifth, followed by Thomas Paulino and John Elder, and then Javier Sanchez. That's your top 8 right now here as we get into start pushing towards the second half of our race here at Sebring International Raceway. Let's do this, Greg. Let's take our break and get that in, and then we'll be able to have the rest of the racing all the way to the finish here.
Sounds good. All right, you are watching the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit scca.com for more information.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of
Back here at Sebring International Raceway, Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg, Arshia Akhtar is with us as our guest in the booth for this session. We are watching the STL race here from Sebring. Our race leader right now opened up an 18-second lead. That is Jose Osiris Pena in the number 1 Honda CRX. The number 1 is out of car because he is our defending national champion. Car number 48 is in second place. That is John Zolt. And
John, that's
third.
John Sewell.
I'm sorry, John Sewell, and I was putting the names together. That's
Yes,
my
you
dyslexia talking. John Sewell is in second. Zolt Ferenczi is in third, followed by Christopher Childs in fourth, and then Amy Mills is in fifth.
Yeah, and Brian, as we went to break, Chris Childs actually managed to get his Mazda Miata around the Acura Integra of Ferenczi. Ferenczi has taken that position back, however, but you're seeing a little bit of a stack up there. 3 cars all together as they come underneath the Advent Bridge going into the Hawk Performance braking zone. Now over at the hairpin at turn number 7, as Amy Mills standing tough right now in that battle, 3-car battle for third.
11 minutes to go as we wrap up our racing today. 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, we'll be back doing it again on the SCCA YouTube channel. 8 more races streaming tomorrow. And then we will also be back next month for round 2 of the Super Tour at Buttonwillow on the new classic track. That is coming up in February.
The new classic track?
I'm sorry, the new circuit.
At
the circuit at Buttonwillow. Whew.
As opposed to the Circuit of the Americas. Yes.
Yes, exactly.
So, Brian, another great battle that I've been watching right now, a little bit further back in the field. This is the battle for 12th right now. Jeremy Goldberger and Joseph Miklos, the 55 machine and the 97 car. And I hope that wasn't one of them just going off at turn 4. As I mentioned, that might be why they're so close together, is they can't keep all 4 wheels on the pavement. Let's take a look here as they come under braking, going down into turn number 7. And indeed, yeah, that is the 55, the orange car, Goldberger, with Miklos close behind. Now, Miklos did not have a qualifying time in the books until he went out this morning in the wet. And it was definitely a challenging qualifying session for him, but they're having a nice little spat right now. Last time at the line, separated by just about a half second.
Pena, Sewell, Ferenczi, Childs, Mills, Paulino, Elder, Sanchez, Ryan, and Stein. Your top 10 here with under 10 to go as we get this thing towards the end of our day here. Weather has held out nicely, Greg. It was damp this morning, misting skies, a little drizzle here and there, but it is all dried out, and I believe all of our races have been essentially dry. Race 1 was a little damp, but we've had some pretty good conditions here for the rest of the afternoon. And if my memory is right, I believe the forecast for tomorrow is pretty good.
Yeah, it's supposed to be very, very nice, clear skies tomorrow. Maybe a little bit warmer than what we have here today, Brian. We've got a new third-place runner. It is Chris Childs. So Ferenczi had some issues going into the Sunset Bend over at turn 17. Got the car a little loose, didn't get a good drive out of the corner. And Chris Childs now opens up about 6 car lengths. Amy Mills was alongside and maybe had a nose up on the Integra going down into turn 1. Ferenczi was able to outbrake her into turn 1, had the inside position, was able to hold on and limit the damage to keep 4th position as Chris Childs starting to work his way clear of the draft from these 2 racers.
And no issues at all for Osira Pena here as he continues to, it's kind of stabilized at 18 seconds here as he's moving his way. There he is, out, just went through our screen. Then we'll pop in and catch him as he goes into 15 and give a little love to that Honda CRX. Greg, you and I know and love the Honda CRX. It's what we spent some time in IT racing, and I think you actually were you moved your car into Super Touring as well, right?
I actually ran my my Honda CRX in Super Touring Under before there was a Super Touring light there, and interesting story, Brian, because Chris Childs, who was on the Super Touring Advisory Committee at the time, also Gregg and me, who was at the Super Touring Advisory Committee at the time, we were all racing in the ITA at the time. Actually, Gregg and me, I believe, was racing in ITS in an Acura Integra. Chris Childs was in his Dodge Neon. I was in my Honda CRX. We had Colin Aspergen in a Dodge Neon. And we all decided to descend upon Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin for the 2010 National Championship runoffs in our degenerate IT cars, and we did quite well. I had some issues. I was running a backup motor at the time, but I think Chris finished 5th or 6th, and it was very interesting because at the time STU was there were 3 different rule sets for Super Touring. One was for the World Challenge at that time, Speed World Challenge touring car. Then we had the Super Touring Under rule set, and then as long as you had an IT car in 1985 or newer, you could also race. And so we had at the front of the field one of the former Stasis Audis, one of the former real-time Acuras finishing 1st and 2nd, and I think we had some of the World Challenge VWs there as well. And I think Chris was the first of the IT cars to finish. He finished either 5th or 6th at that race. I thought we did quite well for ourselves that weekend.
That's awesome. And is that the weekend you had the camera car?
Yes, absolutely. That was the time. We were the very first race of the weekend. We shared the track with Touring 3, and very poor weather. The production crew couldn't get their cameras up and running for the first parts of the race, and so we all contributed our in-car video after the event was over for them to be able to post the produced coverage for that race. But great time racing there that weekend. I had Martin Burke working with me. Martin was racing in H Production in his first-gen Honda CRX, but it was a great experience, and nobody really expected any of us to do well, and I think all of us finished in the top 10.
5.5 minutes to go. Holding station, Jose Osiris Pena in first, John Sewell's in second. Christopher Childs is in third. He's now broken away just a little bit from Zolt Ferenzi here. And still with us is Arshia Akhtar, joining us in the booth, telling us a little bit about her story coming over here from Saudi Arabia and starting racing. And she's a cancer researcher. And I'm definitely underachieving, Greg, in my 54-year life here. But great to have her in with us today. What's your future race plans, Arshia? What do you got ahead?
So I have 1 race per month, and that's it. So I don't want to go 30 days without racing. So it's going to alternate between Formula V's and Formula Continentals.
That's so good.
I'll be running with Drivers Cup for Formula V and FRP for Continentals.
That's so cool. Well, it's been awesome to have you here with us, and we'll check in with you here before we get to the end. 4 minutes and 20 seconds still to go here, and no real close.
Oh, no, Brian. We have a big change
right there,
here.
yeah.
As Zolt Ferenzi has gotten back around Chris Childs as they came down into turn 1. So move Ferenzi now up into 3rd position and move Chris Childs back into 4th.
And look who's right there in the mix, Amy Mills. And don't count her out here. She has been just kind of paying attention to what's going on, learning about what those two cars in front of her can do. And don't be surprised if she can make a move here to get on the podium for this race. And I know that that's something that she... Oh, no, look at that. Jose Osiris Pena now slowing down. And that is good news for the people behind him. There's John Sewell coming through. That's going to move him into second place.
No, it's going to move him in the lead, Brian.
Into the lead, I mean. That means Christopher Childs move into second. Zolt Ferenczi will be third, and Amy Mills will now be one step off the podium here as we get into our final few laps. Wonder what happened to that number 1 car.
Yeah, I don't know. And, you know, we saw last weekend at Homestead where the other CRX that Osiris Pena races, the STU CRX, had some mechanical challenges, but the STL car was incredibly reliable. And here, with just a few minutes remaining, probably 2.5 laps remaining, actually, it looks like we may have the white flag this next time by.
I think so,
about a lap and a half remaining. Looks like Osiris Pena may fall back through the order here, but that does give John Sewell the lead. Sewell, who had already opened up about 6 seconds on the rest of the field, now will slot into the lead and lead his first lap as he comes around out of 17. And he does, Brian, see the white flag in the air here on the front straight. There you go, 1 lap to go with Zolt Ferenczi, Chris Childs, Amy Mills running second, third, and fourth.
All 4 of those cars have probably seen Pena pull over. They know what's at stake right now. If not, their teams have probably talked to them on the radios and said, there's a whole new ball game here. And look at Amy Mills pushing really hard to try to get to the back bumper of Christopher Childs, wanting to take that last spot on the podium. And she has the car to be able to do it if she can get there. I think it'd be very, very interesting, but I don't know if she's close enough to be able to make a move here on this final lap.
Yeah, she's fallen off just a little bit here, Brian. Now, the Acura Integra has the advantage of having a little bit more straight line speed than the 2 Mazdas, and especially when you come out of turn 13, if Ferenczi can keep a gap, he should be in good stead by the time he gets to the Le Mans curve over at turn 16. But this is the section here, and then also in turn 15, where Chris Childs and that Mazda Miata should have a bit of an advantage. Also, the 2 Mazdas of Childs and Mills, a little bit stronger on the brakes as I've seen here through the majority of this race, coming into the tower turn at turn 13. But I think probably the most complicated thing here for Childs is, rather than just attacking Ferenczi, he's got to worry about Amy Mills behind, because Amy is now only within about 2 car lengths at most.
And those 3 cars have come closer together. I thought for a second it was just going to be a battle for third place, but now they're right there on the back bumper of Zolt Ferenczi here, and it might be possible. But look at Amy Mills wheeling that car through 15, trying desperately to get to the back of Christopher Childs' car. I don't know if she's going to be able to pull it off here right now, but this is her one last chance as she goes into 16. Oh, second to last chance. She'll have another chance depending on the line that she takes through 17. But this race is far from over here in this race for the next spots on the podium. Second, third, and fourth still in question here. Someone just popped out. I think that was Amy Mills. No, that looked like a little bit of a blocking move by Childs, and then Mills tries to see if she can take advantage. Oh, she's actually in front of Childs right now. Made the pass. Can she hold it together through 17? Childs back around through 17. Now the race down to the checkered flag. Who's going to get it? It's going to be Sewell for the win, Ferenczi for second. Who's going to be in third? Will it be Mills? Will it be Childs? Mills at the line for the podium finish.
And Brian, we have at the line 33 1/1000ths of a second separating Amy Mills from Chris Childs. Great run there. She used the draft to work past Childs on the back straight. Again, we see those 2 very different lines coming into the Sunset Bend. Mills was able to use the early entry, late exit, go around driver's left, and beats Childs to the line. As we see Thomas Paolino in that green Mazda Miata, he will come home in 5th position. But we saw Amy start to set up Chris Childs going back in the 15, where she took a very wide, very late entry coming out of 15 going into 16. She set up over all the way driver's left on that concrete, came underneath them, and great move there. I think she was just waiting. She had 9 laps prior to see exactly what Chris was doing, and she made it count on the very last lap.
Well, and it's important. She knew exactly where her fastest line was through turn 17. Didn't let the move by Childs really get into her head. She knew how her fast way around that final corner was going to be and what was going to give her the best slingshot down towards the checkered flag, and she took advantage of that situation, and she comes home with the 3rd place on the podium. Oh, my Lord, Greg. We've had some fantastic finishes here today, haven't we?
We absolutely have, Brian. Absolutely have. Wonderful, great day of racing here. And, I'm just happy that the weather, it definitely cooperated with us the first time that the green flag came out for a race. It may not have been the best thing here early this morning for our qualifying sessions, but when it counted, right there with us. And again, what we're seeing for weather forecast tomorrow should be another nice day here in Central Florida.
Arshia Akhtar's been in the group in the booth with us for this final race. Arshia, thanks for being with us today. Good luck tomorrow, and good luck for the rest of your racing season. We look forward to seeing you somewhere down the road as well.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you. All right, Brian, let's wrap things up here from Sebring International Raceway. Going to be back on air tomorrow. It is feature race day here on the Super Tour. It is 35 minutes or 14 laps, whichever comes first. Arshia's race, she's going to be in race group number 6 tomorrow. You can see her on track at 1:10 or give or take 1:10 p.m. It's going to be our first race after lunch tomorrow, and so we definitely look forward to seeing that. But we are going to be on air starting tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. First race will take the green at 8:05. Make sure to join us then.
That's going to do it here from Sebring International Raceway. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg on the call, Jordan Worth pressing the buttons, our director back at HQ, and of course we've got Brendan Kansmerick, who is always the rock with which this broadcast is built upon. Thank you so much to the team for putting us out there. Thank you to the SCCA, all of our partners for allowing us to do it. Another racing action again tomorrow. That's going to do it from Sebring. See you all tomorrow, everybody.